Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Nerd Rage Gaming League Cup. Man, my name is Dan Hugar. I am here with Mo Dace, and we are ready for a heck of a good competition today. So, Mo, welcome to Nerd Rage.
Yeah, for starters, Dan, it is not a league challenge because there is $1,000 on the line for the prize pool. And hopefully we get to the point where our league challenges are like that, but
We
I'm
are not
feeling
quite there
good.
yet.
I am feeling so good about this. I hope there's Gardevoir in the room. I'm jumping ahead, but I really hope there's Gardevoir in the room. I love that deck. I won a league cup with it yesterday. Shout out me. And then
We will shout out you in just in a second because we have Josh playing pocket, whatever. Anyway, today we have our League Cup, likely 6 or 7 rounds today. We've got a little more than 50 players, some very top tier players playing today, and you have myself and Mo on here. So I normally try to do this of, hey, why should we listen to each other? But you know what? Everyone talks about Limitless. We're going to Limitless check ourselves. So Mo, while I transition to this, can you tell the people why they should listen to you?
I'm a stage 2 deck lover. I've never day 2'd a regional without stage 2s in my deck, whether I play Rare Candy or not, whether I play the basics for them or not. I just love Pokemon. I love decks that are methodical and have ways to win matchups that they shouldn't win. My most recent day 2 is Fresno, California, 2023 season with Gardevoir, so that's the reason why I am so tried and true to Gardevoir now. And I don't know, I love Pokemon. I love the community. I've taken a step back from playing at regionals, but I still go to support my friends, and I love just watching my friends do well.
And Mo, clearly an excellent player. So from my end, hi, I'm Dan. I'm also reasonably competent at the Pokemon trading card game. So you can see here, I've gotten global top 16 in 2 Players Cups when I started playing well. Got a top 8, a bubble top 8 in the last competitive season. Played a lot of Giratina V-Star, and obviously Mo is showing me a very non-professional hand gesture over here because
I'm
in Players Cup
glaring at him.
4, I unfortunately knocked Mo out of Global Top 16 to take my spot there. But essentially, overall conclusion, I'm pretty good at the game. Mo's pretty good at the game. Y'all should listen to what we have to say. So, getting to that, we actually have another player on the Nerd Rage team here with us, and we're going to talk to him a little bit before we get started here. So, Mo, if you can hand off the microphone to Ryan Prusak. And Ryan, I did not print your Limitless page, but you're a pretty darn good player. So today, we are doing something a little different. Part of what we're trying to do with this stream is feature some highly competitive players, decks, and make this valuable for the viewers. So we have Ryan here who's going to be kind of tracking this Palkia knockdown list with us for the entire of the day. So Ryan, how you doing today, man?
Hi. Good. How
All
is everybody?
Good, good. So you are playing Palkia Knockdown. We're just going to have you here, since we're pretty much ready to get started. Give us a quick blurb on the deck, why you're playing it, and what you think is what you wanted to do today.
Yeah. So Terapagos is obviously a fantastic attacker. We all know this. Palkia is a fantastic attacker and has been paired with Dust Noir recently. But this deck has kind of come about, originated at LAIC by one specific testing group, and then was just seen again recently at Stuttgart, I think was the most recent European regional.
Yes.
I got top 4 there. My list is very similar to both of those. I pretty much think 59 cards in the deck are perfect, and there's just one card that I'm toying around with. I'm playing Third Night Stretcher today just because I think it's really nice insurance to have. But the deck is super aggressive, super consistent with the Fan Rotom starts and the Noctowl engine. Just does what you need it to do. You can do a lot of options, have Radiant Greninja as an attacker, which is always good. So, and your damage cap is really high with Palkia, so you can do a lot.
And honestly, I think everything you said is correct. And you've told me this is a perfect 59 cards, but I doubt it. So later
That's
on,
understandable.
later on, we are going to have you have a kind of a walkthrough on possible techs, possible other things. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. So Ryan, thank you for coming to check in with us. I'll let you get to your round, and then we'll go ahead and get started here for a second and check in with you a couple rounds later.
We'll see you guys then.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan. All right, so we are going to jump over to our first stream game where we have Josh Frink and Brian Oakrey playing a couple really good decks. So, Mo, tell us about this matchup. We have Gardevoir versus Charizard Dusknoir. Like, what is Gardevoir trying to do? What is Charizard trying to do? What is the move here?
Well, you see, Gardevoir, they just want to spam the board with their Curlias. That's the draw engine, but it also evolves not into the attacker anymore necessarily, like the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, but you're evolving into the Gardevoir EX that ramps energy onto your attackers. You damage yourself, you do damage based on that. And the Gardevoir deck is really methodical, or the Charizard deck is really methodical. They want to evolve into that Pidgeot and then set up your board because Pidgeot's a really good card. You get to search your deck for one card every turn. You get to cycle that every single turn, search one card. In addition to your Arven, searching out a tool, searching out an item.
Absolutely. And so Pidgeot EX, it's weird to say a single card search per turn is an engine, but it kind of is. But like you said, with Gardevoir, Gardevoir's engine is actually completely different than that, where rather than actually searching out, or as Joe from OmniPoke says, tutoring cards out of the deck, Josh is just going to completely burn his deck to the ground with that is it refinement?
Refinement, yes.
Refinement from Curlia to draw a bunch of cards, see most of his deck, thin out stuff from his deck. So you'll kind of notice this as you get through the game. Josh's deck is going to be down to 5-10 cards very quickly, whereas Brian's is going to be pretty full because he just has a ton of pieces that he takes one at a time out of there. So getting to the actual game we're seeing here, Mo, this looks like a pretty good setup for Josh.
Yeah, I definitely think that Josh, he opens up triple Ralts and the Spiritomb going first. He told me yesterday at the League Cup, because I didn't play a Spiritomb, but he said, you're playing Spiritomb, and that's really good against Zard if you go first. Since you're not playing Spiritomb, you probably want to go second against Zard, but he's getting it down. That means that Brian cannot just go, okay, let me bench my Rotom and then draw 3 cards to end my turn. You have to Iono me, or else I start my turn with a 7 or 8 card hand. He's saying, if I bench Rotom, I'm putting a Forest Seal Stone on it, searching 1 card, because I need to. That's my, get out of jail free card.
Right.
But now he cannot bench it to use the effect. He can only bench it to attach a Forest Seal Stone on it, or Lumineon V, but...
Well, and also the downside of benching Rotom, even in general when you can instant charge, is, and Josh has it in the active, that Screen Tail can take advantage of that to take an easy 2 prizes without needing a Gust or anything else. But for Brian's side, we see a Buddy Poffin right off the rip, no Arven or anything necessary, which is great. We see a Nest Ball in hand. We see an Arven. Oh my lord, Brian is cooking over here. So one of the big reasons he and his friend Connor have been so successful is they have made Charizard just as consistent as possible. And Mo, can you tell us a bit about that? Like, how have they made this deck so consistent?
I think it's just the fact that he's opting in for that. The 4 Arven is pretty common, but he's also opting in for a heavy Gust option. So maybe he can't really go and tell his opponent, okay, well, you're going to go down to a limited card hand. But he's saying, I'm going to play the Prime Catcher. I'm going to play these bosses. I'm going to play these counter catchers. And I'm just going to make sure I have enough Gust to really close out and take these knockouts. In addition to, maybe I play the Prime Catcher while I play an Iono instead of playing the Reset Stamp.
And I think you make a good point.
Or the Unfair Stamp.
Yes.
My bad.
Yes.
My old age is getting to me.
I would have said Reset too. So one of the things I think I'm glad you noted is when I said consistency, I was actually thinking Ball Search, but you're totally right. Having multiple Gust available is such a good way to help you enact your game plan. And kind of on my end for consistency, Brian has 4 Buddy Poffin, 4 Nest Ball, 4 Ultra Ball. He has the Rotom. He has, I believe, Lumineon V. And we have the Cleffa. So even though Brian did not have access to Rotom V, he did not have access to Lumineon, he was still able to draw cards with Cleffa here and put a free retreater single prizer in the active, not adding more liabilities. And so, Mo, now going back over to Josh's turn, what is Josh trying to do here?
Now, we do see that Josh, we have it on our end, but Josh can just set up these Pokemon to try and go into a quick Gardevoir. He does play the rare candy version, so he's playing the, in quotations, Turbo Gardevoir. So, not really necessarily Turbo like a Gouging Fire deck, or Turbo like a, what's the long neck Pokemon?
Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt.
Yes.
I don't know Pokemon names, clearly. Why am I here?
All right. You haven't been playing for long. Don't worry about it.
But he can go for a quick rare candy Gardevoir, take a knockout. Now, does he want to do that? Because Gardevoir has that symbol at the bottom of the card that says weak to dark.
Yes,
It
it
doesn't
does.
matter if you take 0 prizes, 1 prize, or 5 prizes. Gardevoir gets knocked out by Charizard EX pretty easily.
And so this is the turn you kind of expect to see from Gardevoir turn 1, honestly, if ideal. But in this case, it was turn 2, and it's just a TM Evo play with this Screamtail. So allowing Josh to evolve up 2 of his Ralts into Kirlia, so that way he can start using that refinement ability. But here's the issue. Because Brian went second, Josh had to use his second turn just to set up his board. So now, Brian will likely be able to get a Charizard EX, a Pidgeot EX, all of this ready to go before Josh is really in a position to do a ton of damage, especially because I think we only have 1 Psychic Energy in the discard right now.
So I think Josh doesn't mind that too much, because yesterday when I was playing Gardevoir versus, I have 4 Charizard games, and versus them, I was thinking in my head, okay, if I put this Gardevoir down to take 1 prize, they're going to take 2, and then they can, do some Dusknoir shenanigans, take another prize, and then take a knockout. They're going to go ahead in the prize trade. So sometimes you play the game of chicken with them,
Ooh.
and you go,
Oh,
I'm not.
okay.
Okay. Benching Lumineon for the Forest Seal is
Yes.
bold. You have a 170 HP liability on the bench, as we call him. But like I was saying, you're playing this matchup where if you put the Guardy down first, then you give your opponent a chance to just go Pidgeot, search boss. I evolve to my Charizard, and then I boss up your Gardevoir. And what do you know? I take 2 prizes before you take 2, because you can only take 1 if you evolve Gardevoir.
Yes, absolutely.
He's just playing it slow, so that way he can use these refinements, cycle through his deck, get rid of some energies. You Earthen Vessel for more energies. You get rid of more energies. And what do you know? Your discard pile has 5 energies, a Drifloon with Bravery Charm, and 5 energies, just a whopping 300 damage.
Which is very relevant, especially when you include the Monkey Door, which we may see come down later, because Charizard EX does have 330 HP, but that Pidgeot EX on the bench has 280. And we mentioned before that Pidgeot EX kind of is its own draw engine, and Brian used it perfectly. We got the Pidgeot EX at engine, we were able to attack with the Charizard EX, knock out that Screamtail, and so Brian has his board. And now on Josh's end, Mo, like you were saying, he has an opportunity to try to respond, and maybe we have that, but outside of the Iono in hand, Josh's hand doesn't look that great. So, Mo, what do you think he's trying to do this turn?
Now, knocking on a Pidgeot, knocking on a Charizard in the active spot with Monkey Dory, put 30 onto the Charizard, and then doing 300 with the Drifloon, that's cool, Dan.
Yes,
But
I think it's cool.
have you ever thought about playing Iono, playing Counter Catcher onto the Pidgeot, putting a Drifloon down, putting a Bravery Charm, and knocking that out? Because you not only limit your opponent's hand size, but you also take out their card that says search 1 card from your deck.
It does, and we actually see the counter catcher drawn by Josh in order to do that. And Mo, I agree. I think either knocking out the Pidgeot EX or that Pheasantipity EX could be really impactful. And so Josh kind of counting his energy. He does have 4 Psychic Energy. We've used both Refinement. We have an Ultra Ball and a counter catcher, but the thing we don't have yet is a Gardevoir EX, because I think Josh wants to use this Ultra Ball to get a Drifloon and attach that Bravery Charm.
Well, you see, if he goes, I think Josh can hit this. And I'm really in favor of Gardevoir hitting this combo because we want to see big plays. We don't want to
correct,
see
yes.
you take 2, I take 2, you take 2, I take 2. And it's not really thoughtful. That's the Gardevoir. That's the alt art. Really pretty art.
It is beautiful.
And
So, Mo, just on that, because I had thought he was getting the Drifloon, why do you think he's getting the EX here and now?
you only play 2 Ultra Ball. Some lists play 3, but he's only rocking the 2 today, which is standard. And I think it's just the fact that you don't know if you're going to guarantee draw into Guardy, but you know that for a fact you have so many search outs for the Drifloon. You also have Buddy Poffin for Drifloon, which is so amazing.
Ah, okay. So, and yes, agreed. You have more outs for the Drifloon, but he's choosing to use the counter catcher to gust of this Lumineon V, and my guess he's going to attack with that Gardevoir EX.
Hey, it's one good attacker. It gets knocked out by Charizard no matter what you do, so you might as well take the first 2 and be really aggressive. He has enough energy to attack with the Gardevoir. It doesn't matter if it takes 60 damage, 40 damage, whatever it is from the ability. But like what you care about is taking the first 2 prizes. So how do you do that? you just got to get it done.
And I think for Josh, because Brian only took a single prize knockout and there's no Dusclops on the board, Josh knows Brian has to attack at least 3 more times. So he's got time as long as Josh can take 6 prizes in his next 3 attacks. And speaking of, we do see the Monkey Dory coming down. And we talked about that to fix math in the Charizard EX. There is actually a big benefit because, Mo, you said it. Josh doesn't really care about putting damage on his Gardevoir EX because it's going to get obliterated by that Charizard. So why is he going to be able to take advantage then of that ability?
2 words, easy pickings. And I see a 30 HP little runt on the field.
Yes,
That Cleffa,
indeed.
He's saying, oh, you drew 7 cards? Well, I'm about to take 1 prize card off that Cleffa because this monkey... Okay.
Oh,
he's
we
gonna
just
knock it out
monkeyed
with
the
Scream
2.
Tail. Okay.
Oh, so how do you feel about this?
I think it's fine. Now, Brian does play the... does he play? He plays the Thornton, and he also plays the Professor's Turo.
I actually don't see it,
No,
Professor's
he doesn't play
Turo
the
in his
Turo.
list.
He does play the Thornton, though. So he can Thornton that Cleffa into, let's just say, a Duskull. He evolves away a Duskull. He Thorntons the Cleffa into a Duskull, and then evolves it into either a Dusclops to take care of one of the... Oh,
Oh,
he's got
thank you, Josh.
showing us some of his prize
Much
cards.
appreciated that. In case y'all can't see, we are seeing the Drifblim in the prizes, not in Josh's deck, which, to be fair, makes a lot of sense with that decision.
I love that he's letting us know because
Yes,
he
I
knows on
do
our end
appreciate
we're
that.
talking about it. Maybe he can hear us through the walls.
Hopefully not. Hopefully, maybe I need to quiet down. But anyway, on Brian's side, Mo, what do you think his plan is here?
I really do think it's getting rid of that Cleffa. He's kind of on a time clock for it because he needs to get rid of the Cleffa, turn it into a Duskull, or just another Pokemon that has more HP than 30, which is knocked out by Monkey Dory's ability to move up to 3 damage counters onto your opponent's side from your side. So if he's able to do that...
we do see the Duskull come down. And so kind of setting up for that Dusclops or Dusknoir play later. But Mo, then I hear what you're saying about Josh's game plan, and I think it makes a ton of sense. So on Brian's side, it looks like we're not going to Thornton that Cleffa. What do you think he does try to do this turn?
I mean, in my opinion, it just seems a little odd because since the Cleffa is in play, that means that Josh can go down on the odd prize trade, but then he can go, okay, all Dusclops. He can never trigger Dusknoir or Dusclops' ability this game because that's another prize for Josh to then go on the even prize trade. So he really has to get rid of this Cleffa. The Collapsed Stadium could help get rid of it, but then you might also want to get rid of a liability like the Fezandipity. That's a 2-prize bench sitter.
Just to be clear, so Josh is on even prizes. So he has 4 prizes remaining. Brian is on odd prizes. So using that Dusclops to fix his prize trade is a really big deal here because it looks like we're going for the counter catcher maybe to gust up that Gardevoir EX and then use... Well, actually, here's my question. Do we not want to wait on that counter catcher until we can use Dusclops? What do you think, Mo?
Well, what I'm saying is that if he uses the Dusclops, whether it's Dusclops or Dusknoir, that's going to be an odd prize for Josh to take. And then using the Monkey Dory ability on Cleffa would be another prize card. And then he just wins the game on the Fezandipity, which is a bench sitter, because he already took 2 on Luminion. He's going to take 1 on Cleffa, 1 on the Dusclops ability, and then he's going to take 2 on Fezandipity, presumably. Or, like, if he just has, you know, the raw knockout on, like, the Pidgeot or whatever, but presumably it's going to be the Fezandipity. So,
yes.
I just think Brian's maybe in an awkward spot right here. Like, getting rid of the Guardy is cool, but...
Well, I think what Brian's intent is unless Josh is able to put down a Gardevoir EX, use the ability, and then Turo it, Brian's going to be able to take a 3-prize turn his next turn with a knockout on Gardevoir EX and a Dusclops on whatever attacker Josh has loaded with damage. So I'm curious then, Mo, you make a great point about using Monkey Dory to steal a prize. What is Josh's game plan here?
If Josh is able to take... I mean, he can go in with the... Because there's only 3 prizes remaining.
Yes.
He can go in with the Screamtail and then use that to knock out the Fezandipity, in addition to also using Monkey Dory to put some damage on the Cleffa, knocking it out. And then he can take 3 prizes. Then Brian cannot go into sudden death because he doesn't have the 2 prizes taken. In theory, he could go Dusclops and then take a 2-prize knockout on the Gardevoir if Josh puts 1 in play. But that's a wrong order of operations. He's not doing a 2-prize knockout into the 1 prize. So Josh can kind
Yeah.
of like checkmate him and call his bluff and say, well, unless you play a vacuum or jamming tower, which some Charizard decks play if they really want to tech for like the tools.
Not this one, but yes,
Yeah.
agreed. But no,
Um,
yeah, I think you make a great point, Mo, and that's going to be tough then because Josh can essentially undo Brian's game plan by getting rid of that Cleffa, going down to 1 prize, and I think it's a good way to play around Dust Noir decks is kind of force them where, hey, if you do use Dusclops or Dust Noir, you're putting yourself in a losing position. So kind of with that in mind, we have a rare candy in hand, we have the Curlia. How is Josh enacting that game plan?
well, so Josh just has to find a Gardevoir. He put some back in deck with the Super Rod, and so he just needs to draw into Gardevoir. He might trigger an Iono and then use that so that way. Sorry, that way Brian, has just less cards to work with in hand to pull together any wombo combo because Josh doesn't know
Yeah.
if Brian plays the jamming tower or the vacuum. Brian does not.
Ooh, and Josh deciding to bench the Pheasantipity EX.
Completely fine.
I was going to say, Mo, does that change the plan for Josh or Brian at this point?
I don't think it changes anything for the fact that since Gardevoir is weak to dark, your main attacker is going to be knocked out anyways. Or
True.
your main 2-prizer in the deck that you always put in play, being the Gardevoir EX, always gets knocked out. So it doesn't really matter. Josh does draw into the Gardevoir EX though, which is huge. Now he's going to flip the script, draw a couple more. He drew into the Bravery Charm. That means that he can actually go for the saucy play.
Yes.
He can go retreat 2 from the put 2 energy on the Gardevoir, put 4 damage on it, move 3 of the damage counters from Gardevoir onto the Cleffa, take a prize card, and then with the Bravery Charm plus 2 more energy, he can actually take a knockout on the Pheasantipity on the bench.
And that's
going out to 1
exactly
prize.
what we are going to see, and that is a huge play.
Exactly. Telling Brian, you now have 3 cards in hand. Yeah, sure, search your deck for 1 card with Pidgeot, but I don't think you have enough cards to really pull this together because Josh is now going down to 1 prize card, and you can't use Dusknoir anymore.
And so the big thing and that is exactly the play we see. So the big thing for Brian is if he had a vacuum or a way to get rid of this tool, Brian would have game because we do have a boss's orders in hand. However, we don't have that right now. And that means with that Dusclops on the board, it is going to be very, very challenging for Brian to piece together a 3-prize turn before Josh is able to use that, Screamtail to clean up the game. So, Mo, what does Brian do?
I don't really know what Brian does because there's so much draw power on board. Do you want to take care of the Gardevoir EX to stop your opponent from getting energy in play? Well, there's already a Screamtail with energy. Do you want to take care of the Pheasantipity so your opponent can't draw cards? Well, there's already the Screamtail in play with the Gardevoir. And there's 2 liabilities on bench. There's a Charmander that needs to evolve into a Charizard, but if you have the Duskull to evolve it into a Dusknoir, it still has 160 HP.
It
doesn't
does.
matter if you have a Bravery Charm with the Screamtail to hit over the number of 160 with its attack with the damage on it. I think this is checkmate. I don't want to speak too soon, but I really do think.
So I think it's checkmate-ish. So Brian is going to have to Iono Josh. And the good thing for Brian is Ionoing Josh down to 1 makes it a little harder. Josh does still have Pheasantipity EX. And we're going to have a Curlia too. So Josh will be able to see 5 additional cards, which is bonkers. But Brian's just going to kind of hope that Josh doesn't pull together the Snipe play or the reach with Drifblim on the Charizard EX. And the other good thing for Brian, though, is Josh will not have access to Countercatcher.
Yes, but I mean, it's the fact that I don't know if he used his Night Stretcher yet, but
He
Night Stretcher
did.
Oh,
He
okay.
did use a Night Stretcher to get the Screamtail back.
Oh, okay. So.
Oh, and we see, is that the Collapse Stadium? Oh, just a turn too late for
Yeah.
that.
And if you're getting 2 Pokemon that are under 70 HP, that's just 2 more liabilities. I think that Josh is playing around like, okay, he just has to not have vacuum, but
And we just see the knockout.
Okay.
Brian failing the Buddy Poffin, taking the knockout on the Screamtail, going in with the Gardevoir EX, which makes sense.
it's your pivot, yeah.
And now Josh needs to find an out to Screamtail or a way to Gust. And either one of those just outright wins the
double
game.
research, let's go.
Okay.
That means Super Rod into drawing more cards is pretty good.
Oh, man.
Super Rod Nest
Oh,
Ball,
super.
let's
All
go.
right, that'll do it. So Brian gets crushed by Guardian. What a good comeback. And Fizzle, I don't think you're wrong. I think having that Cleffa there ended up being a liability, even if it was the only way Brian had to play the game. So we're going to jump over to our next game. And boy, oh boy, do we have a game. We have a Cloth Terapagos Mirror. And Mo, what the heck is happening here?
Well, that's awkward. I think when you're going into an event with Cloth, you're saying, well, I'm going to hit these decks for weakness, and I'm going to donk people with Petrarant, but you never expect to hit the Cloth Terapagos Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
It's a special energy only deck, so you're putting that double turbo into play, doing 20 less, but you're taking these big knockouts because of the poison abilities. You're taking big knockouts because you have access to that Area Zero underdepths.
Yes.
And you're able to reach numbers with your Terapagos with a binding mochi that says if you're poisoned, you do more damage. The reading Sneasler that says if someone's poisoned, they take more damage.
Yep. And it
But
just
mirror,
it stacks up. So in the mirror, kind of like you said, Mo, this is where there can be difficulty because each side can go 2-2-2. And right now, Jarek is ahead, having 2 prizes remaining to Kevin's 4. So Kevin has to find a way to take a 2-prize knockout without giving up a 2-prize knockout in response. And man, that may be kind of tough in this scenario. So how do you think Kevin pieces this together?
I think Kevin just has to hope Jarek doesn't have it. I don't know if there's any hand disruption in there. Let's check these lists and see if there's maybe an Iono if Kevin has an out to like. He doesn't play any.
Oh, so we actually see the knockout from Poison on Jarek's Petrarant, which, I mean, if Jarek just has a Gust, like, this is just game on. We do have the
And
Gust on
boss's
Squawkabilly EX. Jarek closes it out with a cloth-on-cloth mirror knockout. So, I mean, unfortunately, Nerd Rage Gaming goes down to the Shuffle Squad, which I can't say I love to see. But, Mo, any other thoughts on that mirror match?
I think it was just beat stick matchup where it's who takes the first 2. Did you take 2 after that? And then did you take 2 after that one? It's like a Raging Bolt mirror. There's not really much that you can do in the mirror if your opponent's drawing well, especially if you know that neither of you play Iono, or specifically if you don't play Iono in your list, you can't really do anything to offset your opponent's engine because they just have a massive hand by the end of it, and they're up to 10 cards in hand.
Right.
And they have every card they could ever ask for. They naturally draw their double turbos to really crank out those big attacks. They have everything, like I said, they have everything they could ever ask for, and you just abrupt your opponent's setup.
And that's the tough part, too, is like you said, Iono's really the only form of disruption in this list. And for those watching at home, you're like, that wasn't the list we saw. So this is Robin Schultz's top 8 list from the Stuttgart Regional last week. And it's definitely a bit different from the original list that kind of brought the deck to fame in Sacramento. But, I mean, Robin Schultz is a pretty good player, former world champion. So, Mo, looking at this list, why do you think this deck is so powerful right now, especially coming out of nowhere?
A big thing players do is they build a list and then they play it for the whole year. But something that top players do is they build a list for the event. Now, we see a lot of top players playing the same 60 event after event. The Brent Tonneson, Reggie Drago.
Yeah.
But I think that Robin Schultz was playing this Genesect in here that shuts off ace specs. And he was playing for the event, saying, I think there's going to be a lot of ace specs that are just absolutely bonkers in terms of power level.
For
shutting
sure.
off prime catchers, shutting off unfair stamps, shutting off your opponent's grand tree, neo upper energy, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. Your opponent's like any ace spec, because those cards, they're limited to 1 ace spec per deck, and he just says, okay, well, good luck having a dead card in your deck. You could Ultra Ball it away if you'd like.
Well, and not even just a dead card. Like you said, one of the most powerful cards in your 60, you just can't use. And that's, honestly, that's incredible. Now, for most decks, trying to cram in a Genesect and enough tool cards to make it relevant is tough, but you can see with this deck, you are already playing 9 different tool cards. So, with some spares, you got stuff to go around. You can't use 4 Sealstone more than once. You got plenty of stuff that you can just kind of throw down to thin your deck out and say, you can't prime catcher around this poison, or you can't, I almost said reset stamp. You can't unfair stamp me once I take a big knockout. So Mo, this is one thing that I think for me, when I first look at this list, my first thought was, what the, can't say that word. So
What in tarnation?
yeah, there you go. So what exactly is the game plan for this deck?
He just wants to poison people. He wants to do more damage if his Pokemon are poisoned, and he wants to gust up his opponent's Pokemon. He plays the whopping 3 bosses orders. It's not the full 4 for the playset, but he's playing boss if he naturally draws his stuff. So he's going Arvin to set up my board, grab these prizes, grab that precious trolley because it is so precious to open that card. And he wants to put the terrestrialized Pokemon in play. What do you know? The terrestrialized Pokemon also uses double turbo to take a knockout.
So Mo, that trolley comment, I'm the one who's going to be a dad in January, and I need to apparently steal your energy because that is the worst dad joke I have heard in a long time. But as you kind of said, there are key pieces that try to get you into that aggressive poison game state. And so the poison damage is offensive damage. I know, Moshi, I'm saying there is some cool stuff here. Also, thank you for joining. So the poison is really good offensively as a damage modifier, but, and you know Cloth here with the unhinged scissors attack, it's actually necessary to get off enough damage yourself. So that Cloth, unhinged scissors for 2 colorless energy does 30 damage plus 160 more damage if you are affected by a special condition. And confusion, not great. Paralysis, sleep, can't attack with it, but you have a readily able way to poison your guy, crank that damage, and then use stuff like that Binding Moki, like you said, with the Sneasler to increase the damage. And all along with that, you got the lovely donk card, Pecharunt.
You do. This card was so good they had to ban it at the 2024 World Championship. Not because it was inaccessible to most players, but because the card is just so absurdly good.
Now, to be fair, in Louisville, I did get donked by it at least one game, and I thought it was great.
Personally, that couldn't happen to me.
Well,
I
sure,
just,
I
I just
believe
wouldn't
it.
allow that to happen. When I was playing Gardevoir yesterday, I said if my opponent flips over a Pecharunt, ooh, I hope I start Klefki. I hope I ruin their day. And I just think that the Pecharunt, being able to take the 1 prize before your opponent even plays the game is really good. That's their game plan against decks like Goldango, where 260 so awkward to hit that number. But okay, well, I'll take a knockout on the Gimme Ghoul first.
And honestly, that's the big thing, is that with that Pecharunt, a lot of the ways these evolving decks try to win the game is by feeding a single prize and say, my opponent needs 4 turns and 4 attacks to win. With this Pecharunt, stealing that 1 prize is so important because it saves you a turn of the game. And that could be the difference between winning and losing that single turn. So, for this deck, obviously being as good as it is, I could see it being a favorite. But Mo, one of the things we wanted to talk about early in the cup was, what are our picks to actually win the cup? And we have, as I am counting here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 14 different decks here today. And Michael, our judge extraordinaire this game here, how many players do we have?
37.
37 players?
Yeah.
Wow. So we have, wait, that can't be right. There's a lot more decks here than 37 people.
No.
Okay, fair enough. So we actually have a few less players since we had, I think, 50 registered in advance. So do people just not show up?
Yeah, I think there was 3 or 4 people pre-registered that didn't show up.
Oh, all right. Well, we lost some players. So we have a 37-player cup today. And we have, like I said, 14 different decks as a part of this. So, Mo, what's your pick to win today?
I said it. It won the Perth Regional. Shout out to Kaito. And I think that Gardevoir could go all the way. I'm his biggest fan, but Josh Frink won on stream round 1. And I think that I'm going to be casting his finals match today. Knock on wood because I'm superstitious, but I do hope that he goes all the way. The Gardevoir deck is so fun to play. It's incredibly powerful, and there's only 2 Regidrago decks in the room. That's a little bit of a rough matchup. They steamroll you.
Thank you.
But I think that Gardevoir can go the distance. Right now, you did pull up the Perth Regional winning list.
Yes, because you mentioned Kaito, who won just like 12 hours ago with this list. And I mean, we obviously saw Guardy can be very strong when played in the right hand. So being able to use such a strong deck, like, I mean, I get you. It's pretty good.
I got you.
Thank you. So Mo, if you don't mind, I'm going to punch in these lovely, lovely matchups we have. Can you talk a little bit about why you think Guardy is such a good pick to win, not just even a regional, but here at the League Cup?
Now that cloth deck we were talking about can take some knockouts, some donks. The Petrant ability is amazing in that deck to take a donk with someone with poison, but they are all basic Pokemon abilities. If you're looking at basic Pokemon abilities, the Klefki Mischievous Lock ability says basics have no abilities as long as this Pokemon's in the active spot. Being in the active spot, blocking abilities means your opponent basically can't play the deck. And if you're shutting them out, I think that you shut down the Cloth deck, you shut down a couple other decks. Sure, you have to be fortunate to open the Klefki if you play it, but I think that like as long as you can push it active if you go first, that's really good. Yesterday in finals of the League Cup, I went first. I push up Klefki, and my opponent cannot play their Lost Zone deck because Comfy's ability is on a basic card. Another reason why the Gardevoir deck is so good is because you can just hit these bonkers numbers with Pokemon you can buddy Poffin for. You're telling me I can hit 300 damage with a Pokemon that has 70 or less HP. That doesn't make any sense to me. Pokemon, you need to fix your power scaling because 70 HP should not be able to hit 300. I'm just joking because
that's wild.
Drifloon is a cool Pokemon. Its flavor text is a little creepy, but it's a cool Pokemon. You also look at the fact that no bench is safe, so you better play Manaphy because this Screamtail is coming in. And with a Bravery Charm, they can hit upwards. If they have 13 damage counters on them, they can hit 260 on bench, but usually it's just going to be that 12, and they're going to hit 240 damage on the bench. That means a benched Raging Bolt can get knocked out by a little Roaring, or Screamtail, not Roaring Scream. Roaring Scream's the attack.
Hey, it sometimes roars.
Like, an ancient Jigglypuff is knocking out any Pokemon with 240 HP or less, given you have to have a Bravery Charm, but your deck is built to do that. Kaito played 2 Bravery Charms. The Turbo list, in quotations Turbo, because it plays Rare Candy, they play 3 Bravery Charm, but still, it's just, you hit these huge damage numbers with one prize Pokemon, and unless your opponent plays something where they can spread damage, I don't really think that they're good into Gardevoir, or at least they're going to have a rough time doing it.
Well, so one of the decks that actually can have a pretty good Gardevoir matchup is actually that Ancient Box, which we are talking about. They can start now. Yeah, they can start whenever. So sorry, managing some logistics, but this Ancient Box deck can be so good into Gardevoir because of exactly what Mo was talking about. Gardevoir relies on single prize attackers up trading, and that's hard to do when your opponent does not bench anything with less or with that's worth 2 prizes, which that's kind of a big deal. And so we are going to watch this game, and Mo, talk us through what Jack did, which wasn't much, and then what Michael's trying to do here.
The good old-fashioned attach pass. But as a deck that wants to use your Ancient Supporters to get cards in the discard pile, or to use Ancient Supporters to attach energies from the discard, like Professor Sada, you attach up to it's 2 energy, 1 to each Ancient Pokemon, and then you draw 3 cards, and that's from the discard, of course. Then you draw 3 cards from your deck. So you want to use these Ancient Supporters, ramp up your discard pile with more Ancients, and you just want to do more damage with a 1 prize Pokemon.
And so it's kind of a similar idea of Jack is trying to uptrade rather than throwing a bunch of damage on and using a small guy to attack. He's trying to just fill his discard pile with ancient Pokemon, ancient cards, so he can uptrade with, in this case, 140 HP basic, which is pretty freaking good. And so, Mo, tell us about what Michael's trying to do here, because we saw it a bit with Josh, but it looks like Michael's having a little bit of a different setup here.
Now, we see this Cleffa in the active spot. Michael's trying to set up with this Cleffa. It's also a free retreater, but he's trying to set up his Regidrago deck. Or he's playing Gardevoir, actually. Is he playing Regidrago?
We actually see a Charizard, but the deck list that was submitted says Gardevoir. So, you know what we're going to do? We're going to try to get this next game going, and we're going to switch over. And then, Mo, I'm going to count on you to talk us through this other game we have, which, to be honest, is a pretty interesting matchup, while I go figure out who we're getting disqualified. Kidding, completely kidding. But we are going to jump over to Charizard Dusknoir versus Roaring Moon EX. And Mo, talk us through this matchup as Andrew is getting his game plan going here.
Now, I've been good buddies with Andrew and Eli for a couple of years now, and Andrew was talking to me about, I want to play this deck, I want to play this deck, I don't know what's a verse. And he said, man, I'm just going to play Roaring Moon because Roaring Moon goes burr. Roaring Moon hits, it doesn't hit massive numbers, but it just has an OHKO button. The Frenzy Gouging says, take a knockout on whatever Pokemon's in the active spot, do a 200 to yourself. 200 is nothing compared to the fact that you just take a knockout on a Pokemon, whether it has Hero's Cape attached, whether it has a million HP, because you just take a knockout. Mist Energy stops it, but no one plays that anymore. And we're looking at, on the opposite side, a Charizard deck. You can easily knock out that Charizard. Now, it gets a little awkward if you have 200 damage on your Roaring Moon, and you have 30 HP remaining. That means that a Duskull can turn into a Dusclops, and just go ahead, take that Roaring Moon out, and then you can maybe boss or counter catcher another Roaring Moon or 2-prizer in play, and then take that out. Yeah, what are your thoughts about, I just explained it to the chat, but what are your thoughts about Dusclops taking care of a Roaring Moon that just used Frenzy Gouging?
Oh, I think it's so beautiful. Just so beautiful. One of the big ways that this Roaring Moon EX deck can lose is when decks effectively play around exactly what you're talking about, Mo. Because in order for Roaring Moon to take the giant knockouts it needs on a Stage 2 EX, it's got to use that Frenzied Gouging attack, and that puts it in a position where little guys can knock it out very easily. Now, the upside for Andrew is Eli has already benched 2 Pokemon V. So, Andrew's going to be able to use that second attack, Calamity Storm, to knock out both of those guys without actually putting any damage on the Roaring Moon EX. And for those watching at home, Michael allegedly is on Charizard. The list we had is Gardevoir. Michael, our lovely judge, is figuring that out while they play through their game. And so we do have an updated list, and Michael is not cheating. He is indeed playing Charizard EX. Michael doesn't cheat. I'm just kidding there. But going back to our game here, we see the Pecharunt. We see an Ultra Ball. We have not used Squawkabilly EX, and, I mean, Andrew's still setting up.
Andrew's going in with it. I think he's trying to go for some poison shenanigans with this Pecharunt.
He
just to take a knockout.
is. And this is one of the really interesting inclusions here, because even though it's a Roaring Moon EX deck, there is some cool stuff in here with that Pecharunt. So, Mo, we talked about it a little bit with Cloth, but how do you think Andrew's trying to use that Pecharunt in this game?
My eyes don't deceive me. I see one Charmander in play. That Charmander has 70 HP. With the... Does he play the Radiant Sneasler? Let's take a look at this list.
No, he is playing Radiant Greninja.
Well, oh, it is in play. Never mind.
I wasn't going to say
my
anything,
eyes
just wanted
do
to
deceive me.
clarify.
So he's still putting some damage on it, meaning that it's going to bring it up to 60 damage.
And I think the point there is not then to take a knockout, but the point is going to be to try to at least set up the Charizard EX, or if Eli's not able to evolve it up, knock it out going back into Andrew's turn.
Yeah, it's that good old chip, baby.
Yes.
Quoting Hector.
Yes,
And
that
so-
good old chip damage.
That good old chip damage really sets up for these knockouts.
Ah, here we go. And yes, so we do in this list have the Pheasantipity, we have the Pecharunt, we have a Fluttermane, we have Koraidon. One thing we're missing is we don't actually have a Brute Bonnet in here. So my
It's just with
guess
that attack, I guess.
it is, but my guess is then that Pecharunt is strictly counter to stuff like Cloth, because
Poison both actives.
the Brute Bonnet poisons both actives. The Pecharunt does not. Pecharunt EX only poisons Pecharunt. So that Charmander actually doesn't take any damage here.
Yeah, that's...
I kind of agree, Mo. I'm a little confused.
Inclusion. That's a head scratcher for sure.
It is. But going over to Eli's turn here, we get the Buddy Poffin. We seem like we're setting up a whole lot better here.
Yeah, Eli, if they're playing this game of chicken together, I've referred to that before, but if they play this game of chicken where no one takes a knockout, they're going to say, who swings first? Well, Eli could just go, okay, Dusclops, take your prize card, buddy, because then that activates my counter catcher. And
Yes.
then that activates my Charizard, doing more damage. So if he wants to go for something where he goes Dusclops onto the Roaring Moon, counter catcher it up, and what do you know? You're doing 210 damage with Charizard. That's not 230, but if you include that 50 damage already on the Roaring Moon from this little combo here,
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm taking a knockout.
Or if we even include the poison damage from Pecharunt, because with that Roaring Moon taking the 10 damage from poison in between turns, it's going to be in a position where it could just get knocked out on its own. And so we see the Judge from Andrew. And
Ooh.
Mo, Judge seems like such a weird inclusion in a turbo deck, but why is it in this list?
Disruption. If you're going Unga Boonga, playing all these cards, and you're like, I'm going to go through my deck, I'm the man, right? Watch me go. And then your opponent's like, oh, you totally don't have disruption, and you just play it down and take a big swing turn, then your opponent's definitely getting caught off guard. And they're going to be like, okay, well, you actually disrupted my hand. What? My combo that I was setting up for next turn, it's gone. Now I have to play with 4 cards plus my top deck? What are you telling me? So I think having disruption in an aggro deck is very good. We've seen some Ionos. There's like a 1 of Iono in these cloth lists. There's a 1 of Iono sometimes in Raging Bolt lists. But where we're seeing big body Roaring Moon go Pokemon Catcher heads, I'm playing essentially a boss's order. I'm playing Judge to set you down, and I'm using my attack. But
Well-
Nunez unfortunately has to use the
The Frenzied Gouging.
Frenzy Gouging.
And Frenzied Gouging, like we talked about, does put 200 damage on the Roaring Moon EX. With the poison damage, Roaring Moon EX actually goes to 210 damage on it. And so, if you can't tell, Eli has a Pidgey that can use Gust for 20 damage. And it is wild to me that that is a very relevant attacker in this matchup.
Is that the reason why we're not playing the Call for Family Pidgey in
So-
this Charizard deck?
So there's 2 reasons behind it. One is actually this Gust is somewhat relevant into certain matchups. So the Roaring Moon, not a big deck in the format right now. On the flip side, the Gust Pidgey also has 60 HP, which between 60, 50 HP, not a ton of difference, but when you're fighting into a Dragapult EX or something like that, then that 10 HP matters a lot because it means Dragapult EX can't take a knockout on a Charmander and a Pidgey across 2 turns. And Isaac, super happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Also, y'all, I have not been posting on social media today at all because I have been doing this. Bryce, who normally runs a stream, amazing guy, helped us out this morning getting set up. He is not actually here. So you have me both running the stream and talking. And that's not good for anyone. So if you could all share, like, see if anyone's interested in watching some good Pokemon today, I'd greatly appreciate that. But back to the game, it looks like we are going to see an attack with Pecharunt, and that is going to knock out this Pidgey. Mo, what is happening?
Dan, I've seen a lot of things in my time of playing Pokemon, but that is something else.
And the other thing we see is a unfair stamp coming from the Roaring Moon EX. Mo, what is happening?
Disruption, disruption, disruption. If you're playing Disruption as your Gardevoir deck and doing big damage, why can the aggro deck not do... Like, this aggro deck has the capability of doing big damage and disrupting you. Nunez is opting out of playing Prime Catcher, which is usually pretty popular in these aggro decks. Well, Andrew is. I call him Nunez because it's his last name, not to dox him. But, so Andrew usually... These aggro decks will play Prime Catcher because they're like, I just want to go fast, I am speed... But instead he's saying, I'm playing Pokemon Catcher, man. And then I'm switching with my Pecharunt. I have my store brand Prime Catcher, and I have 4 of them. Like, I have these outs.
Did you
so
say
my-
store brand catcher?
Yes, dude.
Well, so, and that's actually why I think I'm maybe not confused, but curious about this, because you're playing, as you so eloquently said, Unga Boonga cards, where you
Unga.
flip a coin, you go after your guy, and normally we would typically see those cards associated with pure aggressive draw power, just trying to burn through your deck. So to have it combined with something like this very aggressive turbo deck, it's just so interesting because it's not what you would expect to see. And so Nunez does take a knockout on that. Yes. And so that was actually the thing I was going to mention. He takes a knockout on that Pidgey with his Pecharunt. And as Mo Lovely showed me,
Poison Chain.
Poison Chain is an attack that does 10 damage for a dark and colorless energy, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned. Now, does that matter in general? Not really. When you have the Pecharunt itself active, that's a huge deal.
5 more damage counters. And I teach my preschool class this. 10 plus 50 is 60.
That is correct. I can't say I always do that math correctly, but yes. And so Eli had a very quick turn off of that unfair stamp, and we come right back over to Andrew. And Mo, what else is Andrew trying to do this turn then?
I think Andrew is just going to try to put one prizers active and continuously go, let me take your one prizer. If I don't have a gust for that two prizer Lumineon on bench, because he just wants to go from 3 prizes to 2 or presumably 1 prize. But Eli still has a way.
Well,
to
so
come
that
back.
that way is getting smaller and smaller with a knockout taken here by Andrew because wait, hold up. Oh, poop. So Mo, can you go check and stop that really quick? Because I believe that should only be doing 60 damage.
Correct.
Can you check on
It
that?
should be 60.
So we're gonna take a quick second here and stop this. So we are going to check.
It should be 60.
Oh, it's 5 additional. Okay, we're good. So correct. Thank you. So Mo, you were totally correct in your math before, but not in the actual numbers you were counting. It does do plus 50 poison, but it is
Oh,
that
5
on
additional.
top of the
Oh,
one
okay.
poison already done.
Okay, the card's broken.
The card is
We should all
indeed
play it.
broken. So in this position, Eli actually could use Briar. Unfortunately,
Yeah, he could. He
Well-
could go Briar, take one Briar for his opponent, Dust Sklops, knock out the Pecharunt, take one prize card, and then counter catcher the Roaring Moon, Rare Candy into Charizard, and then take out the Roaring Moon, take 3 prizes on it.
and if his
How
hand,
possible is it?
well, and that's the thing is, if his hand had been anything other than Rare Candy Briar, yes. Unfortunately, his hand was Rare Candy Briar. And we see a Tails on the catcher flip that is store-bought catcher. And
Mhm.
so Andrew's still in a position where he can take a one-prize knockout here and be in a great spot. But that Iono that could happen would be very, very painful. So Andrew desperately wants to gust
Store
up that
brand, store
Lumineon
brand,
and
store
close
brand,
it
store
out.
Brand.
And
Let's
we
go!
see the gust on the Lumineon V. Andrew's able to attach an energy to the Roaring Moon EX and take the final knockout to close out the game against Charizard EX. And Mo, that was kind of crazy.
Dan, we have Prime Catcher at home, and that Prime Catcher is a Pokemon Catcher Heads, given it's the second one he played in that turn. It's the Pokemon Catcher Heads plus the Pecharunt ability. It's
Yes,
a couple
indeed.
extra cards, but it takes place of the Ace Spec, meaning you could play your Unfair Stamp. So it's like a push and pull of your power levels on your cards, but it means you can play some Disruption.
It does, and that disruption is valuable. So now we're going to come back over here to Jack versus Michael, who we now know is not cheating. And again, kidding, Michael doesn't cheat. But we see Jack go down to 3 prizes remaining with a Frenzy Gouging knockout on likely a Charizard EX. And now Michael is trying to respond. And Michael has 5 prizes remaining, which may seem like a lot compared to Jack's 3, but Jack is not in a position to close this game out very quickly. So Mo, is Michael taking a knockout with Radiant Charizard, with Charizard EX? What's the decision here?
I think he's powering up this Radiant Charizard just in case as a backup attacker. He might go attack with the Charizard into retreating into the Radiant Charizard, and then that way he's able to cycle attackers and make it a little awkward for his opponent. But I think on the back end, he does want this Charizard for potential Briar plays because he has about a turn to do that. And there's no easy 2-prizer to take out except for the patch. Or not the patch, the
The Pheasantipity.
Pheasantipity. Yeah,
Just
a-
not Pheasant Skibbity. Just anything,
Please
anything
no.
but that.
please no.
But no, you're absolutely right. And to your point, though, that's the only reason I'm a little hesitant about using Forest Seal Stone. Oh,
Let's go.
all right. So that makes sense. So, Michael, using the Forest Seal Stone to get to collapse, to get rid of the Lumineon V, and then use Thornton to clear any easy 2-prize knockouts out of the way. So now, in order for Jack to win the game, Jack is going to have to knock out either a Pidgeot EX or a Charizard EX. And so now Jack is in an interesting position because Michael will be able to close out the game with a Briar next turn.
Yeah.
And so now, can Jack reach on that Pidgeot EX, Mo?
He would have to have a lot of ancient cards in discard pile, but judging by the fact that he has 3 prizes, I'm guessing like 1 or 2 of them has to be an ancient card. He has 2 ancient cards in play on his board right now. I don't think he has enough to hit that 270 number. He would have to have something like I just don't know, but he's
Ooh.
playing this Pheasantipity down to draw 3 more cards. That means he can draw them, maybe hit like he can't even counter catch it right now. So I'm trying to piece this together in my mind.
Well, so I think you make a good point, Mo, and you had mentioned this when it came to Josh the previous round. Jack loses to a Briar play, what, or even a Dusclops and Gus play. But if Jack is able to go down to 1 prize remaining, Michael will not be able to use Dust Noir, and that is a huge deal because then Michael would have to use 2 more attacks to win this game, and Jack could be able to close it out in that time. But if Jack does go down to 2 prizes remaining, he is going to be in a very, very difficult position.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what Jack has to do. We didn't see the full game, so we don't know if he used his ace specs so far, but I'm pretty sure he's not running the
So
prime
he
character.
has his
He has the
ace.
secret box.
He has a secret box, so he has his ace spec in deck still, and I think his entire goal here is to just get to that count of 280 damage to knock out that Pidgeot EX. And y'all, I am working on these updates, I promise. So, Mo, what is Jack trying to do here?
I mean, Jack has to go for a boss's order play if he still has one accessible in his deck. He has to like discard all these ancient cards, get to the 280 number, but that means that he needs 21 ancient cards in the discard pile.
Which, to be fair, is very achievable for this deck. Jack choosing just to get 2 Dark Energy off of that Superior Energy Retrieval. We have an Ultra Ball with 2, with 2 Ancient Booster Capsules. We see the Radiant Greninja draw. We see another Ancient card, but we don't have a lot of ways to discard right now.
Yeah, I see like 40 cards in hand, and I just don't know. He has to reach for it. He has to hit Ultra Ball double ancient card, but like he's already used Greninja. I think he's already used the Pheasantipity ability. So like
I don't know if he has actually used Pheasantipity yet. He is tapping the cards and just turning it at angle when it
Yeah.
is used, but
oh yeah, Secret Box still in deck, so he can still discard 3 more cards and Pokestop.
the other thing he has is Pecharunt. But we are a few damage short. Oh, we do have the Great Tusk. Now, I will say, I played Ancient Box 2 Baltimore Regional, and that Great Tusk is a very, very underrated card in this deck. And so, Mo, like, why is that deck playing the Tusk over something like the, whatever the Suicune backup is, or additional Fluttermanes or something else?
It's just a cheese option. Playing to your outs, as anyone does. The great players that played at any out, if you know your opponent's out of energies, they're out of switch cards, you bring up something with Hefty Retreat.
Oh, we do
and
see an
say,
Earthen Vessel off of that. Is that
Ooh.
going to get him far enough?
He might also be
I
able
think
to like.
he really wanted to see that Secret Box. And I'm sorry, say that one more time, Mo.
So he's just playing to his outs. If he notices his opponent has like even 10 cards left in deck and most of them are important resources, he can just start using that Great Tusk to start milling through and making your opponent lose a switch card, lose energies, super rods, whatever it may be. Because Michael is down to maybe like 8 cards in hand, probably I'd say like 15 cards in deck. So he probably has the combo in his hand right now, but like if you're ever versing someone that has 4 cards left in deck just off of a chance, okay, mill him out. But now he's digging for these drawouts. He has to hit the secret box.
But I don't know if there's another way to draw cards without using a Gust. And so we have the Night Stretcher here.
Like he can draw cards, but that just means he can't pause his order this turn, and you really need to because there's 2 Duskulls in play. If Michael doesn't get knocked out this turn on, well, Michael, there's so many things Michael can do. because
So
Josh
there
can't-
is
Oh, okay.
so there is a very interesting play. If Jack is at 20, which let's see if we can count along 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't count that fast. So if Jack is 1 short, he can actually get it here with this Iron Bundle. And do you want to know why, Mo?
Why?
Because you bench the Iron Bundle and you attach the Ancient Booster Capsule to it, and then you discard the Iron Bundle with Hyper Blower.
Oh.
And because Jack has the Gust in hand, that actually would enable him to reach. I just don't know how many exactly are in there. And the way Jack is thinking about this, I don't think it's 21. And he seems a little frustrated in trying to figure out a way to go around this.
Yeah, I really don't see an out because he can like, I mean, he can try to use Fez to snipe 100 on one of the Dust Skulls and make Michael have the third energy to manually retreat since he has to play Briar and he can't play Turo in the same turn.
Is this the knockout, though? It is the knockout.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that changes things a bit.
Way different.
Okay, so Jack does reach the knockout. Wow, he was playing like he didn't have it.
Yeah, he was playing like someone that was trying to play to his outs like a 1 in a million play, but yeah, he just had
No,
the
he
knockout.
just straight up had it. So
Okay.
now Jack is in a position where he only needs a single prize to win this game, and Michael does not have an out to both use Dustwar and Briar because Jack only has one prize remaining. So, Mo, how does Michael win this game?
Well, Michael can't use Dusknoir. We know that much because
True.
then that would mean that Jack just wins the game off prize cards. Michael has to swing with this Charizard, say, Jack, you don't have it like that, but then also Iono him to low. But, I mean, the Pheasantipity being in play means draw 3 cards. If there's any energy in deck, it means that you can draw with Greninja before you Pheasantipity, in theory, if he gets Iono'd. And Secret Box is still in deck. We know
Box
that much.
is still in deck, and there's a Pokestop in deck. To be honest, there's a lot of really good cards still in Jack's deck.
And there's an Iron Bundle. I would have liked to see Jack bench the Iron Bundle preemptively to like maybe play around Iono plays to always just have that way to bump something up because there's no basic that can live a Roaring Moon attack.
Well, so I disagree not with your intent, just with the decision. I would actually have rather him kept the Night Stretcher. Because if he does get Iono'd and he can see Pokestop as an out, he can Pokestop into the Night Stretcher to win the game. He can't Pokestop into the Iron Bundle to win the game.
No, like if he preemptively benches it though.
Oh, and I don't mind preemptively benching it
Yeah.
either. I think that's fine just to enable an out because there's nothing Michael can do to put a non-liability on the board unless we have a second Thornton. Do we have a second Thornton? We do not have a second
That would
Thornton.
be a crazy deck.
We don't even have a Pal Pad. So yeah, no, that option's straight out of here.
Yeah, I don't know what Michael can do. He has Iono and Prey, but Iono sometimes is a fake card. He might still have his unfair stamp to go ahead and put Jack down to 2 cards, but I mean Iona's probably just better in this situation. We're gonna see what happens here though. Michael's really hoping.
The other thing to note though with this is we do see the counter catcher on the Pheasantipity. Do we see the Iono to go with it? Otherwise, Jack has the game in hand, and Michael knows it. The only other thing that Jack tried to do in attaching that Ancient Booster Capsule was to see if he could reach to the full 330 damage on this Charizard EX. And probably not happening if that Ancient Booster stays on the board. But Mo, is there another out you are seeing outside of the bundle for Jack?
I just see that if he Iono's being played and the Pheasantipity is being KO'd presumably, so I mean he can maybe stunt Jack's turn and just win this game off that, but he has plenty of outs, you know.
And to be fair, Etchy Dexter, as he is currently saying, did indeed win with the bye. All right, and so we see the knockout, we see the Pecharunt, we see the Dark Patch. We are close, but just not quite there because we don't have a way to get another energy onto that Pecharunt to close out the game. Mo,
Yeah.
this is so tough for Jack because we were in a winning position.
Live and die by the Iono. Sometimes it's really good when you play a deck that abuses the power of that card, and sometimes you just get Iono to nothing.
And so you are absolutely right, Mo. If Jack had just preemptively benched the bundle, he had game.
I do think that's the unfortunate series where because that puts Michael on the end of, okay, do you want to bring up the bundle or do you want to bring up the Pheasantipity and stop your opponent from drawing cards? But
Right.
I mean, he could have just won the game if he brought up the bundle.
No, agreed. And I think this is where, even if it's a simple quote-unquote deck of just big basics with ancient cards, it can be tricky because we have to play it out in a way where you map out your turn perfectly, where you map out your game plan perfectly, since you have limited draw and limited resources. And yes, Michael Davidson did get it. Dude, just put Jack into a bad spot. And Connor, I know you're saying Zard, best deck in format. Your friend and roommate Brian did just get cooked by Gardevoir in round 1. So
He indeed got cooked by the GOAT, Josh Fring.
unfortunately, not quite as planned. All right, so Mo, if you don't mind, I'm going to kick you off for another minute.
Oh, no worries.
And we're going to talk to Andrew Nunez here, who played a very cool Roaring Moon EX deck because, man, I just want to hear about this.
With
So,
the store brand catchers.
with store brand catchers, exactly. Mo, do you want to set the next round too while we're.
It's
All right.
crazy. I have so many Pokemon cards, but I didn't own 4 Pokemon catchers.
Wait,
I had
that's
to like buy 'em.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, so you bought them here
I actually
today.
bought them last week because I played
Oh.
the same deck, but same kind of deal. Yeah.
That's absolutely wild. So,
Yeah.
Andrew, can you introduce yourself to those listening? Like, who are you? Why are you good at Pokemon? Like, tell us about yourself a bit.
Sure. I'm Andrew Nunez. I've been playing since like 2017. I don't know if I would say I'm good at Pokemon, but I think I'm average. Sometimes a little better. Sometimes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're moderate to mediocre
Yeah,
at least.
yes.
All right,
that's how I would
beautiful.
put it. Yeah.
Okay, so moderate to mediocre. Tell me, what is your kind of skill set? Like, what are the decks? What are the things you're good with?
I think I definitely excel in like deck building in general and just like metagaming into like a large regional or smaller tournament room. I think where I fall short is definitely like my in-game decisions are probably not usually the best, but I think like I think I excel mostly like the pre-tournament, like deck building, like knowing the matchups and stuff like that.
So we really need to have our powers combined more often because the
Yeah.
only thing I'm actually good at is playing the game.
Yeah.
I am terrible at everything going into it. So
Yeah.
with that in mind, this is a very cool list that you're playing with the aggressiveness of Moon with a ton of disruption mixed in. So why did you decide to go that route?
So I think decks right now are for one, the meta is just so wide open. Like every deck's
Yes.
like if you go to a region, every deck's gonna be like at 10%, and it's just really hard to try to metagame into that. So my thought process, like I'm just gonna play a deck that's just gonna put my opponent on better habit. I'm just going to set up my big attacker. I can knock out anything, judge or stamp them, and if they get out of it, they get out of it. If not, then no. But what I really like about the list is actually I included all like a one of each baby attacker, which is really which I didn't realize up until after this last week that how good Baby Petra run is because you can knock out
Yeah.
a baby and then you don't get the fez.
So, and that was the
Yeah.
thing I think I wasn't connecting the dots on
Yeah,
at first
yeah.
because I'm like, there's no brute bonnet in here. But you're right.
Mhm.
You can just attack with the
Yeah,
Petrod,
and it poisons. Yeah.
which is wild. So you play 4 Dark Patch, which is a way to enable that.
Right.
So tell me about those babies attackers. Like, why did you decide to include Petrun as an attacker,
Right.
not just a support with Brute Bonnet or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so I can deny Fez from like Charizard. I think 'cause I don't think Moon takes any super convincing matchups. I think it's just kind of a deck that's going to do what it's going to do every game, and it's just forcing my opponent to have answers. So if I can put my opponent on knock out their baby Charmander, their Pidgey, or whatever else it may be inactive, and you don't have the 3 cards off Fez, I think I just have higher odds of winning the game because I can kind of just set up my board because I'm a simple deck. I'm just going to attach 3 Dark Energy to my big guy and swing.
Yeah.
Koraidon is really, really good. I didn't realize how good that card is.
So why is that one so good? Obviously, fighting type coverage is good, but
Yeah.
how do you take full advantage of it?
Yeah, I think it's really just really strong with a catcher.
Metal Blue, that is Tyler. That is an option.
It's really strong with Pokemon catcher on like a Fez and Deputy. Because I'm able to attack with 1 prizer and not put any of my 2 prize liabilities inactive, and then go like Judge
Yeah.
or Stamp, and then they lose access to Fez that way too. And then if they want to attack knock out a 2 prize, they have to Gust, and that's usually kind of hard to find off a Judge or a Stamp.
Yeah.
And it's just like really, it's like such a easy commitment to set up. It's just a Sada and attachment. I just have to attack with an Ancient the previous turn. So I
Which
don't have
makes
to, like-
sense. Which outside of Petron, I think all of your attackers are ancient Pokemon.
Right, exactly, right. So, then Baby Moon, I don't know. That's the one card I'm like kind of like iffy on. I mean, it's good because I mean it's a Dark Patch Sada, so it's a little easier to set up. It's just kind of nice to mix in there. It's probably pretty good into LZ. And then Fluttermane is just I feel like I played into a cup last week because I didn't own the Koraidon prior to last week.
Oh, all right, fair
So
enough.
I played Flutter and it got me to top. Maybe allowed me to make cut because I was able to beat 2 LZs because I just put Flutter in active and most don't play bundle these days.
Yeah.
So pretty much once I put Flutter in active, I get at least 1 or 2 turns out of it, and I can usually just kind of snowball the game from there.
Well, Fluttermane, I think, is a very, I don't know if underrated is the right word, but it's just a very strong card in general into a lot of decks right now.
Mhm.
So is that reason you included it specifically for Lost Box, or was it for something else?
It's just for LZ, just because I realized like no one's prepared for a Flutter in LZ right
Yeah.
now. No one's really playing bundle. I mean, I'm sure there's like a list or 2 out there that does, but for the most part, no one's playing bundle. So I know if I just put Flutter in active, they can't take a Cramorant. I mean, they can Mirage get onto a Pikachu and put 300 damage and do that, you know. Or I can also set up if they bench a Pikachu early, I can also just like ping
Yeah.
the Pikachu. So It's just like really strong to Lousy. And if you can use it twice, you pretty much are going to win that matchup. Because on top of Stamp and Judge, right, you're putting Flutter inactive. I go Stamp or I go Judge. They have 4 cards. They can't come feed. You have to pretty much draw into Chorus, and then they're only good efficient attackers Sableye, but you need 10 to Lost Zone for that. So
Right.
if I do early enough in the game, then I'm able to just be ahead enough where nothing that you can really do matters, and I can just, like I said, attach 3 to my big guy and swing.
Well, and so that's one thing to keep in mind too.
Yeah.
Into the Lost Box, they can't use Cram because Cram
Exactly.
relies on the free attack
Right.
with an ability.
Mhm.
And sure, you can Mirage Gate to it, but
Yeah,
it is a
yeah.
dire time if
Yeah.
that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I threw up here a more pure ancient build, and this
Mhm.
one is one where it does lean a little towards the 2 prize attackers with that Mooney X, with Petra, with Fez, and it's kind of similar to what Jack was playing. So why do you think it's better to go with more of a Turbo Moon versus an ancient box or something more single prize focused like this?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say like one deck's better than another. I think each kind of fulfill their niche. I think Ancient Box is also very strong, but my biggest problem with Ancient Box is every time I play the deck, it just feels like a pile. Like I just can't,
Yeah.
I just can't get into the game half the time. And I think Turbo Moon's a little better. I just you're a bit more efficient setting up your attackers. You're playing more patches. And then you also have like, the disruption aspect, where I think Ancient Box is just I'm just gonna put one prize guys on the board, and I hopefully I can just ramp up fast enough to beat you. Ancient Box is a consideration for me loosely, but it's just a little bit it's a little too inconsistent for me to really commit to.
And I get that.
Yeah.
You had the advantage not only of like being more pure, those patches, stuff
Yeah.
like that, but you also have Squawkabilly EX.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Which is not to be underrated because even just getting a fresh new hand is immense.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean I played 2 Squawk in my list, so I really just it's really nice to because you can kind of play a little differently than decks that play 1 Squawk because you have a bit higher odds of drawing into the like naturally.
Yeah.
So I can kind of just like forego getting the Squawk right away and hope I just draw into it naturally. But yeah.
No, that makes complete sense.
Mhm.
And so actually going to step around. Do you mind punching in, Mo? All right, sweet. So I'm going to step around here. Andrew, I promise I'm not trying to like get too personal here. So it's a good point with Ancient Box. And I'll tell you, Andrew, Ancient Box is one of the key criteria or key like options for me going into Toronto. Which are
Oh,
you
yeah.
going to Toronto?
Yes, yes.
All right. So let me ask, what's the play for Toronto?
I have no idea.
All
I've
right.
been mulling over. I've tried Dragapult. I've tried Turbo Moon. I keep going back to Reggie Drago because I'm like, well, it's the best deck.
It is.
I really don't know. I think every deck's gonna make a 10%, and at that point, I don't really know what's like. I don't know how you can metagame that because it's just like, I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough. I'm probably leaning towards like either Moon or Pult. But I really have no clue. I have to like lock in with some of my testing homies and figure that out really.
Well, and I feel like this is where we're also on opposite sides. Because for me, if people are like, how the heck do you metagame this? I'm like,
Yeah.
great. I don't need to
Yeah,
worry about
yeah,
it.
exactly.
But for you, I understand if your skill set is in the metagaming and prep,
Mhm.
it's a lot tougher when you
Yeah.
don't actually have that like way to express that skill into the
Exactly,
field.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah.
so Andrew, I'll let you go and get ready for the
Sure.
next round. Any advice for someone who wants to try out this list or any other reasons why you'd recommend giving your list a shot, especially with the included disruption?
Yeah, if you just don't know what to play, I think it's like the best deck to play because you're just going to do just really simple things on your side and just force your opponent to have the answers. And I think with a lot of lists right now, they're also very greedy. So you can
Yes.
just kind of get away with that. But yeah, can I shout out my?
Oh,
my Twitch?
please.
Yeah. I stream Metal. I stream on Twitch online tournaments. I play decks like this. I played Pult yesterday. Metal Blue TCG. If anyone wants to tune in, you'll see me on Limitless. But yeah.
Beautiful. And Tyler, thank you for throwing Metal Bulu in there. But dude, Andrew, thank you for coming out. Obviously, Andrew's a heck of a player. You can see he's well spoken to about why he makes his decisions. So check him out on Twitch. You guys will probably learn something.
Hopefully, if not, you'll be entertained. I'll guarantee that.
Well, all right, perfect. Well, thank you, Andrew. We'll let you
Yeah.
get to your next
Yeah,
round.
of course. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. And we'll hand this over to Mo. And Mo, I'm definitely going to default to you for the next interview because I am tired. So as Mo is getting our next list set up, I just want to talk a little bit more about this ancient list because like I said, this is something I'm considering for Toronto. And we're going to talk about this through the next round, but I would love your guys' insight on what the heck do I play for Toronto? Or if you're going, what is the play? Because I see Connor saying that Zard is best deck in format, but I don't know if I agree with that. So for me, I'm thinking through Ancient as an option. The Thorns Dragapult is fascinating, and also just regular Dragapult is still very, very good. So, Mo, what are you playing for Toronto?
So I'm not playing the Toronto Regional, but if I was to go, I would definitely play Gardevoir.
Okay.
It's a deck that I've just played for like so many League Cups. It's either I've played Gardevoir or I've played Snorlax Stall, and I don't know if Stall's in the best place right now, but I do think Gardevoir, like if you're well tested with it and you're comfortable with it, then it's a really solid pick. Given we're in a format where you can play 40 different decks. Not actually.
which
but
is
you can play like
wild.
realistically 8 different decks and go far.
Yes, I agree. And I think the kind of like Andrew was saying, the meta being so wide, I think is such an interesting thing because it. Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. Sorry, talking about deck lists here, but it's such an interesting thing because it opens up so many things for you to try, for you to give a shot at, and it means you don't have to tech out a lot. Oops. So one of the reasons why I think this meta is so interesting is because, like you said, 37 players, we have 14 different archetypes here, which is wild. So I am very, very excited to get this going here. So we have a very interesting matchup here, and we have Iron Thorns Dragapult versus Lost Zone Pikachu EX. And Mo, as we're getting started, talk us through what the heck is going on here.
Well, Iron Thorns, that card won the World Championship, so people should know what it does. It stops all rule box abilities as long as it's in the active spot. And the premise of your deck is that you're trying to get that Precious Trolley going. So you play down the Precious Trolley, you get all your Pokemon in play, and then you use the TM evolution. You evolve your little Pulse into the medium Pulse. Whatever. You evolve them into the Pokemon that I know the ability effect.
I'm
but you
just
evolve
enjoying the
your
medium
your
pulse as an
Dreepies
option.
into your Dracloaks.
There we go.
Okay, I know Pokemon. You evolve your Dreepies into your Dracloaks with the TM evolution after using the Precious Trolley, and then you have your option to Crispin, attach an energy to your Dragapult, and then attack with it next turn.
And I do think that is, and I'm going to jump in because, Mo, I want you to keep talking once it's for Fall's turn. But going to Larry is playing Lost Zone box with Pikachu EX, and Andrew was just talking about how important Fluttermane is because this Lost Zone box is reliant on that flower selecting from Comfy. So, Mo, talk us through what Larry's trying to do on his turn 1 here.
Just get as many cards into the Lost Zone as possible, and setting up for your next turn. Larry doesn't really know what he's up against because if your opponent flips over a Toadschool, I mean, personally at a regional, I would kind of know that it's this, but I'm just built different. But if you're just anyone else, not me, you're looking at it and you're like, what the heck is my opponent playing?
Humility is a key criteria for being a commentator here, by the way, for those watching at home.
No chance. So I personally think that if you have overwhelming confidence, you do your best. You have to be confident. You have to say, I'm man, you're going to win this. And you just have to believe that you're going to win whatever tournament you go into. That's my mindset because when I go into League Cups, I win them, man. I am so good at the game. I'm the champion. But there's a reason why I'm casting today and not playing. I want to give others a chance to win. We're looking at Larry trying to get stuff into the Lost Zone. He's going up to that big number of a 2 in the Lost Zone. That doesn't have any relevance until you get to 4, 7, or if you get to...
Do you have the rest of the list?
Yep.
So
But
exactly.
It doesn't matter unless you get to 4, 7, or if you get to 10 in the Lost Zone.
And Larry did get to 2, which is good and not terrible, not quite what he was hoping for. But he is in a position where he can likely use Cramorant or use, maybe not Greninja, but at least get some kind of attack off next turn. And going over to Rafal's turn, Rafal used the Call Bell, one of the new items out of this, this new set. And that allows you to, on your turn 1, going second only, go into your deck and get whatever supporter you would like. And that is huge because, as you see, Rafal is dependent on that very precious Trolley and the Evo TM. So Rafal's just going to be able to set up a great board here. And Mo, tell us about the board Rafal's setting up.
The board he's setting up, he's trying to get those Dreepies into play. He's moving this Klefki into the active spot. And he's going to play that TM evolution and say, let's get some Pokemon evolved.
Well,
Let's get
actually,
Dracloaks in play.
I'm gonna throw out there, I don't think he's going to use a TM evolution. I think he's just going to retreat into Klefki and say, you know what, man? I'm going to TM evolution next turn because you are going to have to figure out a way to get around this Klefki before you can play the game. And I don't think Larry has a good way to do so.
As people that are retired say they've got nothing but time, and Rafal right now is retiring his opponent's board state. He's saying, okay, buddy, you've got a boss's order, you got a prime catcher, because that's the only way you're going out of this mischievous lock.
That is true, and you have these ability names down. So Klefki is going to do a
Maybe
good job.
mischievous, my bad.
Oh, that's fine.
Pronunciation
We'll
not on
allow it.
fleek.
We'll allow it. And then Isaac, we definitely want to talk about Goldango a little bit later. We have a couple cool lists to look at. But going back to this turn, so Larry was able to get that Colress, which is a huge deal. It enables him to keep playing the game. But I mean, otherwise, that's about all he's going to have. And like Mo said, 4 and 7 are really the key numbers for being able to attack. However, 4 doesn't matter if there's a Klefki in the active.
Yeah, you can attack with Cramorant if you have the energies required because you're shutting off that Lost Provisions ability, I believe.
Lost Provisions, yes.
think
Gosh,
so.
you got this down.
Yeah, he's not going to be spitting innocently. He's going to just have to do the old-fashioned way of attaching to it. He can play Mirage Gates once he gets to 7, but, you know, Larry's just doing honest work right now, attaching 1 energy a turn. He's going back to base Neo format because he's not really doing much else. He's not hitting for 30 damage for 1 energy. No, he's attaching 3 manually trying to get there. In this Pokestop. Oh, somebody clip that. That was a terrible Pokestop. Getting rid of a Colress, Water, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which could be effective later in the game.
Well, it could be effective later, but it's yet another thing that is turned off by Klefki or by Iron Thorn. So Rafal, like you said, had plenty of time. He's just saying, you know what, man? I'm just going to Evo TM. Like, I'm going to get my Dracloak set up, or as you call, what is it, medium Dragapults?
Okay, dude. It's Dracloak. Okay. I was in the moment. I see a medium-sized coffee in front of me, Dan. So, like...
It's all good. That coffee's keeping me alive right now, by the way, for those at home. All right, and so Rafal does not get quite what he was hoping for off of that Pokegear, so trying again. And Mo has this list up here. This is a deck that plays 4 copies of Pokegear, 2 copies of Call Bell, and then, like I said, a ton of other supporters with 4 Arven, 4 Crispin, 2 Iono, a Professor Turo.
So Roth does play the 3 Iona today. He told me, since he emailed his list, like a little rascal he is, so he emailed his list, so we don't have exact list in front of us. It's 1 card off. He said he cut a card, but he forgot which one for this 3rd Iono, so I imagine it's going to be like a Pokemon.
I believe it's actually the Vacuum. So,
okay, so
Rafal, I think, has declined to play a Vacuum today, which makes sense because the Vacuum's good, but not always what you need. And so Rafal does get that Iono, and all Rafal really needs here is an energy attachment, which we do have, and that is huge because now we'll get to see those middle Polts come out.
Oh my god, dude. Stop.
I'm never letting you
The middle
forget.
child Polt.
We also, though, see this Toad School, which is very, very good into a lot of matchups. And Mo, what does this Toad School do?
Dan. This card is crazy.
It is
this
crazy.
Card shuts off Superior Energy Retrieval. It shuts off cards like Night Stretcher. It shuts off the A-Spec, the something headset where you grab 2 supporters from your discard pile. The reason being, this Toad School says your opponent cannot grab cards from their... It's like grabbing cards
No
from their
cards
discard
from their
to
discard pile
hand.
can be put into their hand.
Meaning this Pokestop... Oh, that's a mill 3, baby. Because
Well,
if Larry hits 3 energies off that Pokestop, they go to the discard pile, and then they cannot go to his hand.
Well, so one thing I want to note there, too, is Larry actually drew his Prime Catcher, which is immense for him because now Rafal is in a very difficult position with that Toad Scroll stuck in the active. Larry will be able to Flower Select and draw with Radiant Greninja, so he's just hoping to hit a Colress, and man, if he can pull off a Radiant Greninja, Moonlight, or Midnight Shuriken, I forget which one it is, and knock
Moonlight
out
Shuriken,
2
Dan.
middle Polts,
Moonlight.
that would be huge.
Yeah, Dan's over here not knowing the attack names and then gets on me for saying middle Dragavolt.
Exactly.
Well, I'll have you know, Dan, that I know what the cards do. I just don't know the specific names. And it's easier in my mind palace to categorize the effects of attacks and whatever because at least I won't have any game slip-ups. But I just don't know what cards do, so I point at them.
That's totally fair.
Now-
It's universal language.
The only thing I will say is that this Toad Scroll has 120 HP, meaning a Spit Innocently won't directly take it out.
Correct. It will set it up for a Sableye hit, but the other advantage Larry has here with that is he can then keep that Toad Scroll stuck in the active. So with the 2 retreat cost, Rafal plays a rescue board, he plays Thornton, and he plays Professor Turo, but the downside is if he uses any of those, he is not going to be able to Crispin onto a middle Polt in order to set it up for a big Polt to use Phantom Dive. And so Larry, even just by being able to gust that up, buys himself at least a turn.
especially because there's no rare candy in this list. So if you take out double Dracloak, then you're looking at a board state with one Dreepy, no Dracloaks. That means no Dragapults. That means even if you played a switch card, you couldn't even attack with Dragapult EX because it's not in play.
Exactly. And so we actually see Larry get to 7 in the loss zone. Larry gets very pissed off when I say that, but to be clear, he does always have it. And so Larry, with that Mirage Gate in hand, we have a switch in hand, we have an energy already attached to the Greninja. Man, what do you do against that?
Yeah, if you're watching this VOD, Larry, come on, man. You had it like that. You having the Prime Catcher being like one of two outs.
Mm-hmm. No, and that is literally it. He had a single out in order to get that Klefki out of the active, and he was Ionoed into it.
Yeah.
A single out. Actually, that's a lie. He had 2. There's probably a boss's orders in there. Regardless, yeah, Larry went from being in a terrible position. Okay, so he went from a terrible position to a very, very good position here.
But
and yes,
like,
Larry
all
does
right,
play.
you have one boss, you have one Prime Catcher.
Yeah,
But like, dude, it's not like you can Iron Bundle out of these things because you can't even do that.
exactly.
Because Klefki shuts off everything.
All right, and so we will see the Radiant Greninja attack knock out 2 Dracloak, where Fall went from feeling really good to feeling actively horrible.
Top decking Turo is pretty cool, but
It
it doesn't really
is.
do anything necessarily because you're a turn behind now. Kind of 2 turns behind because now he doesn't even have like energy attachments. He can Night Stretcher for the Dracloak, see some more cards, and then Turo, but
But that's exactly
think
the
Larry's
issue
ahead.
here is there is no way for Rafal to take an active knockout this turn. Unless we Joust, but Joust doesn't feel very good. Legitimately, though, what Rafal probably will need to do is go back into the Klefki to try to slow things down. And we will see the Dracloak come out.
yeah, Larry's. I think he took 2 prizes, so he's probably like about 3 or 4 cards in hand, maybe 5. So even if you just put up the Clef Key, it's like, what if Larry just has another Mirage Gate plus Super Rod? Then you're looking at another Moonlight Shuriken, and you can take out the Clef Key plus the Dracloak. It's gonna get really awkward for Rafal.
It is. And so this is where maybe Rafal needs to start manually attaching to this Iron Thorns rather than the Dracloak because of exactly the concern you're bringing up. And so we will joust for 10, which is kind of relevant because now that Greninja's 2 attacks away from Dragapult from being knocked out, but now Mo going into Larry's turn, I don't see a Mirage Gate in hand, do you?
I don't. He has a Pokegear, I believe.
So he has a
Pokegear.
Roxanne. Okay,
He's-
we have the
or
Pokegear.
wait, I think that's a Pokegear in his hand behind the Manaphy, or maybe he just doesn't have it.
So I see an Ultra Ball, a Roxanne,
No,
a
it was a
Switch,
Pikachu.
a Super Rod, and a Pikachu, but that's about it.
Yeah, if he had like a Pokegear in hand, I would say he could find a Colress and maybe find some more outs, especially since he could play a Pokestop down since there's no Toadstool in play. So, man, Larry's in a rough spot.
Yep.
Can't really flower selecting, buddy.
And he almost went to, but Rafal did say, no, that is not allowed.
Yeah, we're all about clean sportsmanship over here. Rafa's stopping it before it even happens. Always block your opponents from doing something that could result in an irreversible game state or, a game state error. Just try to play as clean as you can.
Well, so one thing I want to note, and Rafal and I have been talking a bit about this list because this is one of my top picks for Toronto, is this deck is not intended to accelerate the game. In fact, quite the opposite. Rafal's deck is intended to slow down the game so that he is able to either catch up or get ahead of his opponent. And Larry absolutely had it because Larry always absolutely has it. And he was able to kind of put that burst on to apply a ton of pressure. But with that Klefki, falls down a position where he can take his time and set up a big swing turn. And Larry can get over that Dragapult with a Gravity Mountain and with a Pikachu EX, but that's about it. And he gets one shot at that. So now Rafal has an opportunity to put down another Dreepy and be able to attack and start to do some damage. So I guess, Mo, last turn would have told you that Larry's wildly ahead and probably going to win this game. Now, kind of with that slowdown, who do you think's going to win this game?
I personally would have thought that. Given that Larry now has to halt his setup because it went from Larry just took 2 prizes. He's probably going to take 2 more, then 2 more, and win the game in 3 turns. But now Larry had to take a turn off.
Yeah.
He just had to go retreat so I don't lose this Greninja for future. It's a liability if it's in the active spot because he doesn't want to lose it.
Right.
And now he's looking at, okay, well, I guess I'll just promote a Comfy and pass question mark.
Right.
And Rafal can really just tear through this board state if he gets this Dragapult powered up and start really moving some damage counters around.
And there is a piece of the deck, Radiant Alakazam, which will be a big deal for that. And so this Joust damage is actually highly relevant for exactly that reason. Because now that Comfy is not just oh, okay, I'm going to knock it out anyway. Now it is within range of getting knocked out by this Phantom Dive if it's on the bench. And so with that Night Stretcher draw, honestly, I would kind of like to see Rafal put down another Dreepy. But what about you?
I think it's safe to do so, just so that way you have 2 Dragapults. Larry either has to go 2-2, or he has to go, all right, I'm going to take 1 prize, and then you only have 2 prizers in play, so he's playing the 7-prize game. So I think it's safe to put down a Dreepy right now, get it evolved right away.
I would think so too. The only risk is because that Klefki is also down, Larry could use another Moonlight Shuriken to knock out both of those. But
What are the odds?
And we are going with the attack with Iron Thorns. Oh no, we're actually just jousting for another turn. How do you feel about
at
that?
Dawn. Let's go with this Joust. He's just going to say, okay, well, both of our Pokemon are inactive. You're not going to spinning attack me. I know it's taken some people... It's given people some prizes. I know you, as a Lost Zone connoisseur, Lost Zone Tina archetype, you've
Yes.
probably taken your fair amount of prizes with the Comfy's attack.
I have not. Actually, I don't think in all my time playing Tina, I don't think I took a single prize with Slap. Like, not once. Which, to be fair, I attacked with Comfy a bunch, but never did I take a prize with it. But now for Larry's turn, trying to use that Super Rod, trying to see if he can set up for a follow-up attack, and this is an interesting spot to be in. Because that Pikachu EX can be huge into this Dragapult, but right now, as things are, Larry's not in a position to use it. And so the other issue is, with this damage already on the board, if Larry does go into the Pikachu EX and try to use its ability in order to withstand a hit from Dragapult, Rafal can either just move a damage counter up front onto it to then take the knockout, or he can hit into it for 190, spread damage elsewhere, and then use Radiant Alakazam to take a huge swing turn following that. But obviously, I'm kind of thinking ahead. Mo, what is Larry trying to do right now?
I feel like he just put the energies back in his deck so he can manually attach them or maybe have like some sanctuary with them. He also might just be hoping that Rafal takes enough prizes to where he can trigger the Iono from hand, but Larry's in a little bit of an awkward spot.
We do see the boss's orders come down, and we see the Phantom Dive take a 2-prize knockout and knock out this Comfy and Radiant Greninja. We are now even on prizes, which is a big deal, and Rafal went from having nothing to now having two prize attackers set up, along with that Klefki to go into if Larry tries something crazy.
Yeah, it's that 7-prize game we were talking about where Larry really has to just go through these Pokemon, and it's not like, oh, you're going through a Pheasantipity and a Luminion like we've seen in previous rounds. You're going through a 310 HP behemoth that knocks out your bench.
Yes.
And then you're going through an Iron Thorns that shuts off your rule box abilities. So it's looking a little down for Larry. Even like some relevance. He had to play a Switch right now. It wasn't a Switch cart.
Right.
Like, the Switch cart would have been huge.
And we see the exact same cards back to back on that flower selecting. Metal Nest Ball, and Mo. I think honestly seeing the energy hurts more because now it's not in the deck.
Yeah. You super rod him back in just so you have it because you're like, what are the odds? Like, I might get Iono'd or something. So I want to put him back in deck or manually draw into them. But you're telling those energies like, hey, slow your roll. Like, stay in the deck.
Right.
Know your place. Like,
I need you later, not now.
I need one.
Yes.
I need one energy to attach for turn. I don't need 40 gazillion energy because you also can't play more than 60 cards in your deck.
Correct.
But you're like double metal. Oh my god, man! Like if it's one of each, you're okay because you can attach one Mirage Gate for the other. But now you're like, why do I have all these energy? They should remain in my deck in the rightful place.
And so now this is an interesting position for Larry. So we are going to be able to use Cram to hit into this Dragapult EX. And Larry does have a Roxanne in hand that could use against Rafal. However, now Rafal has an opportunity to do something real cool. He can clear all the Klefki from Larry's bench, and even with that Roxanne, Larry wouldn't, excuse me, Comfy. Thank you, Mo.
Yeah, Dan, get it right.
But Larry
Middle.
would have very little opportunity to draw after that Roxanne. So, Mo, what is Rafal's best game plan here, do you think?
I think Rafal would KO the middle Comfy that's on the board, and I think that Rafal just wants to take care of draw power. To be fair, jokes aside, but I think Ruff just wants to make sure his board has no liabilities, and he also just has the ability to, take away the draw power.
And I actually love this Iono here because Larry, even though he hasn't done a ton, has been building up a giant hand over time, including those 2 flower selecting. So now, Rafal's saying there's no shot this 4-card hand will give you everything you need after you've just put resource after resource in that hand. And Rafal will also be able to knock out a Klefki and take 2 prizes here, limiting Larry's ability to draw. Or on the flip side, Rafal can decide to just leave the Comfies alive and set it up for a full sweep next turn. But to be honest, Mo, I'd rather you just knock out the Comfy.
I think, yeah, you just take care of it. It's one less Pokemon that can get switch carded and like remove damage for later. Like I think you just want to take care of it right now.
And no, we do decide to split the damage 6 on one, 1 on the other. What do you think about that decision?
I guess he's just. I don't really know because like you're already in Roxanne range. You assume Lawson plays it instead of Iono, but like maybe he's trying to stay out of like Blood Moon range, so that way he's not in like range. Well, no, but he.
And
No,
so,
he milled it. He milled it. He didn't Lawson it, so he's playing out of Blood Moon range.
so, and I do hear that, but the thing is, I think this is, oh, so he may be assuming he can use Radiant Alakazam. Oh my goodness, we hit Boss Mirage Gate. That is not the combination you want to see off that flower selecting. So, Mo, what does he keep?
I would like to see those cards off an Iono.
That would be great.
I don't want to see those cards off of flower selecting. So if you get rid of boss, that's you're out of gust. You have
You are out of
Countercatcher.
Gust if you get rid of that. No, we
He
have no counter catcher.
does not have countercatcher. Yeah, that's his only gust. He doesn't even play like Iron Bundle to push something else active. But like, if you Iron Bundle against this board today, oh, you're getting cooked.
And so we get rid of the boss's orders. So and I'll say this again, my only complaint about not getting rid of the Comfy is that Rafal may not have this Dragapult to attack with. And he may be stuck on a Radiant Alakazam and an Iron Thorns attacking. If he can do that from a position of only having 2 prizes remaining, that seems so much better than doing it from a position of 3 prizes remaining.
It's just.
Ooh.
I think right now he can go for like. It's a little rough. He can go for like a Blood Moon Ursaluna, but he has to get it out of the discard pile. And
He
if he goes
does.
like Mirage Gate to Blood Moon Ursaluna, after getting it out of the discard pile, of course, then he'll be able to like attack into this Dragapult, and then Rafal has to respond with a Pokemon, but he could also just like attack with Alakazam to not push up a 2-prizer. So it's a little sketch.
It is. So we see the Colress, which is good for Larry. However, I think Larry is really hoping for Roxanne there.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to see Roxanne. It's at the bottom of the deck, though, and he didn't shuffle the deck, so I think he had like 50-50 of getting it, since he did see cards that he drew that were put on the bottom, since his deck's
Yes,
so thin
he
right
did
now.
see some cards into his hand. The other thing, though, he could have done is gone into that second flower selecting, since I believe, well, he has an attachment in hand.
He had a switch card in hand, too.
He does, and
So-
he'll likely use that to clear some damage off of this Comfy, but where do you think he goes from here?
I think he can still win. He just has to really get this Ursaluna, and from there, he has to go like Ursaluna, but he doesn't have another gust, so he can't go Ursaluna, knock out the active, and then if Rafal promotes Alakazam and attacks with it to chip into the Ursaluna, Larry cannot go, okay, well, I'll just boss and then play a switch or something to reset my Ursaluna and then Blood Moon your Iron Hands because he'll just attach more energy to do the.
Well, to be honest, he can't even Blood Moon the Iron Hands, or excuse me, Iron Thorns, unless he has 5 energy attached.
Yeah, like if he has like 2 right now plus an attachment for turn and the next turn goes like Mirage Gate again.
True.
Like, he would have it, but like that's all theory because he has no more gusts.
That
He
is
can't
true.
Even Prime Catcher, he's already used it. He can't use Boss because that full art Cyrus Boss is in the Lost Zone.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful art, by the way.
It's a cool art. I
So
like Giovanni more.
So we do see the chorus come down. Oh, that is not what Larry wants to see. Multiple energy come out of that chorus, which is going to make it a little bit harder to utilize that Radiant Greninja or Pikachu EX.
Yeah, the only thing worse than drawing into your energy naturally is having to Colress into like 2 energy or 3 energy because that just makes your Colress's experiment really, really rough. And you have to decide, do I want to keep the cards that are great? Because there's energies, there's items that are powerful, there's Pokemon, and when you Colress into all good cards, you're like, oh,
Right. What do I even do with this? And so in this case, it looks like Larry is getting rid of the Nest Ball and, keeping the Radiant Greninja, keeping the Nest Ball.
maybe
Are we
I think
getting
he-
rid
no,
of the
he's keeping-
Pikachu EX?
he's keeping Pikachu. Or
And I honestly, I don't know which of the ones he's keeping and getting rid of. Oh, so we do decide to get rid of the Radiant Greninja and the Nest Ball. And that is a big loss for Larry, even just from a draw perspective. Oh, thank you, Mo. So we see Larry keep those. We're going into this Pikachu EX likely because we have the Mirage Gate, we have attachments, we have the Switch Cart. And this Pikachu EX is going to clear out this Dragapult EX from the board. So Rafal's going to be in a tough spot.
he's
But-
gonna be in a pickle, but he can also just Radiant Alakazam, move one. If he really wants to go for the knockout, he can Radiant Alakazam, move a damage to the Pikachu, and then go for a knockout if he thinks Larry has enough cards in hand to take a knockout with Radiant Alakazam onto the Pikachu. But like,
So
kind of want to disrupt your opponent too at the same time.
Well, so this is tough because actually, I don't think Larry has the right energy in deck anymore to actually use this Pikachu EX. So we may have to go into a cram. And with getting rid of Radiant Greninja now, we're not even able to stack up damage on this Dragapult with a Moonlight Shuriken. We are going to see we have a Metal and no Grass or Lightning in the deck. Mo, that is huge for Rafal.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, agreed. So, Mo, it doesn't look like Larry's going to be able to set up this Pikachu EX. So where does he go from here?
I think he's
Also, can we note this moment in history where Larry does not have it?
he's not lucky right now.
He is not. The
But who knows? You can go X1, still might cut, and we might see Larry back on the stream later on in Top Cut.
And to be fair, he's still in a position where he could win. Was there a lightning energy in there that I missed? No, I don't think so.
No?
No, we see. Oh, so this is an interest. I like what Larry's doing here, even though it's still tough. We do have a Super Rod in hand, so we're going to be able to Super Rod the. Oh, but wait. There's no grass energy in the deck. So now Larry used his manual attachment to get rid of the lightning. He can't manually attach the grass. Larry is still stuck.
Yeah, he already attached from hand, right? So
And Mo, if something doesn't change here,
I think
Rafal wins. Oh, yeah. If something doesn't change here, Rafal wins.
yeah, I think he's trying to like put up the Pikachu and say like, oh, you can't
Yep.
take a knockout because of the ability, but like Radiant Alakazam, move 1 damage counter to the Pikachu. What do you know? He doesn't have an ability anymore. And then they'll just use Dragapult to knock out the Pikachu because he has 190 remaining or whatever. And then knock out a
Exactly.
Comfy bench. That's 3 prizes, and that is the game.
And Rafal does take it down with Iron Thorn's Dragapult. And, dude, I think this deck could be the play for Toronto. This deck is so strong. And so, Mo, we've got a ton we can talk about. I got a whole list of things. So let me ask you, why don't we do this? Why don't we bring in Rafal to talk a bit about this Iron Thorns deck list? And then after that, let's check in with Ryan. and see how he's doing.
Sure, I mean we could do that. No speed dating questions for me, I guess. But we'll just do talking
Mo-
about Pokemon, I guess, on our Pokemon stream.
Mo, you know I'm already in love with you, so you don't need to worry
yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
My favorite color is blue, by the way.
Uh,
again.
Good
My
to
birthday
know.
did pass. It was LAIC weekend. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to throw up this list. I'm going to grab Rafal, and then Mo, I will let you talk all about this really cool deck with Rafal in 1 second here.
Sure. So in the meantime, chat, I just want to let you guys know that Dan has the cutest dog ever. Kevin Kruger also has a really cute dog. His name is Mason, and he loves attention. If you walk away from him, Mason will chase you down, and then make sure that you notice that he exists. Dan's dog, on the other hand, he's just a giant puppy. He will jump on you and play around, and he's just the best dog to be around. Oh no, we're gonna have to talk Pokemon right now because people have pulled up. Guess we're not gonna talk about dogs anymore or fun facts about people. Instead, we're gonna talk about this crazy deck with our lovely teammate,
Hello.
Rafal. How are you doing today, Rafal?
Good on 3-0.
You are 3-0. 3-0 at the NRG Gaming 1K Elite Cup.
Indeed.
Rafal, are you here because you want to win some money, or are you here for the clout?
A little bit of both. I've always wanted to win one of these. I got second at one last year. I had kind of a crazy run and then lost to Control in the game 3 in the finals against my teammate Ryan. So it was a good one. But yeah, I wouldn't mind taking home the dub.
I wouldn't really talk about him like that. He's in the room with us right now, just staring at us. He's waiting for his interview.
I just said he beat me. What's the big deal?
I don't know how to feel. How did it make you feel? I'm not a therapist like Dan, but
Oh, you're good.
how
you're
did
good.
that make you feel?
I mean, it felt okay losing to Ryan.
Yeah, but losing to Control.
There were.
Do you have any gripes with Control? Is that why you played Roaring Moon? the
Not
last couple
really.
events?
That's what I'm saying. Honestly, I have like a pretty even record against Blocklax. I don't really have like much of an issue with it. I think in best of threes, I'm like 3-2 against it. So I'm really pretty okay against it. But that's not really. But today we're talking about this Thorns deck, which I don't really know how that does against Blocklax.
I'd imagine you're pretty good into it because Iron Thorns, you want to start that card. Klefki, you want to start that card.
Yeah.
So effectively, you're playing 5. Even though the list we're showing right now is the top 8 from the Stuttgart Regional, you chose to play that Klefki. As you said, it's a 5th Iron Thorns, right?
Yeah. And in certain matchups, it's just like outright better. Like against Cloth, and as you saw against Lost Box, like I think I bought probably 4 or 5 turns by just jousting, which is pretty funny because like, I especially like Lost Box now, like the way it's built, like you don't really play a lot of like other support stuff other than you just got your Comfies, you got your Colruses, like right, like you're not playing like Raihan or any other kind of like backup
No
things. I don't even know if
EXP shares.
yeah, I don't even know if Larry played like Roxanne or anything. So like
Larry did have the Roxanne. He was waiting to like use that in hand. But then you Iona'd it to the bottom because
gotcha.
of course.
Yeah, but I was just kind of putting the Klefki was really putting in work. I saw turn 1, I was like, I had the Toad School, and I was like, on ladder, a lot of the time when I play against this deck, there is a lot of instances where if I don't start Thorns or a way to slow them down, they will, even if I get the evolution, they will get like a turn 2 Ninja and knock out 2 Dracloak, which he did. But you saw like the amount of effort and the resources he had to do it. Because I was slowing him down with the Klefki. So he had to waste his Prime Catcher to turn away Klefki. Then he was able to get it. So like it just took him a lot of effort to get that going, which meant he had to burn so many resources. And then when it came to Pikachu time, I mean, I saw in that last Colress, it was just like it's just steam coming out of his ears. Like I think you guys saw he was just struggling to kind of piece it together because and I kind of had a plan. I was like, if he was going to go down to 2 prizes, I'd still have like possibly an Iono left. I could have attacked with Radiant Alakazam, which is a super underrated attacker. And like you saw, like he had to waste his Prime Catcher, he had to loss on his boss, and just so many resources were being burned and so many turns were being bought because of things like Klefki. And then when Pult comes in, it's just wiping the board.
Exactly. Pult in tandem with the Radiant Alakazam to move whatever residual damage is left. You're like, oh, those are rollover damage counters. Let's just move it around, put it somewhere else. And in the last turn, we didn't see it play out technically, but we could have seen the Radiant Alakazam move damage counters to the ability, to stop that ability.
Yeah, for the
from,
Pikachu. That's why I didn't knock out that last Comfey, because I was like, I could just knock out the Comfey, but then there's no damage on the board, and I will have to like punch through this Pikachu. And there's a world where he like builds up a massive 9-card hand with by taking prizes, and then Alakazam can win the game. So that was I was thinking about that pretty consciously. Maybe in hindsight, it was better to just leave him with one Comfey and make his life more difficult, but I didn't really want to risk it.
Yeah, playing your outs. I mean, he did switch cart some of the damage, but I think if you switch cart some damage, that means you would have to have like double switch cart, and you're forcing him to have so many cards in addition to actually having enough cards to piece together an attack. Which, man, he hit some awkward draws, but I mean, that is Lost Zone. You live in, you have the flower selectings that are, oh, do I want my card that's just no value in this matchup? And my Colress? Oh yeah, let me take the Colress. And then you have those that are like Boss's Order or Greninja, Boss's Order or like the Colress. And you're looking through and you're like, man, this is my ace spec that I need. This is my one supporter. You can't really play Palpad from the Lost Zone. It doesn't mind if you Pokestop away something, but when it comes to the flower selecting or using the Colress's experiment, hitting good cards is good. But when you hit all 5 good cards, holy moly.
Yeah, and I mean, this deck on paper, I mean, Lost Box usually I think does fairly okay against Iron Thorns. I mean, I know Thorns like the real Quad Thorns deck, like it'll play Lost City, it'll play Hammers, like it has more ways to disrupt Lost Box. But then on the other hand, I have a little bit of slowdown. Like you saw, he put down the Pokestop, and I immediately evolved the Toad Scroll, and I was like, no more Pokestop for you, sorry, you got Lost Zone it. And like even early on, like when I started Toad's Cool, he Lost Zone a Night Stretcher, and I don't know if that was like consciously, like he saw the Toad School and he's like, well, I'm not gonna be able to use this anytime soon. But yeah, this deck just forces your opponent to use resources that they don't want to use. It forces them to misuse things. Even things like having Thorns against Lost Box means they can't Ninja, which means they have to put more energy into the Comfies, which means more targets for Dragapult. So yeah, the deck is really nice. I mean, honestly, you even saw like the Klefki, the Joust damage set up knockouts because the 10 damage allowed me to knock out a Comfy on the bench. So yeah, the deck is really interesting. I'm playing around with some stuff like you saw. The Comfies, the Klefki is not really in the list that did well at the regional.
We do see one chance.
Yeah, one chance. Yeah, the deck is good. It's interesting because Pokemon just the Pokemon TCG just makes you have like an affinity for certain Pokemon that you wouldn't think about. Iron Thorns was like not really like a future ancient Pokemon that I thought much about, and now I'm playing it. I'm like, Iron Thorns is kind of cool. I like Iron Thorns. I do like Tyranitar very, very much though.
Yeah, you're a fan of the pseudo legendaries for people
sure.
that know Revolve. He loves Flygon.
I do. Flygon's pretty dope.
Flygon's his goat.
Dude, Flygon is dope.
Thanks, Dan. Flygon is dope.
Yeah.
Do I have an opponent?
You do. You are at table 1, in fact. But we just had you on stream.
Oh, who am I against?
Adam.
Neato. That's a good matchup.
Well, actually, I'll let you guys keep talking. If Mo, you want to hop up, I'll keep punching in the stuff for the next
Oh,
round.
sounds good.
Sounds good.
So does Adam know to wait for me?
He'll wait for you. That's
Oh,
fine.
perfect. Yeah. Yeah, and for those who don't know, Adam, I'm assuming he's playing Zard. I don't want you guys to tell me, but he's been playing Zard recently, and that's part of the reason this deck is so good, because you got Thorns that really messes up Zard, and you also got Dragapult that messes up Zard. So everything in this deck is partially built to have a good matchup against Charizard. The Toad Scroll, I haven't really been able to use it much today, but against Regidrago and things like Play Pokestop, it can be really impactful. So yeah, I mean, Dragapult's just one of the best attackers in the game, and you either can set it up really fast and aggressively with something like Dusknoir, or you can make your opponent's life really, really hard, and evolve it at your own pace, and that's kind of what I've been doing, and so far it feels pretty good.
Yeah, you're playing this toolbox of cards that stop something for your opponent. Whether you play the Toad Scroll to stop cards coming back to the hand, whether you play Klefki to stop Lost Zone decks and Claw decks and whatever, or whether you play the Iron Thorns to stop Pidgeots, Lugia V-Stars, Charizard EXs, whatever it is, you just reach into your bag and you're pulling out some answer to someone. It's pulling out a rabbit in a hat, but you're like, well, this rabbit stops the rule box abilities, and it's really cool that you're able to use so many variations of disruption, but still remaining to have like a consistent way to evolve your Pokemon. Get Pokemon to play with the Precious Trolley. Like, these A-Specs are just bonkers cards. You know, if it was the situation where you like to go second, as you probably choose to go second, you auto second.
Yeah, and you saw I play the
bell.
call bell. So I had Pokegears, but I was like, you know what? Ding ding ding. There's Arvin to start the game, and we were just off to the races.
Exactly.
Get out.
All right, I'm gonna go find Adam.
Beautiful.
Here we go.
Yeah, one little note on that is like, if Rafal hits one of the cloth decks and they go first, and don't get the donk. Like, let's just say like he starts a Dreepy plus like 2 Dreepies or something, and then like they get the donk off. It'd be kind of interesting to see them going for like the Genesect where he can't use Apex. So then he can't use his Precious Trolley. Like, it'd be cool to see that interaction, how he'd have to climb back from that. So, I mean, we'll find out what happens with like players using those interactions, but that's where like it separates the good players and the great players, because you have to come up with things on the fly.
Agreed. And so, Mo, I'm going to hand this off to you yet again because we're having a bit of a camera issue on one, but we have a very interesting matchup here. 2 players we saw for about 10 seconds, but it's good to have him on here at 3-0. We have Michael playing Charizard versus Jarek playing Cloth. So, Mo, talk us through this list, what's happening, and we'll let them get started here.
Players on the previous backup streams, but now they're on the big screen. We have TSS's own Jarek, and we have DDG's own Michael. 2 players that have extraordinary results in tournaments. You can look them up and see their accomplishments. But right here, we're going to see them playing either the tried and true, or Jarek's just playing something that he thinks is a little silly. He wants to have fun. Like he told me yesterday at the League Cup that we were at that, oh, tomorrow for the 1K, I'm playing Cloth. Man, this deck is crazy. And right now, he can actually go for the donk. That would be something to see. I know he's going to be price checking right now off this Nest Ball. And look, he has the Radiant Sneasler. That doesn't really matter. It just matters that he gets the Petrant into the active spot, the baby Petrant, and that he gets the Brute Bonnet into play with the tool. So then we'll end up seeing the poison take place, where the Brute Bonnet poisons both actives, and then sorry about that. The Petrant puts more damage counters on a Pokemon that's poisoned, so it'll be the 1 damage from the Brute Bonnet poison, and then it'll be 5 additional counters. That'll be 60. And Duskull, there's no 70 HP Duskull in the format. There's only a 60 HP Duskull, and this Duskull would go down to poison before the game even starts, before Michael even gets to play a turn. That would be a little unfortunate for Michael, but if Jarek pieces this together, Michael, you get a lunch break, and we're not running a lunch break this time around, only before top 8. So Michael, you would get your own lunch break, buddy. Go get something to eat.
So a lunch break and you go hungry. So actually, Jarek, when I was out there, just said that was the worst possible top deck I could get. Oh, and it was, I think, another ancient booster capsule. Ooh, that is problematic, Mo.
Yeah, I think he only has access to 1 more now.
Yes, I
Playing the
believe
3 of.
the standard list plays 3, which is tough then because it's not a lot of resources left.
Yeah, Jarek, buddy, you gotta roll with the punches and find the last one. I mean, if he gets like a Ranger V, it's already on his bench. If he gets it into play, then he's mega chillin'.
Well, so the only issue, though, is Michael, being a relatively competent player, could see that he's already down 2 of them and just go after the last one and say, now your Cloths can't attack. Now your Terrapagos are severely capped on the amount of damage you're doing. So
Jarek just wins, though, right? He's using his V-Star. He can just use his V-Star, get a Petrant, and then bench it and retreat to it now.
Oh, that's a fair point. And
Yeah,
that
Brute Bonnet
would
already has a tool on it.
Yeah, that would do enough. So would Cloth be able to retreat? Oh, are we playing Arvin currently?
It has the double turbo. No, he flipped his V-Star counter. Why doesn't he just bench the Petrant and retreat to it?
Oh, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
and that would
Cloth
be the
doesn't have to
donk.
retreat, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
you're
mean-
absolutely correct. So yeah, that may just be game. Oh, and we can also just use the Petrant EX too.
oh, okay. Trying to get his value out of the Petrants, and
And that's
Michael did not even get to
my
play the game.
goodness. And Michael gets donked without a turn. Holy man, that is brutal. Yeah, Michael goes down, scoops it up. So, Mo, that, number one, I'm glad we got to see it because that is hype. And at the same time, dude, poor Michael.
Yeah, we might have to have a counter on the stream of Petrant donks on the day
Yeah,
featuring this Cloth deck. Oh,
we got to
Michael.
crank that, man. Well, all right, on the bright side, we were going to check in with Ryan, but we actually already have Ryan ready to go for our next matchup. So, pulling up here, Ryan with Palkia Noctowl versus Miraidon EX. And so, Mo, tell us about this matchup.
Kids, this is why we have a backup stream.
This is why we have a backup stream.
This matchup, you might think lightning into water. Oh, Jesus is gonna win, but at the same time, we saw Guardy that's weak to dark versus Charizard EX, and Charizard EX lost that matchup. Anything can happen really, but both of these decks focus on having extremely wide benches, and they're gonna have 8 Pokemon in play because I believe both are gonna be playing that Area 0 Underdepths. But
Yes.
Ryan can attack with his Terapagos EX instead of attacking with a Palkia V-Star, which is weak to Lightning, since it's a water type. But also, the Palkia V-Star is not really that good in this matchup, since if you use it, you're like, okay, well, I guess I can't Moonlight Shuriken 2 Pokemon, so you don't want to bench it. Usually in matchups where you're versing like Nox Howl, Mirror, or something, then you want to bench Palkia. But right now,
Well, I would say in general, Palkia is still not terrible into this matchup as long as Ryan has also benched Terapagos anyway.
yeah.
Because Jesus will be able to hit through Terapagos with Miraidon, or excuse me, with the Miraidon EX and Zapdos, or just with the Raikou V. So Palkia giving up 2 prizes really isn't the end of the world, unless there's an Iron Hands or something like that getting mixed in there.
Yeah, Iron Hands on the Palkia V would be a little awkward. but
Terrifying is the word that came to mind for me,
Definitely.
but yes.
We'll see what happens. There's no way to like cheese a knockout with like a
Well-
Dusknoir or something, but he does have the Briar, right?
I say that. We don't actually have Briar. We don't actually have Zapdos either. So that Terapagos EX will be out of range of everything except for Miraidon V.
Hmm.
Oh, man. And we have an Iono into 4 lightning and a generator. But Jesus just needs 1 lightning off this generator to take 2 prizes on this fan rotom. Do we hit it? We
Oh,
do
yeah.
hit it. That is a huge swing, Mo.
It is definitely. I mean, the odds were low, but still, you play 18 lightning or some absurd amount of.
16.
16
16 lightning, which is
16
a
lightning
whole
energy.
lot.
So then you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna get it. Whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw into my lightnings. I'm gonna prize my lightnings, but I'm also gonna hit lightnings off generators.
And with that, we hit 2 generators, 1 lightning each. We have that Iron Hands EX set up. We're going to see 2 prizes on this fan rotom. The issue for Ryan is how do you respond with Terapagos? Because Iron Hands EX has 230 HP. Terapagos is going to cap at 220 unless we have the Glass Trumpet. Oh, I guess actually Ryan doesn't play Double Turbo. So we actually cap at 240. We're just going to need 2 Glass Trumpet or a Glass Trumpet and an Energy Switch in order to get this attack off. So, Mo, what is Ryan's game plan here?
Yeah, Ryan's probably gonna go for like evolving into Noctowl, getting the Wombo combos. Like, why else would he go for 3 Hoot turn 1
Right.
other than the fact that he has an out to Noctowl? And he really has so many cards to work with right now. He also has a Thornton for future plays. Maybe he can like Thornton into a Palkia, get the V-Star going, and then that way he also has another attacker, so he can like Star Portal to the Palkia instead of using the Trumpet E-Switch.
Well, so that actually could be the move here. Is if he is able to get rid of a Palkia V, going in with the Palkia V-Star right now actually seems perfect because there is very low risk about a Iron Hands EX on that Palkia V-Star. So, see the fan rotom come down. But I mean, is the Palkia V-Star best? Is Terapagos best? Do we go after the Raikou here? What do you think is the move?
I think you have to deal with the Iron Hands because all it takes is for Jesus to go, I'm gonna use the same hands twice if it's not responded to, and knock out another Pokemon for 2 prizes because the Miraidon deck plays so many bosses orders.
So the Miraidon deck does play 4 boss.
They
And
play
I
the maxi-
believe and Secret Box. So
yeah, they don't play Prime Catcher anymore because the secret box is really the bread and butter to getting your stadium and getting this whole deck, this whole combination going.
which makes complete sense.
But still 4 bosses orders. I mean, you're
Well, s-
getting in there.
So now Ryan has a choice. We do have the Palkia V in hand. Do we bench it and possibly give up 3 prizes? Or no, Ryan just decides to play the professor's research. And now Ryan has to try to see, can I take a 2 prize knockout? So Mo, you say go after the Iron Hands, and I get it. I actually think Ryan needs to go after Raikou. And so the reason being,
It's the only
Ryan,
thing that can respond.
and that's exactly
to
it.
the
It's the
Terapagos,
only thing
yep.
that can respond to Terapagos. So if Ryan goes after the Raikou, rather than a generator and a lightning or a magneton or lightning, something like that, Jesus would need a gust. And we know Jesus' hand sucks.
Yeah. All it takes, though, is one top deck, one secret box. He still has his V-Star, too, so yeah, going after that Raikou would be pretty good.
Oh, that's true. He does not have the V-Star, and that is a big deal because then it would guarantee a 2-prize knockout for him. Good point. Good
Yeah.
point. I'm glad you're
Jesus-
here.
Jesus only plays the 1/4 Seal Stone, so that's the 4 seal for the game.
And actually, though, then knocking out the Raikou would eliminate the 4 Seal Stone.
Yeah.
I rescind my rescension? Whatever. Go after the Raikou.
You have a better vocabulary than me. I just say, like, this card goes boom, boom.
The
Like-
card does indeed go boom boom.
Yeah.
All right, so what
yeah.
are we getting off of this Noctowl here, Mo?
Enough cards to piece together an attack if you can counter catcher the... If you're able to counter catcher the Raikou to take that out, then that means you need a little less bench Pokemon.
Well, we actually have a Prime Catcher in hand.
Ooh.
So we're going to be able to just go in and knock out that Raikou, clear off the 4 Seal Stone, clear off the only threat Jesus has to knock out that Terapagos. And, man, Ryan's kind of went from being in an atrocious position to being in a very, very good position.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have Radiant Greninja as well with that Nest Ball. So we're actually going to be able to get the full value out of that Glass Trumpet. So now it's just, can Ryan find another Terapagos to load up if that's the attacker he goes with?
Definitely that's important. Again, we remember, well, that Thornton's in the discard pile now, but if he doesn't play a Pal Pad
There is no
to
Palpad.
recur it, well, there's no Pal Pad, so the Thornton's gone for good. But, I mean, he can still do plays with benching a Palkia eventually when, like, he has multiple 2-prizers in play and it doesn't really matter. Because he already has the Fezandipity, so it's just like a Miraidon attack away from getting knocked out.
And actually, at this point, I wouldn't mind him benching the Palkia V. And the reason being, even if Jesus does use Iron Hands to take 3 prizes on it, Ryan only cares so much because all that means is that Iono is so much stronger at this point. And so we do have, with the basic water energy on the Terapagos, and with 7 guys on the bench, we are hitting 220. Or 210, excuse me. Which is enough to knock out that Raikou V.
Raikou is frail. It only has 200 HP, knocked out by many things, Dragapult attacks, or whatever it may be. But it's also knocked out by a Terapagos' attack.
Which is immense here, because that means Ryan keeps pace in the prize trade, and I'm not keeping pace in the prize trade by not updating the actual prizes. So we are going to do that. But yes, so Ryan able to keep pace in the prize trade, eliminate the 4 Seal Stone from the board, and I mean, I think Ryan's in a good spot now, Mo.
Yeah, it went from Jesus just can go take 2 with Iron Hands. Okay, you don't respond to it, take 2 with Iron Hands. So now he's like, okay, this is a little bit of a head scratcher. What Pokemon? Oh, he top decks the boss.
Wow, that is huge.
Is that a caster curse? Did I?
It may be. Did we just manifest that? Now, at the same time, we kind of talked about it. Jesus getting that boss here isn't actually that catastrophic for Ryan, because now it gives Ryan the opportunity to Iono Jesus to 1, take another 2-prize knockout to go down to 2 prizes himself, and say, Jesus, guess what? You get 2 cards in order to find Gust and an attacker, which that's not easy.
Tapu Koko.
Yeah, so the Tapu Koko is a very interesting inclusion here. So I'm going to look that up. But Mo, talk us through what Jesus' game plan is here. How does he still win this game?
I think if I'm Jesus, I'm going to go attach 1 energy to Raichu to prepare to, like, pop anything that's in the active spot. Presumably it's going to be the Terapagos after this turn. And then I think I'm going to go Boss's Order on the Hoot that already has an energy. So then that way, Ryan is limited to only 1 Jewel Seeker ability on the Noctowl when evolving it. And he won't be able to actually piece together more things than he would if he had accessibility to 2 Noctowl abilities.
Well, so
While still taking 2 prizes, because he's on 4 prizes, go 4 to 2, and then he can maybe bench a Magnemite too, but
and I
he
think
doesn't even
that's
have that.
oh, and we see the attachment to Miraidon. I actually really dislike that. Mo, why was that the worst possible decision that could be made? It's not the worst, but
It's not
bear
the
with
worst.
me.
Latios is right there, but yeah.
True, yes. But why is that a problematic decision here?
I think it's a little rough just because for the fact that you're like, okay, well, my Miraidon cannot KO a Terapagos.
Ryan is absolutely the GOAT, and the GOAT is about to get his Hoot Hoot crushed for 2 prizes here. And I guess,
Yeah.
not knocking out the,
Say
the
goodbye to your
Palkia,
Hoot
going
Hoot.
down to 2 prizes remaining, still that Iono would get him to 3 after his draw, so not quite as powerful as we were hoping for, but still could be a good play for Ryan. And so, Mo, as I'm going to come back to Jesus on why that attachment was a horrendous decision, just to let everyone know that Tapu Koko, just so everyone is aware, has 1 attack for colorless energy. It says search your deck for 2 lightning Pokemon, put them in your hand. Second attack, lightning colorless, says if you have more prizes left than your opponent, it does 180, or it just does 90 base. So not bad. Good
Oh,
single
it's
prizer.
not too bad. I guess it's solid just to like have a 1 prize offsetting option in the matchups where someone's gonna, hit you with a 1 prizer, it offsets the prize trade, or you can trigger it with that Magneton ability where you
Yes.
KO your own Magneton. You go down, your opponent takes a prize card, so they presumably have more prize cards taken than you, and then you can use that Tapu Koko. So it's pretty neat.
It is. And so, excellent into Mimikyu as well. But going back to
Yeah.
Ryan's turn, we do see the knockdown. We see, I believe, Iono and a Nest Ball. Nest Ball seems pretty good, since we do need to fill our bench to 8 in order to take out this, this Iron Hands EX. And so we really just need 1 more benched Pokemon in order to close out this knockout. So, Mo, are we going to see the Iono first? Are we seeing Radiant Greninja first? How are you sequencing this?
If I have an energy, I'm gonna use the Greninja first because I don't know if I'm gonna draw into energy off the Iono.
Or we just Night Stretcher
Bench.
for a
Yeah,
Hoot
Night
Hoot?
Stretcher for Hoot Hoot is cool. And Ryan did mention he was playing with 3 copies of it today.
Yes.
So it's more common to draw into it than if you're just playing 2 of them.
Absolutely, and it's clearly valuable here. Ryan choosing to play that Glass Trumpet, I don't even know if it's so much to set up for a follow-up play. I think it's really just to thin it out of the deck, since he wants to be able to set his hand up, so next turn he wins the game.
Yeah, I think he just wants to thin cards out because if your opponent takes care of this Terapagos, what do you know? They win the game. So I think he just wants to see less cards if by any chance he shuffles his deck and then triggers his Pheasantipity ability, flip the script. So
Well, so and we have a Lightning Energy now in hand for Jesus. We get to see 5 additional cards for Ryan. And, I mean, Ryan's set up where he takes a 2-prize knockout here. He only needs 1 Gust and he wins the game.
yeah, Jesus doesn't play a Pheasantipity EX of his own. He does play a Mew EX, so maybe he can... Oh, wait, he can also just Blood Moon, too.
He can
If
Blood
he
Moon.
finds Blood Moon or Saluna, he can do that, but it's not a Lightning type Pokemon, so you can't Miraidon ability for it.
Exactly.
And so he would have to manually find like a Nest Ball. He doesn't have enough cards for Ultra Ball, but he would have to find a Nest Ball for it. And I don't know if he can because unless he has Arvin, he hasn't really played too many this game. So
He is not. He's only played, I
maybe-
think, 1 Draw supporter, 1 Search supporter, and then 1 Gust. So there's a ton of good cards in his deck. Per my previous point of attaching to Miraidon being incorrect, it actually was pretty much the same as attaching to Raichu. He was still going to need a couple energy in order to
yeah,
get a
you're gonna
knockout.
need a couple generator. Now he can just promote whatever Pokemon he wants that's not Miraidon. He's, I mean, he needs a Gust now. It's just
So
I
we
think
need
the Raichu was correct. Though, because-
generator, attachment, Gust. And we see a generator. We see a lightning. Ooh, we are so close to greatness, Mo.
Yeah, we don't see a Mew EX in order to draw more cards to possibly get that boss's order. We don't see a Radiant Greninja EX on the bench to discard a Lightning Energy and draw 2 cards.
But what we need is if we hit 2 energy off this generator, we
This
win the
is
game.
Huge. He does have a couple at the bottom of his deck, but this is huge right here.
We see
One
one,
energy
and that is not enough to close out this game
saved.
unless coupled with a Gust, and we know the only other card in hand is an Area 0.
Yeah.
Oh, Mo, this is tough
If
for
I'm Ryan,
Jesus.
my heart sank and then rised back up because
Exactly.
you hate to see the generator, until your opponent passes their turn, you're just like on edge. You're like, okay, what if they have another one? What if they have like
Oh, and we just see
Ooh.
the boss's orders for Ryan to close out the game. Palkia knocked out, going to 3-1, going into the next round. And you know what? Did you get a chance to talk to Ryan before this
I
round?
did not. We just made a joke that Rafal lost to him in the finals of one of the 1Ks over here, and Ryan was in the room, so I was like, oh, Rafal, I don't know if you want to talk about him with him here. But let's
Fair
go have a
enough. Fair
chat with-
enough.
Let's go have a chat with Ryan.
Absolutely. So, Mo, would you like to chat with him? I'll go grab him.
Sure.
All right,
Sure thing.
beautiful.
We can talk about his deck.
I will transition over to that screen. And then, Mo, just tell us a little bit about why we do think this deck could be interesting for Toronto.
Yeah, we saw this deck pop up at LEIC. Notable players like Caleb Rogerson or Michael Davidson, or in finals of the LEIC Seniors Division, we saw Justin Templer, all members of the DDG team working together. You love to see joint success from a team, but they all played that deck excellently, and it got them pretty far. I know they made some bread off of it, or made some money off of it, to speak in more proper terms. But they all made some money off of this deck. The archetype, you're taking the combination of Palkia's insane power level with hitting for as many bench Pokemon that are in play for both sides. And then you're like, okay, well, I want to couple that with a couple things. You want to use your Glass Trumpet. You want to get some energy into play with that. You can use the energy switch so you can manually power up some other things that you can't Glass Trumpet to. And then you want to also include this Terapagos engine. We have Ryan with us, though. Can you explain, one, how you're feeling, two, how your day is going, and then three, I talked a little bit about the Palkia engine. Talk about the Terapagos side of it. But yeah, how are you doing, Ryan?
I feel extremely lucky. The Murata matchup is the only matchup that I think is truly terrible for this deck. Because the bulk of the Palkia doesn't work, and the sit with a one prizer board strategy doesn't work, as you saw with the Ampy very much, so they just take 2 prizes anyway. So once they get the amp off, it's like, okay, how do I win?
Yeah, how do I deal with this?
The ideal play was to vacuum the Sealstone on turn 2 and knock out the Iron Hands. Didn't have all that, so I had to prime the Raikou instead. Basically just missed like normal switch as opposed to the prime catcher, which wasn't a terrible play still. But it just leaves him such a lower maintenance out of just boss with the Iron Hands, which we saw again.
Exactly. The top deck bosses.
Fortunately, his Fez was prized, so I could INO and stick a low INO, which almost didn't work anyway. But fortunately, that Terapagos has 230 HP for some reason. Whoever thought that was a good idea. And yeah, we got there.
It could also just be the equivalent of a Blood Moon Ursaluna with like 260 HP.
Right.
So Blood Moon Ursaluna, I like that it doesn't knock itself out if your opponent also plays 1 to 2 years, but who thought about this?
My opponent had a lot of outs there, just something like Blood Moon Energy. They got Fez off their prizes, so any Nest Ball gets Fez, which gets them, anything, because Fez is ridiculous. So they had a lot of outs, but fortunately, Gen for 1, God bless.
Yes, whoever, just Generator for 1, we've seen too many people find Gen for 2. We saw Jesse Parker, notable player at the World Championship. Every time he's on stream, he puts his hands together, prays a little bit, and what do you know?
I mean, that's what the deck comes down to. But as you were mentioning the Terapagos side, really you saw in this matchup, I'm not a Palkia deck at all. I can't really be. I thought about benching one just to have an easier bench Pokemon, and it doesn't super matter once they take the 2 prizes immediately.
Yeah.
But when you bench a Palkia and they only take 1 prize on turn 1, then they can amp that later. So your prize trade doesn't work. So I didn't want to put it down. I thought I was going to have to Night Stretcher for it. And if I got the knockout on the hands, or if I got just normal switch to knock out the hands, then I would have had a Night Stretcher for Palkia. But again, didn't need it because I went for the Raikou instead with less HP. But the Terapagos is sick. Against Raging Bolts, that's your main play of being able to sit with a board of just Fan Rotom and Hoot Hoots, let them take a prize, and then Terapagos, Trumpet, knock out something, and then bench Palkia in the same turn. And then now you're taking 2 prizes, you're ahead on the race, and you have Palkia set up to deal with their eventual big fat Raging Bolts with Bravery Charms and stuff. So
exactly. It's nice that if you start a 1 prizer, you can keep your deck pretty low maintenance to a 1 prize board state. Unless it's your opponent playing Iron Hands, like you said. If they play Iron Hands, it's a little shaky if they can cycle through those and then also have additional answers to your Terapagos or your Big Body Palkia.
Right.
A whopping 280 HP. But, you cranked it out in this matchup. Your opponent had some unfortunate draws. I mean, is it unfortunate, though? Because, as far as I know, Ride on Player's high roll.
I mean, it was just the generator at the end. getting the amp on turn 1, they drew fine enough to do so. I thought Secret Box for Ino was a little interesting, but I mean, hey, whatever, they got there. So
Yeah, finding them just being able to find the Iron Hands turn 1, their deck is consistently set up for that,
yeah,
but it's just, man, you hate to see when
right.
your opponent does that.
What can you do?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Ino to low, prize your Fez. Good luck.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it in this game, but I do like the inclusion of the Kieran. Just
Yeah.
you being able to play that, and then, oh man, I'm 30 short. No, I'm not. I can.
So it's mainly in there for the Zard matchup where as long as they limit their bench, you don't have a great way to one-shot Charizard. Like if your side is full, your Palkia is worth 220, and then each of their bench Pokemon is 20, obviously. So then if they have 5 bench Pokemon, they're only at 320. So they try to play not within Area 0 because like their deck can because Charizard's Terra Pokemon, but they don't want to. But usually they have to get a wide setup turn 1, otherwise you can just Greninja them. And then when they go into Charizard, their bench is pretty big for the first one, and then you can go like Palkia Kieran, and they just need 4 in play because then it's 300 and Kieran is plus 30. So that's mainly what that's for. It's also good into V-Star matchups where if you miss Stadium, but their bench is full and your bench is full, you're at 260, and then you can Kieran to get up to the 280.
290, yeah.
So it's got its uses. It's mostly there for Zard though.
Yeah, it always has its interesting use cases. Like, you can ramp random things up. Your Greninja could do 120 to the active,
Yeah.
90 to the bench. Like, there's all these niche situations, but it's just the consistency of it being a switch card, which it's always good to have.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fact that it's a plus 30 damage buff, because you can never hit too much
Yeah.
damage, and hitting that 330 number is really good for monstrous HP Pokemon like the Charizard EX. Hitting 310 a little easier for Dragapult, Gardevoir, stuff like that. Plus the matchup goes a little differently. But yeah, being able to hit that 330 is really
Yeah.
nice. And that 280, 290, like you mentioned before, without the stadium even being in play.
Yeah. I mean, you have the super low to the ground Terrapagos with combination of like the super high damage output of the Palkia. You have kind of both threats. It's really sweet.
Yeah. Are there any matchups that you want to avoid other than the Rhydon you just hit? Or are there any decks that you hope to hit?
The Zard matchup is not great, like I said, because they can limit their bench. And towards the late game, when they get down to like, if their board is like Charizard and Pidgeot and like just like another Charmeleon or something, it's just like, man, I really can't do much here.
Yeah, they throw a Pokemon up.
The Cloth matchup is kind of interesting, and I haven't played it a ton, but I think the Cloth Terrapagos matchup is really just coin flip reliant. If they go first, then they're just going to take 2 prizes and can't really do much because I can't do anything on my first turn going second. If I go first, I can just bench all my things, put a 1 prize in the active, and then they have to hit like Cloth, Mochi, Poison, Boss, DTE, which is like a lot. So they probably don't get there on that, and then I take 2 prizes and we're good. So that matchup is pretty 50-50. Other than that, I feel pretty good into most things. The Draco matchup is super solid, so
That's the deck that at a regional, if you're in day 2 playing against high caliber players, most of them are just running Regidrago over
Yeah.
and over again. So if you're against a high caliber player, you're like, okay, well, I feel a little more comfortable because you're playing a deck that I have reps into. And additionally, I think like one question I have for you is, have you ever thought about including like a card like maybe Klefki in the deck?
yes. So that's like the only
Yeah.
tech that I've really genuinely considered. I've played a decent amount with the deck and have felt that like a lot of it is super perfect. Currently the tech card I have in there is Cologne for I'm trying to respect Pikachu as a card. We have some Lost Box in the area,
Manaphy.
as well as like Prime Manaphy plays. So that's what's in there now. I think the Cologne or the Klefki could be really good for Cloth, as well as going second into Drago if you can slow them down. I mean, Klefki's just really good in the format right now, so it's
Yeah.
got its uses. That's the only card that I've like spent a lot of time thinking about. It does shut off things like your Fan Rotom if you start it,
Oh, yeah.
Radiant Greninja, so like it's got its downsides, but it's definitely really good.
Yeah, starting it is it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. I mean, if you're going first and you retreat into it, that's one
Yeah.
thing. But if you're going first and you have to
Like
Yeah,
you have to retreat out of
you
it
have to
basically.
retreat out of it, but then you also want to leave it active for your opponent.
Yeah.
So it's something that you want to have an out to
Yeah.
it. But
The
if
cool
you're
thing
going
is you
first,
can
wanna
find it
retreat
off
to
of
it.
Fan Rotom with Ditto.
Yeah.
So you can Fan Rotom for the
exactly.
Ditto and then retreat and pop it into Klefki.
Yeah, being able to bring a Palkia active is pretty interesting
Yeah.
too, or find your Terrapagos.
Yeah. Greninja is the biggest one that it's used for.
definitely, because you're leaving one prizer active
Yep.
unless you're retreating out of it. But like, yeah, it's really cool that you're able to search for these Pokemon, and I just love the accessibility of this toolbox deck with all the disruption, or in terms of like your opponent's board state, but also playing things like Iono Judge
Yeah.
and hitting big numbers here. And it feels like this card is more than 60 cards, but like it's all crammed
Yeah.
together. And if you play it methodically and great how you played it and showed us how the deck plays, then I mean you can go far and win some money.
Right,
So
I
hopefully you
mean-
win some money today and at Toronto.
That's the goal. But yeah, you can just be super aggressive with the knockdown engine and all the one-ofs that you can play. The like disgusting combos you can pull off are just like turn 2 prime judge, knock out your big threat. Good luck. Like it's just if they don't have Fez in play pre-established, it's like good luck.
Exactly, and if you're using the Fan Rotom to search out triple Hoot Hoot because you have accessibility to 1 or 2 Noctowl, you can literally do anything
Yeah,
you
you
want
can
to
do anything.
even with double Hoot Hoot. That's searching out 4 trainer cards, which is
Yeah.
absurd to think that you could also use it in tandem with a supporter and, you know, Greninja to draw 2 cards. Like,
Yeah, the deck just goes from super like innocent looking board states to just crazy stuff on turn 2.
yeah, you go from looking like a starter deck with your Hoot Hoots in play to all of a sudden, wow, this pre-release deck really does wonders because I pulled out Palkia from nowhere because I can Thornton
Yep.
like something into Palkia. Like, yeah, it's such an interesting deck where like if I grinded the ladder, I'd probably play this deck a lot, play it into an online tournament or something because it
Yeah.
just looks like such a fun deck.
It's
to
so
play,
fun.
too.
It's so cool. You just get to I mean, knockdown just feels like cheating sometimes, so you just get to do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's a different
Um,
way to play Pokemon.
And
for
yeah,
sure.
like a lot of people don't expect a lot of the things you can do. Like if you rating Greninja and then they don't expect it to be a threat and you go E-switch rating Greninja again is like
Yeah, Trumpet is an absurd card. When it got printed and revealed, I was like, okay, this card's going to be pretty good. And then people were not really respecting it. They're like, okay, it's not going to see play yet.
Yeah.
And this deck really amplifies the respect I have for Glass Trumpet because as long as you have a Pokemon in play, you can definitely E-switch onto another one or just keep it on that Pokemon. Glass Trumpet onto Terapagos,
Yep.
attach return to it. What do you know? It has the double energy requirement, and it doesn't have a nullification of -20 like it would with a double turbo energy, and you can really just
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
people don't expect like Unified Beatdown being able to hit 240 because it's just so burnt into our minds that it does 220 with a full bench with DTE. But you knock out Raging Bolts clean. It's sweet.
Dan and I were talking about how, oh man, he might not get the knockout on this Iron Hands, and we're like, wait, basic energy. So yeah, basic energy working wonders. Play that in your deck. Yeah, I think we're waiting for the other rounds to start. Just some matches finishing up
Sweet.
probably in time right now, and we're looking at a couple different variations. Since you're playing in the tournament, we won't say exactly the numbers, but you know, there's going to be the obvious decks in the room. I
Yep.
don't think many people are going to be playing this Palkia deck, but you know, there's the Charizards, whatever was next to you, like on the stream.
Yeah,
match we
there's
saw.
a bunch of cloths.
Yeah, we saw Michael get donked on stream. Actually, that's why we panned to your game pretty quickly. Michael got donked by Jarek. But yeah, there's a couple decks in the room. We're looking at like 17 different decks or something. Maybe
That's
not
a lot.
17, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was above the number of 10. And it's just interesting to see that people can play these. And there might be 1 or 2 of those decks that I think are a little shaky.
Yeah.
But I think just the ability for someone to lock in one of these decks to a leak up, even though it's just a leak up, but it's still a 1K.
We're still playing for something for sure.
Yeah, we're playing for some money on the line. First place gets $400. Second gets $200. I would love to have $400 from playing 1 day of Pokemon.
Yeah.
So the fact that people can lock in these decks, and I really think anything can win this tournament. Miraidon, Palkia, Regidrago, Cloth. Because once you get into that top 8 bracket, it just matters about what's in front of you. Because if a bad matchup's on the opposite side of the bracket, they can lose their game and
Yep.
you can still win. Or like what happened in your game, your opponent just draws cards in the wrong order, and they don't really have enough to close out the game. They had enough for Iron Hands turn 1. They had enough for a response turn 2, but they just, you know,
Yeah. I was fortunate that their turn 2 was pretty weak because as soon as they get Iron Hands, like I just should not win this game in any world. But they just kind of went like attach, play boss, amp, and I was like, okay, your board is kind of susceptible to INO when I knock out this hands. Just try to
Yeah.
figure it out. And it worked out. We got there.
it's definitely wonderful that like you were able to do that, and like I said, just methodically piecing together your turn and something that shouldn't happen, your deck is able to do it. Like you should not be able to turn one have a bunch of basic Pokemon in play that are non-rule box and just go, oh yeah, the highest HP is like 60 on my board, 70 on my board, and then you go, bam, bench down a 230 HP Pokemon, play the Hoot Hoot down, or play the Noctowl down, play all these cards, play the Stadium down, extend my board, Trumpet, all this stuff. Like it's mind-boggling to me that you're able to just out of nowhere sequence this thing, and it does take great sequencing, but you're out of nowhere able to do this in addition to playing one of the best cards ever printed, Radiant Greninja.
Yeah.
Like
It's very similar to Terapagos, where you try to just have a low maintenance board and then go crazy on turn 2 with the Noctowls and stuff. But this deck just has some more options at, like, there's trade-offs. I don't play Pidgeot, I don't play Dust Noir. But I do get the consistency of Radiant Greninja and the attacking option of it. And then I get, instead of like Dust Noir fixing my Terapagos, I have Palkia to do the high damage stuff. So.
exactly. You have plays where you can go like attaching one energy to a Mew, it doesn't do anything, and then later on you can go attach another energy to Mew, energy switch to it, and what do you know? You're copying like some random attack in the game to win something. Like you have the accessibility to all these things. You can, I mean, you have the judge in there. We didn't even mention that. You have a judge to offset people. Let's just say they're playing Goldengo and they're, taking a knockout on your active, and they're playing the Cypher Maniac code breaking to stack their deck with 2 cards that'll help them on the following turn because they're playing around Iono and telling you, well, you have nothing that can take care of me. And then you say, actually, I have a judge.
Judge.
Draw 4 cards, buddy.
Did you
Yeah.
guys talk through the backup options that I had up here?
We talked about Klefki.
Clearly. All right, keep talking for a second. Bearings are up. But the other thing I had here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, we have a list of
Here, I'm
cards
just
that
gonna
can
kick you off,
be
though, if you
slotted
wanna
in.
punch these in. We did.
All right, so on the screen now we have some cards that
Yes.
I talked to Dan about, and some that Dan just threw in here.
Correct.
Um,
Let me. I can do that. So yes, there are some cards in here that we talked a little bit about, and I think could also be a good inclusion because I've seen them found in other deck lists. So one of the main ones you mentioned was the Greninja EX. Because, in Miraidon it'd be helpful. Not that you clearly needed any help.
Well,
but, Squawkabilly, just to kind of set up a stronger board, though it is a liability. Blood Moon, which is almost a classic in these kind of decks. And then Double Turbo Energy, which, again, clearly was not necessary. So were there any of these kind of thrown up there that you think could be valuable to add?
So Klefki we talked about a bit. I'm not going to touch on it more. I think Klefki's really good. I just have, like we talked about, I have Cologne in the deck right now. I would just cut Cologne for Klefki, just depending on what I want to tech for. Roxanne is an interesting card, but I have Judge for the early game and Iono for the late game, so I feel like Roxanne's kind of just like
makes sense.
Plus, for a lot of the late game combos, you can keep a Hoot Hoot and then you knocked out for the pieces you need, and then Iono, so you don't like need the Roxanne combo draw 6.
Yes.
The Blood Moon is a good card, but I don't know. I haven't felt it necessary.
The only I'll tack something onto the Blood Moon though is you were able to reach 240 with the Terapagos, which is good.
Yeah,
like very good. However, Blood Moon can enable you to do that a little bit earlier, and you keep it on the board as less of a liability. 260 HP is a lot, and because the attack damage or attack cost gets scaled down as your opponent takes prizes, being able to use a Glass Trumpet and then either attach Double Turbo or attach something else means you're reaching that 240 with something that can survive a lot better. I don't know if that makes it good, but at least it was my thought process in including it.
Yeah, I think it could be good. Like in that game, the Terapagos kind of did what Blood Moon would do, but it could be good there because then even the generator for 2 on a Raichu doesn't win.
Exactly. Which that almost happened.
Energy switches in the deck, Buddy Poffin's in the deck. Bundle is okay, but you have a lot of Gust and a lot of accessibility to your Gust.
The only one then I really want to ask about is that Countercatcher. So why do you think Countercatcher could or could not be a good inclusion here?
Usually, so it's okay. The problem is in the matchups where you leave a 1-prizer or try to leave a one prize board, say like Raging Bolt, let's say, they take a prize, and then you both need to switch and frequently gust.
True.
There's one good card that does that pretty.
That's also true. And you have the advantage of Noctowl being able to pull,
Right.
like, find it. So
Right.
that does help.
I don't hate the card, because when you go offset, then it's live for the rest of the game. Like they take 2, and then it's 4 to 3, and you can use it.
Right.
But usually in those matchups, you have you're pretty content just playing boss every turn, and as long as they don't hand disrupt because they can't because they need to play Sada,
Right.
then you're fine.
That makes a ton of
um,
sense.
The Greninja EX I would love to fit for this Miraidon matchup. I just don't think you have the space. A lot of the pieces are too necessary. I just don't know where it would come from. Like you need at least 3 cards, and then you have to not prize any of those 3 cards, and
Exactly.
like it's tough. And
Well,
then
no.
Squawkabilly was played in the top 4 list.
It was.
I just haven't really ever felt like I needed it.
Well, and that game right there, you were able to get the Glass Trumpet combo off with Terapagos
Right.
to keep pressure, which was huge. And is that something you're typically able to do?
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable doing that.
Then I would agree, because I think that's really the need for Squawk. And we talked about this with Andrew a bit. Squawk is just so important to allow you to play the game. And
Yeah.
if your deck's something that can do that consistently and you haven't run into trouble, then it is a major liability that
Yeah.
maybe you don't want to put on the
I
board.
don't think I need it. My deck isn't really concerned about putting liabilities in play because I mean we play Mew and Fez and all the
True.
things. But I just haven't felt it necessary. And I'd rather play like Cologne today. So
That makes
although
complete
that list
sense.
did play Cologne, but I don't know what they cut. But
No, it makes sense. So Ryan, thank you very much for talking through this. You are 3
of
and
course,
1 right now.
we're 3-1. One more.
One more going into round 5. We have 6 rounds. So Ryan, take it down. And I already said we're going to talk to you after finals, right?
Very good.
All right, beautiful.
We'll
Well,
see ya.
thank you, sir. Good luck in the next round. Sounds good. All right, so we are getting set up for this next round here, and as we saw, we have a pretty cool match coming up here. So we are transitioning over to our game 1, and in that game... Oh, that's fine. I'll quiet down. I was yelling into my mic. So in that game 1 here, we have Adam playing Charizard versus Sky playing Cloth Terapagos, and that is not an auspicious start for Adam. We have a absolutely terrible hand here. Ugh. So gotta feel for Adam, especially with the poison knockout there, not being able to activate Fez, having very little good in hand. And so Sky is very excited about this opportunity, very hyped about being able to take that first knockout, and Adam's just going to pass it over. And so Sky draws the, draws the Radiant Sneasel, uses the Brute Bonnet, to put the, wow, words are hard, Poison, Voltorb, Electrode, Knockout. But all right, so now we do see the Pheasantipity come down. We see the Pidgey come down on the bench. We do see the Pidgey go back into the deck. And I think we just did not have a good shuffle with the Pidgey. Oh, I believe Sky was just checking if the Pidgey went in. So we're going to see that go in. We're going to see Adam get ready to hopefully survive a turn. But man, I got to say, guys, this Cloth has really been showing up the power of it, especially into these matchups where you don't want to like have that aggressive response. So Adam finding the Buddy Pop and finding an Arven will be able to get into the game, but Skychill still has such a strong lead with being up 4 prizes to 6. And by 4 prizes, I mean, let me fix it to 4 prizes. All right, so Mo is obviously not here. He's taking a quick break. So let me ask you guys who are watching, like, what is it that makes this Cloth deck so strong? Or, like, what do you want to play if you were here or you want to play going into Toronto? Because I know a ton of people that are strongly considering this Cloth list. And not gonna lie, part of the reason I'm considering Ancient Box is it is a really good matchup into Cloth. And we'll see more about that in the next round. That is indeed your GOAT Sky. And Isaac, you mentioned it before. I think Gold Dango is a fascinating deck. I don't think we actually have many doing too well here today. But, dude, it's good. It's strong. Palkia or Togekiss. Zard, I was just talking to a couple of the Dead Draw Gaming guys here. And I think Michael's playing Charizard. And obviously he's pretty hyped about it. And I mean, I think Charizard is just a really good deck. I don't love it. Oh, congrats on the cup win. That's fantastic. I would say I don't love it per se, but it is a really, really strong deck. And unfortunately, in this match, Adam's deck is not quite demonstrating that in the way that he would like. But we will see the Luminion here, and Adam does have, I believe, the unfair stamp. So there is an out for him to kind of put Sky into a rough spot, since Sky has not found the Area 0 underdepths to fill her bench with Pheasantipity or stuff like that. So we playing Arvin. Arvin for the rare candy, not Luminion for rare candy. Yeah, this position does seem bad for Zard. And yes, Stamp is probably going to be his main out. And Isaac, if I had played more Zard, that may be the route I go. Right now, I think for me, the winning ones are really Thorns, Dragapult, which we heard Rafal talk a lot about, or Regidrago, which we haven't actually talked about much, which we may want to later. But I think Regidrago is still just clearly the best deck in format. And let me tell y'all, we have a total of 2 Regidrago here today. All right, so we see Ryan draw with Pheasantipity. We now get to use a Pidgeot EX. We still have not used our V-Star. So Adam just debating if now is the time to V-Star. And we are going to Super Odd in Charmander and a Fire Energy and then play the unfair stamp. So my only concern with that is if Adam had an out for the Charizard EX, I really would have liked to see the Forest Seal Stone there to actually get the Charizard EX up and attacking. Sky going to go down to a 3-card hand after her top deck if Adam's able to pull off the Charizard EX. And all Adam needs to see off of this unfair stamp is either Ultra Ball, Rare Candy, Charizard, something, so that way he can get the second out with that Forest Seal Stone. And we do see the Ultra Ball, so we are able to get the Charizard EX down should Adam decide to go that route. And we're going to see Ultra Ball away Buddy Poffin and Fire Energy, keeping the Radiant Charizard. And so, Mo, I know you're just joining us back here. We are going to see the Charizard EX come down. We're going to see it knock out this Electrode V. We've seen Sky use her Forest Seal Stone. Adam went from being in an atrocious position to kind of being okay here.
I feel like I came back at the right time then.
You did.
I think I came back to the point where Adam can bring this game back to a W. He can just so he can manage to.
Oh, I need to keep updating these. But yes.
Yeah, he can manage to KO this Hisuian Electrode like you mentioned, and go from 6 prices to 4, evening up that. Not really evening up the price trade, but like.
But getting back
when
into
Briar's
it for sure.
involved, it's evening it up for sure. Like
that is true. Briar could be a huge piece for Adam here to try to get back into it. And we do see the super effective glasses, the Mochi, but now it all depends on what are the other cards in Sky's hand.
I mean, a super effective glasses would be kind of annoying for Adam if Sky can find a way to get this Electrode back from the discard pile into the hand, whether there's a Night Stretcher in the hand or if there's another way to get it. But
so we see a Cloth, we see a Sneasler, we see the Mochi, we see the Area 0 Underdepths.
I think we're just going to see a Poison Pass.
I think we are. And now, to be fair, that's still pretty good. And Adam, I think it is imperative that he sets up another Charizard EX, because if this one goes down, he's going to want to be able to, like you said, Briar. Although if Sky knocks it out, he's going to go down to 1 prize.
Yeah.
She's going to go down 1 prize, so...
Radiant Charizard, maybe? I see some possibilities of Radiant Charizard coming into play.
And that may be the move. I do believe Adam is playing Duskull. He just has not demonstrated that by putting any on the board.
Yeah, it's okay. He'll get his time of doing it if he makes Top Cut.
Exactly.
Well,
and this is all but a winning in for Top Cut right now. So with 37 players, X2, a lot of them are going to sneak in, but also X11 is locked into Top Cut. Oh, and
just to reel it back in, yeah, Adam did Iono or Counter Catcher plus Iono, so he's bringing up a 2-price Pokemon.
That is
the one with
immense.
The most amount of HP, and that can stretch out these tools.
And we can also vacuum away the tool. So Adam is still poisoned, but that still puts him in such a good position.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He goes.
Yes, we see switch cart. And go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, he's gonna have 120 damage on him from poison, but he's going. I'm gonna Iono you, I'm gonna counter catcher up the thing that searches tools. I'm gonna Iono you so you don't have those tools that you already grabbed, and then I'm gonna lost vacuum the tool that's already in play.
Ooh, and so
Have
we
fun finding
see
'em.
we see a boss, we see a Briar. I think we have an Ultra Ball there. We've actually got a lot of really good pieces for Sky. Unfortunately, if Sky goes and gets Pheasantipity, Sky won't be able to take advantage of that Area 0 underdepths. And that is a big deal because now Sky's going to have very limited outs to win this game, and Adam is one quick search away from a boss's orders. So, Mo, how does Sky get back into this?
I mean, okay, so Sky can use a cloth to attack into the Charizard, but then like I don't even think Sky is running like the one of Iono that some people are running. There's a one of Iono. Okay, so Sky can use that, but I mean a one of Iono, but then you have to find like cloth double turbo energy in order to really piece together this attack, and you have to find the ancient booster capsule. I forgot about that because it got lost vacuumed away.
Well, so here's a bigger issue. With that Pheasantipity going down, Sky does not have a bench space available. And so even if she is able to play the game, and Sky just scooped it up,
Unfortunate.
Adam, what an incredible comeback from being so far behind. And Charizard goes to 4-1 to sneak into top cut likely. So before we get you guys to a break, because I want to hear about Adam's game, we're going to jump over to Ancient Box versus Lugia V-Star and Mo. Lugia V-Star has just tanked recently.
Lugia V-Star not doing too well because of many factors. I know Rahul Reddy was playing that in the Perth Regional, and he said, I could have ID'd into cut, but I had an Iron Thorns on the technical winning in.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate when you have that happening, where there's so many of these awkward matchups in the field, in addition to the fact that your deck, it's been known to brick a little bit, but your deck is just naturally not that great. Like, in terms, like, okay, it's a really good deck.
No,
It's a
we're
really
agreed on
high-powered
that.
deck.
I don't think that's what you meant,
No,
but
I like
I
Lugia.
agree.
You got me my invite for Japan, but like I love Lugia. But right now Lugia's it's a little questionable. You're setting up another stage 1 Pokemon. Like it can do it and it can definitely like roll with the punches because it can come back with worm prizers, but like
So I agree. And I think that's the difficult part into this Ancient Box is because it's all one prizers. It is very hard to make a comeback here. So on the chat real quick, number one, I agree, Zeke. Like, I think the issue is that locals attendance is down in general. We also got to advertise further ahead of time, so that one's on me. But in general, like, there's a little bit less investment in locals because it's so much harder to make worlds and locals count for less. So this is me advertising to all y'all. Go to your locals. It's still fun. We're still here to play the game, regardless of worlds or not. Like, we all love Pokemon.
and you
And
can still get play packs too.
you can still get play packs. And getting back to the game, so we see Jack get that Professor Sada, set up this board. Or actually, did he play Sada? No, we are getting Sada back. But Jack is in a position where we're probably not knocking out this Lugia V-Star, but we're on pace to knock out Squawk, Fish, anything else.
Yeah, it's pretty early on, so Jack can still use like an Iron Bundle to force something else up. I was speaking to Jack after he actually lost, unfortunately, to Michael because he forgot to bench the Iron Bundle. But I was like, oh, I didn't even know that you had. We were talking about you maybe not having the knockout on the Pidgeot EX. And he goes, oh, I always have it. And I was like, okay, Jack, okay. Someone has, he's got the confidence in himself. And like I said earlier, you just have to have that when you go into a tournament. And so, Jack, I know he's thinking right now, how do I get to this number? How do I get to 21 in the loss, or 20, not loss zone? Holy moly. How do I get to 21 in the discard pile for ancient cards?
And we should note that Jack did get second place at Peoria Regionals last year, so incredibly good player. We hit the counter catcher, so we're able to knock out this Squawkabilly EX. If we were only at 8 in the discard, I think Squawk's the correct choice there. If we were not, I really think we should have knocked out Luminion there. But what do you think, Mo?
I think both of them are kind of like the same, but Luminion can attack. That's the only difference. They're like the same, but they're not because Alex still has access to that legacy energy, meaning he can attack with Lumia and push it back in his deck
And
and not
that
have any liabilities.
and that is exactly the concern I had is Luminion can take itself off the board, but SWAT can't.
Yeah, so you want to get rid of the thing that your opponent can either, whenever you're versing a deck, like when I'm versing Charizard, I understand that they can Turo, Thornton, or collapse something away, and you want to keep that in mind. That's what makes you better at card games, is that if you're able to do that and say like, I'm gonna go ahead and knock out a Pokemon on the bench right now, like what are your outs?
And that's a big thing is playing to your outs and your opponent's outs. So kind of to transition to that, Isaac, on your question on playing Cloth, it is a very similar thing. Cloth is a bit unique because you're not often trying to play around your opponent's outs. You are just being purely aggressive of, I'm going to try to take a single prize with Petrant. I'm going to try to follow up with Terapagos and with Cloth, and with Cloth. And in general, I believe the matchup is purely just to be as aggressive as possible. So take a single prize knockout if you can with the Pecharunt. Use the Hisuian Electrode V with the super effective glasses and Radiant Sneasler to knock out a Charizard EX. And then use either Blood Moon or Terapagos to try to take another knockout. And throughout all of this, if you're not able to take a 2-prize knockout, just keep throwing Cloths at your opponent so it forces them to extend their game. But getting back to the game here, so Jack really just trying at this point to find that Professor Sada so we can knock out this Lugia V-Star, or kind of like we saw before, just countercatcher up that Luminion V. So Mo, what are the key things for Jack to do here?
He just needs to draw and discard cards, because if he leaves the Fluttermane active, I don't think he is, it's just a one retreater, but if he leaves the Fluttermane active, then that's when Alec is going to be able to use the Aqua Return and put this Luminion V back in his deck, and then
Yes.
be able to take a knockout in the same time. Like, you would probably still use it if you weren't taking a knockout, just to get rid of a 2-prize liability, but like, man, if you can take a knockout with that, that's really good. But we'll see what Jack has to do. I think he's just discarding. Like, right now he's probably going to use the Radiant Greninja, try to draw 2 more cards, and then whether he can Ultra Ball something away, or if he plays that Superior Energy Retrieval.
Well, and that's exactly it too. It's not just finding the ancient cards to discard, it's also finding the cards that can thin them out of your hand and shove them in there. So, like you said, Jack did get the energy, will be able to use conceal cards, choosing to Earthen Vessel away another card, and just, man, he is digging through his deck. So we also have the Professor Sada, which is a big deal. And so we're going to play the Nest Ball. And do you think this is just for, this is for Pecharunt.
Yeah. Additionally, though, if I'm Adam, or not Adam, if I'm Alec, Adam was the last player, right?
Yes.
But if I'm Alec, I would love to see like the legacy energy come down too. I would love to make something like the Lugia V-Star that's 280 HP Behemoth. Not so worth it anymore, you know?
Well, so that's the thing is, I actually agree. I would have loved to see that legacy energy come down either on the Luminion or on the Lugia, just to force Jack to take a 1-prize knockout in some way this turn. Now, with the Pecharunt coming down, we're going to see... Oh, and we have the Dark Patch. So I see. So Jack did not have access to the Professor Sada, so we are going to use Adventurer's Discovery? No, that was the old one.
No,
Explorer's Guidance. There we go.
Guidance, yep.
To try to thin a few more cards into the discard pile, and then also just keep digging into his deck for the pieces he needs. So Jack does have the Dark Patch available, so we'll be able to set up that Moon, including with the manual attachment. We have Pecharunt to switch it. Mo, I just don't know why we benched the Pecharunt. Do you have any idea?
I really couldn't tell you why, because the Pecharunt's a good attacker late game, but it's not like it is the late game. So now you're benching a Pokemon that if he doesn't get the KO on this Lugia, you can go boss Lugia, KO this Pecharunt.
Exactly.
Plus, with the Pecharunt, you're poisoning your Roaring Moon, so you're going to bring it active. It's going to take 1 damage counter going into your opponent's turn with poison, and then with poison going back into your turn, it's going to take 1 more damage counter. That's 120 residual, like, left over. That means Luminion can take the knockout.
Absolutely.
And then with poison, the Roaring Moon's going to get knocked out back into your opponent's turn. And that means that Pheasantipity doesn't activate the following turn. So it seems a little weird to bench it, especially since you're going to poison yourself but maybe Alec is going to piece it together once Jack finishes his turn. Then maybe Jack is just going to do something else that we don't see coming.
And I think that's the question is, I don't know if I understand what Jack's plan was here.
Yeah, if I'm Alec right now, I'm just promoting the...
I mean, you got to put up the Minccino. If, in my mind, because that is the thing that is kind of the sacrificial Pokemon here, you're likely going to want your Archeops. You can't really feed him Lumineon because you'd be
Oh,
feeding him
no.
2 prizes. And so I think giving him that Minccino is going to be the move. So Jack doing this, we do go with the Archeops. So
An
Mo, tell me
Archeops-
why.
An Arcap seems fine if the Lugia is not going down. Especially off the awkward turn, you're still going to have Lugia in play. And you could just promote like a 1-prizer. Presumably if he does... Arceus gets knocked out. He promotes something. He awkward returns into the like whatever 1-prizer, and then he takes the knockout. But he
Mhm.
only needs 1 Arceus in that process.
And that is true, because that is enough to set up all the attackers on his board, because even though Jack's attackers have pretty high HP for single prize basics, it's still not that high in general. So,
Yeah.
Mo, the question I have for you, though, is with Jack putting down 2 2-prizers, it seems like Alec's map is all but set up. So, what is the plan here for Jack in doing that? Like, how do
I-
those help him win first?
I think right now Jack just has to hope that maybe he didn't see the Lumineon play right away with the poison, but I think Alec is seeing it, and that's gonna mean he can go like Lumineon and then promote a 1-prizer with gift energy, and then go like hopefully boss's orders plus Iron Hands onto the Greninja and win the game next turn. Or well, it doesn't win the game. Never mind.
Right, but that is, I think, a way for
Um,
him to try to reach. But the tough thing is here.
Jack
And so
just has to go.
I guess let me ask the chat. All y'all watching this game, y'all are good at Pokemon. What am I missing? Why was it important to bench both of those?
Yeah, I would have liked to seen Jack keep the counter catcher off of the Explorer's Guidance. That's one thing that I thought was like a little bit questionable that he could have done. Because if you keep the counter catcher off of that, then you can go, because they were both at
And I
4
think
prizes.
that's
Never
the
mind,
issue.
They're both at 4.
Yeah, because
That's
Alec
not it.
is going to have to attack twice in order to get ahead on prizes again. And I think that's totally fair. I won't push. But so then Alec, I think you're right, Mo, is going to use that Lumineon to knock out this Roaring Moon, leave Jack unable to use Pheasantipity. But to be honest, I don't think Jack has a lot of cards left in his deck.
Yeah, if he's drawing 3 cards, he might just deck out.
And so that is the question, too. Does Jack have the juice necessary to close out this game? We are seeing a Pokestop
That's rough.
for Alec and getting rid of a boss's orders.
That card is gold.
That is gold.
I don't think you even use the Pokestop in that situation because you just want to gift energy, draw into. Maybe he's trying to draw back into like an Ultra Ball for next turn for Lumineon
Well, so-
boss, but like
That's my question is, what is Alec trying to see off of this Great Ball or off of that Pokestop? Is there something you're thinking of? Is it just another out to a boss's orders? Like, what is the dig for?
yeah, if I'm him, I'm not using that Pokestop because what if you draw 3 items or 2 items? But like I want to keep my hand kind of close to nothing, just so that way I can put up this Minccino after the Aqua return, and then I have a way to draw into boss's order, so then I can go like boss's order KO like Pheasantipity or Petrarunt or something.
And that's
with
always
the Lugia.
And that makes sense, but that's always the tricky part is you don't want to fill your hand so you can see more cards. But if you fill your hand and pull cards out of your deck, the cards you're going to see are more likely to be the one you want. Now, granted, that still doesn't mean it was a good idea to Pokestop there, but I get the gist of what he's trying to do is he maybe needed to hit an Ultra Ball or something to thin down his hand. But even then, man,
Yeah,
Alec is
'cause
in
he's
a
at-
tough spot here.
He's at 6 right now, plus the prize card taken is going to be 7, and he's already. But the Lugia was a grab off Great Ball, so technically,
Right.
yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens. Benching the hands. He
That is
could do that. It's just questionable because it doesn't close out the game.
So the other thing to keep in mind, though, is because Jack is down to 3 prizes remaining, Jack just needs to knock out either Lugia or the hands or something else, and then the Archeops or the Minccino.
Yeah, he has to knock out the Lugia this turn, with the Lugia having no legacy on it, because then if he goes legacy on the Lugia this next turn,
True.
Jack actually doesn't have a way to. I don't think he plays an E-Hammer. We can check his list right now.
I
to see
do
if he plays
not
E-Hammer,
see an
but
E-Hammer.
yeah, then we're looking at this Lugia has to go down this turn, but he got rid of the counter catcher. It wouldn't even be effective right now. They're both at 3. But he really needs to take out this Lugia right now without it having a Legacy Energy, because Legacy Energy is going to be the bane of his existence.
So I would agree to a point. I do think Jack still has time, but you're right that that time is dwindling quickly, especially if Jack only has limited outs to Roaring Moon, Baby Roaring Moons. I see we do have the Professor Sada, but like you said, Mo, if we use Professor Sada, we can't boss that Lugia, and that's a huge deal.
But if you don't use it, then you need Dark Patch, and he's already down 1.
Well, we actually do have a Dark Patch in hand.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm used to
there,
the older arts.
yes, but there is an out now where Jack just needs to see the boss's orders. And I don't know if that's in his discard. I'm not seeing it. But Pokestop doesn't dig him. Or it doesn't dig him towards that
Pokestop
boss's
doesn't,
orders.
Unless he draws Secret Box. Then
Well, he's
has-
already used his secret box.
Oh, yeah. I was gone for a little bit, right?
No, that's fine.
But,
Well, that
okay, Night Stretcher for that.
actually is brilliant. And so, Mo, why is that so brilliant?
He's got to push up Archeops, because if he pushes up Lugia, then it gets KO'd and it doesn't have Legacy on it. And
And that's exactly it. And
So,
now,
little
by
rough.
knocking out the Archeops, Alec can't use Primal Turbo to put the Legacy on Lugia. He will have to draw it from hand. And in addition, oh, he's already got 7 cards in hand, but he wouldn't be able to draw with Gift if that was an option.
maybe what he was trying to do was Great Ball into a basic Pokemon, like another Minccino, in order to
Ah,
bench it.
yeah.
He does play a limited amount of single price Pokemon that he can just bench that are basics and not Archeops. So maybe that was his mindset going into it, where he wanted to find another Pokemon in case of bundle. Playing around that, but it's just unfortunate he didn't find it. So I take back what I said about those plays. But
They all make sense now in retrospect.
yeah,
But I see what you mean. He wanted to just give himself more outs to protect the prize trade and make it harder for Jack to actually close the game out. Now, granted, we say all this. It is very possible that Alec finds the Legacy Energy and attaches to Lugia V, and then is also able to find a Cincino to set up that Cincino to close out an attack on a Roaring Moon or something like that. And we
yeah.
see the Professor Sada from Jack setting up that Roaring Moon. Mo, are you worried about Jack not having another Roaring Moon on board? I'm not anymore. We found the Roaring Moon.
He drew into it.
Yep.
Don't need a Fez if you just draw into it.
But I'm still not seeing boss's orders, which makes me think that maybe the boss's orders is prized.
It could be. So if it's something he grabs off the prizes, that's pretty good. But
I would agree,
mean-
Nikita. Jack never misses unless he chooses to not win, in which case he misses very poorly.
yeah, going into this next turn, if Alec has I'm trying to think. He has to have like research or something into the Legacy, attack with the Lugia, and then the next turn he has to have like boss onto the Petron, and then he wins the game.
Yes.
But right now, I don't know like the promotion of the Minccino here, just because like you're gonna attack with Lugia no matter what, and we're treating a double turbo.
Well, actually, I actually do like the push-up of Cincino here because he will be able to take a one-prize knockout and not expose the Lugia V-Star. Now, granted, Jack can still just put down Iron Bundle or something like that, but this way it's not a guarantee that the two
Yeah.
prizer is in the active. And unfortunately, we hit heads on the catcher. We hit tails. Actually, no.
That was a
Yeah.
capturing aroma.
So
he can search a
we
basic.
Could see an Iono or something here, or even just a single prize basic to continue to mess up this trade.
Yeah, he can bench the Minccino that he has, because I believe there's one deck. Don't saw block. Don't do that. And he can bench.
Unfortunately, Petron will kind of invalidate that anyway, but yes.
Yeah, the third card in the front of his deck is a Minccino. He can bench that and then go for like an attack with a special roll where he attaches another energy. It's that 140 number. But
I mean,
I don't
so
know what he's thinking of here. He might be thinking about like
I think what he has
Lumineon for research.
So I think what he has to be thinking is, I need to disrupt. And if I don't actively disrupt, I need to play around Jack's opportunities to close out this game.
Yeah.
So if you know Jack doesn't have access to a Gust, getting down that Minccino seems brilliant because then it forces Bundle to not be an out to win the game. Now, if you don't know that Jack is out of Gust, I actually would probably go for the Iono here. But what do you think, Mo?
I personally think if you're just gonna go for the attack, I would put him on Have the Boss. If you know that I would look to see his discard pile. He's down all of his Gusts. The counter catcher is ineffective because we're gonna be at the same amount of prize cards,
Absolutely.
and I would just go for the. That doesn't really matter. It's the same amount of ancient cards.
Oh, I got real scared we were about to go up into that Blood Moon. But yes, agreed. And we will see the professor's research
Now he's just digging for the boss's orders right here.
just to
just
close
to
out
have
the
it
game
for the
next turn.
He does have the Luminion. We know there's a boss in deck because off the Great Ball he saw it.
Yes.
And it's in hand actually. But like he just needs to hope that his opponent doesn't have boss. A bundle doesn't matter. He has the Minccino in hand. It has one retreat. And he's just gonna swing special roll. And let's see if his opponent has it. Let's see if Jack has this boss's order to close out because he has a dark he just needs one dark energy on active and boss's order. He was an Ionode. He has Fezandipity.
So we're going to see one card in deck. I don't think it's
Is it
actually
the
boss. No, because it is the Iron Bundle. Oh, and now Jack is in a very difficult position unless there's a boss and I'm just not seeing it. There's not. So Jack, after being in a dominating position this entire game, now may be stuck. And yes, Alex shows him the boss. Jack says the boss. Oh, and the boss is in the discard with no out to get it back.
Yeah, if there was like another, Alex doesn't have like 4 cards in hand
No,
or 4 cards in deck. But if that was the case, then
maybe we mill, but no. Alec, Lugia V-Star goes to 4-1 to take down the win. And Mo, holy, that did not end how I thought it was going to.
I take everything back that I said. I am so sorry, Alec. I think we should get him back here for an interview. Talk about that deck if we have time.
I think we absolutely can do that. So Mo, I'm actually going to kick you out this time. Can you
Thank
go grab
goodness.
Alec? I've been
I'm
making you
losing my
talk a
voice
lot.
here.
Well, if you can grab Alec and then, 40% of the time, Nikita. Grab Alec, and then if you can just get the next round ready to go for us, once they're all done. Thank you, Mo.
Be right back.
Mo will be right back. So, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I pulled together a bunch of decks. I pulled together a bunch of lists. I pulled together a bunch of content for this. But you know what I didn't get? I did not get a single Lugia. So just to frustrate Alec, I'm going to throw up Iron Thorns. Because this deck is weirdly more viable to me than actual Lugia. And as I insult Alec as he walks in the door, we are going to talk a little bit about why Lugia may still be a good choice. And something else we've been talking about. Well, actually, let me do this. While Alec is coming back here, I'm going to talk a little bit about our meta for the day. I mentioned we actually had 15 different decks, and that includes 2 Lugia, an Ancient Box, Cloth, Gardevoir, 5 Charizard, a Hydreigon EX, Gouging Fire, Lost Box, Archlualodon, 2 Goldango, Miraidon, Palkia Terapagos, Regidrago V-Star, and Raging Bolt, all with one more, an Iron Thorns Dragapult that Rafal's playing. But Alec, you are one of our 2 Lugia here today, and you are 4-1.
Oh, I'm honored to be one of the 2 Lugia. My baby.
I'm not. All right, so I threw up Thorns because I didn't make a Lugia deck because I don't want to play it. But why did you pick Lugia to play?
This isn't going to be a very interesting answer, but I have not touched cards since Louisville.
Oh, that's a great answer.
I played this exact 60.
Okay.
I haven't even re-sleeved because I only played day 2, 4 rounds. I was like, I'm not going to pay for another pack of sleeves. I'm just going to run it back.
Okay.
So this is
congratulations on day 2, by the way. That was your first day 2, right?
That was my first day 2.
Congratulations, man. That is awesome.
Thank you. No, it was really fun to get. It was really cool. I didn't do my best in day 2. That's okay though. I wanted the experience, so now I can say I did it. I got a limitless page, which is fun.
Fantastic. Absolutely love it. Listen, I'm all for it. Like, we play so hard and try so much to do well in this game. Why not enjoy the heck of it?
Yeah, no,
that's awesome.
It was fun. I got to play more Pokemon.
That's a beautiful thing. So, all right. So, tell us about why you picked Lugia even for that. And also, Kenneth is saying that he loves you. Just so you're aware.
Oh, what's up, Molerator? Love that guy.
All right, so then why do you think Lugia is so strong? And I guess why
Yeah.
would it be worth playing now?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, while I haven't touched cards, I've listened to every podcast I could every week. So
Love it.
and what I've seen in results too, and what people are talking about on podcasts is maybe a week ago I would have been a little bit scared seeing a Miraidon as like Miraidon Mirror as the most recent finals match. But now seeing Reggie Drago come back up, and a lot of people talking about that. A lot of people talking about Charizard.
Yeah.
Those are both decks that Lugia would love to see, especially with no mana fee. Super fun time for Lugia to be playing the Wellspring Ogrepon, which is very fun. So,
That is a terrifying
Yes.
card. Absolutely
fun.
terrifying.
I need to give a special shout out to that card because I have sobbed 10 times today.
So is it like sob to mill your opponent out or just to buy yourself time
Buy
or somewhere in the
time.
Okay.
Yeah. So against Michael Davidson, I had literally nothing to do because I opened, he was playing Charizard. I opened both my Chinchinos,
Oh boy.
and in order to play the game, I had to squawk. So I had to give away everything. I couldn't get any Archeops on my discard, so I bossed up his Pidgeot, sobbed 4 times there. I sobbed twice on his what's it called, Cleffa. Sobbed
Excellent,
twice on
excellent.
Cleffa, and I played Miraidon, which I beat. I lost to the Charizard. That's okay though.
I mean, that happens.
No Chinchino. That's an L. But,
Yes.
beating Miraidon by sobbing a Pikachu EX 5 times was very fun.
Incredible.
So that was
Absolutely
a good time.
fantastic.
Yeah. So Lugia, just great time for the meta. Honestly, Drago's cutting Temple. A lot of decks are cutting Temple.
That
Couple
is
might come
true.
Back with the turtle being involved and the crab in cloth, but we'll see.
Fair enough. Well, Alec, I'm not going to make you talk for too long because we actually haven't taken a break in 3 hours and 15 minutes. So we're actually going to take a
Impressive for
quick
you.
5-minute break going into the last round here. Oh, Mo's been talking a lot. I'm very grateful for it. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll give all a chance to use the bathroom, get something to drink. We'll be back probably in like 5 or 6 minutes to get going and get into our last Swiss round here at the Nerd Rage Gaming League Cup. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Nerd Rage Gaming Lean Cup. My name is Dan Hugar, still here with Moe Dace, and we have our last round here of the Swiss tournament, and we're getting ready for Top Cut. And in order to get to Top Cut, you need at least 4 wins. And so we have a very, very interesting matchup for you here. We have Josh playing Gardevoir EX, who we did see a little bit earlier, playing against Shukri E. Dace, Mo's brother, so certainly not biased at all, playing Reggie Drago V-Star. And so this one, I would actually say, is pretty favored for Reggie Drago, but that all depends kind of on the play of, well, to be honest, the Guardy player. So, Mo, we're going to jump into this game here as I finish getting up the records, but we haven't seen much Reggie Drago today, so I'm glad you picked this one. So tell me, how does Guardy beat Reggie Drago?
Well, Guardy has to go first and set up. If they have a clef key, they have to put it up. I did get word that Josh won the die roll, so he is going first.
Ooh, that's a big deal.
That is
Can you let them
huge.
know we're ready to go, by the way? All right, beautiful. We are starting it off.
So it's huge for the Gardevoir player to go first.
Ooh, and starting that Klefki going first is huge.
Starting Kyurem is not.
Starting Kyurem is not great. So, Mo, tell us, why is starting that Klefki so
Oh,
big
wait,
for
Klefki
Josh?
passes for.
Oh, well, that's less good, but okay.
Oh.
But still, why is that important?
The Kyurem is a Pokemon that you want to attack with. Now, we don't. I didn't even look at Josh's list past like the initial look at it, round 1, but I know for a fact he doesn't play Colress's Experiment or Colress's Tenacity, so the Kyurem can't attack for 1 energy. Also, Klefki being in the active spot, whatever. You want that Kyurem to be in the discard pile. This
Yes,
Pokemon is never going in the discard pile. If Josh has an option to hit around it, he definitely will.
absolutely.
So
And he has the ability to do so with Screen Tail. Now, on Shukri's end, obviously this is not a great start. Like, he would really like to be able to use that Teal Mask Ogerpon. He'd be able to use Squawkabilly EX. Even just finding a Canceling Clone will enable that. But Shukri also has the advantage that if he is able to get through this turn and get a reasonable board setup, he will be able to use Reggie Drago V-Star's V-Star ability in order to play the game, since obviously it's an evolution Pokemon. And so, Mo, then, what is Shukri trying to do this turn based on that Klefki being in play?
he is trying to just manually power up his Pokemon, and then additionally utilizing his canceling clone to the max potential. So if he
Yes.
has that canceling clone, then he's going to try to use that and then get his Wombo combo going, potentially using his Ogerpon Teal Dance abilities. So he's attaching energies, drawing cards, and then he's also just going to cycle through his deck and really get his deck going as if Klefki was never even in play.
And that is the dream, that this Klefki so slows him down, but he's able to catch up. And Frank, thank you very much for joining. This would be Moe Dace, a beautiful, beautiful man who is teaching us all about Pokemon, and myself, who I'm here. And Pav, thank you very much. We have hopefully gotten that adjusted. But
yeah, I put it closer to my mouth.
perfect. So getting back to the game, Shukri does manually attach to the Regidrago V. Josh draws, and draws a Ralts, which is pretty good. And now Josh has to decide between Iono and Research, and
Ooh,
that wasn't much of a decision, apparently.
down a counter catcher.
Olive,
I don't
excellent
know.
to have you here. Thank you for joining. You just missed Sky get cooked by Adam in Vengeance. And so we see Josh, we get the Nest Ball, we have Pheasantipity, we have a Radiant Greninja. Can't really use those,
He
though.
just, I mean, right here, if Shokuni draws like, okay, no, never mind. Kyurem's in the active spot.
Yep.
I was gonna
yep.
say if Shokuni draws like Prime Catcher into Regidrago V-Star, Ogerpon's energy switches, he could just Kyurem the whole board and win the game. He can't do that. He doesn't play Professor Turo
That's
scenario.
very true.
I know for a fact he doesn't because I built his deck.
Fair. He does have Prime Catcher in deck. He does have Canceling Clone in deck, I believe. And he does have Regidrago V-Star in hand. So Shukri will be able to play the game. And it looks like Josh actually isn't going to do very much here. Except Joust for
Yeah,
10.
Joust for 10. Use the big dice. Let's go.
All right, we see draw for turn for Shukri. That is a tower, which is
Jamie
not
really
great.
good in this matchup, though.
It
If
is.
someone puts their Pokemon with the Bravery, they put a Bravery Charm on their Pokemon and put them above that damage.
Mo,
threshold.
am I allowed to get angry at your brother for sequencing?
Oh yeah, I'm about to
Okay.
get angry at him for his discard pile being totally like his discard pile and prizes. Yeah,
So the reason I am angry with Shukri for sequencing is there isn't a need to attach that energy. There also isn't a need to put that jamming tower in play. There is, however, a need to use his V Star ability right now.
yeah.
Well, actually, maybe we don't need to use a V Star ability right now. Mo, if
But
you're
I think
Shukri,
I
do
think
you
holding
think
the
you do that?
stadium, holding the stadium is so huge in this matchup because you can technically take a prize with it when they're using the Drifloon or their Screamtail and putting damage counters on it past the original HP because it's boosted by
Yes.
50. So they can like he can play it down as a like it's either Lost Vacuum or the Jamming Tower, and he could play that down and then end up like taking a prize card with that plus an additional one with whatever attack he chooses to use. But
Agreed. Well, so actually, I think Shukri made an excellent decision here in just passing. And so the reason I say that is because he does have the grass energy in hand. Even if he does hit something great off of that V Star, he would still need to find some combination of energy switch and the like. However, Josh's hand's probably not that amazing. So by just holding, he's kind of forcing Josh to have it. And if Josh doesn't just have it, Shukri could be in a really good spot to respond here.
yeah, I know that Josh for a fact is not gonna just attack into this Kyurem. That would just be a recipe for disaster because he
Yes.
doesn't play the Mana Feed to block his bench from getting knocked out by Kyurem's attack. He's gonna play it slow if he can, or just set up Curlias and draw through his deck and really just wait for the response to Shukri's board.
Oh, but we see the Iono. Oh my goodness. I actually, for Shukri, he's got to be so happy right now.
Yeah, he's got to say, "Wow, you gave me a free option." Um, I mean, we're gonna just see what he draws off of this. He drew his own pair of Ionos. I know that he was talking about playing the 2 or 3 Ionos, and today he
And we see the rare candy for Gardevoir EX. So Josh actually is in a position to take a knockout or attack if he wants. We have 5 or 4 Psychic Energy in the discard, 1 attached to Klefki. We have Screamtail on the board. Josh could take this opportunity to hit into that Regidrago V-Star, and man, that would be a huge swing play for him. I mean, Mo, is there anything else Josh wants to see here?
I think he's just setting up for the future turns where he has his Curlia in play, he has his Gardevoir, and he's kind of smooth sailing right now.
So the one thing I would love to see from Shukri's end, though, to punish this is if you knock out that Curlia and you take out the Screamtail with it, I mean, Shukri's going to be in a really good spot.
Definitely. He only has to put 3 damage counters on that Screamtail just because the stadium is in play too. And so he doesn't really have to do much. So a Prime Catcher would be excellent to find right now off the draw.
It would. And we have an Iono, we have Nestball, we have a Professor's Research. And I mean, honestly, I would hope to see the Professor's Research here more than anything else.
Yeah, he did cut one of his Professor's Researches for a 3rd Iono actually. So he's playing the 3 and 3 count.
Which I
That's a
think is
little interesting.
very reasonable.
Yeah, I know some players are between that and Shukri's nestballing for this Drago V.
Which I also don't think is bad, but to be honest, Mo, I probably would have preferred to see a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, you definitely want it eventually in your turn, but like off the jump, I would definitely get a Teal Mask right here, just so that way you have some more draw power and actually like energy cycling, given he manually attached 2 energies and he's going to manually attach the 3rd, because this Kyurem is not getting out of the active spot.
Yes.
But
And so
we're gonna see what he draws. He needs to find his switch or his prime catcher. He's researching away this hand. Double
Which-
Iono.
is a pretty good hand to research away minus the loss of Iono. But we actually see another Iono. And this is where Shukri would have loved to see that Teal Mask Ogerpon come down because we have grass energy in hand. We will be able to draw.
Oh, he's gonna nest ball for
We'll,
the.
exactly.
Teal
We'll still
Mask.
see the nest ball.
Just
But
gonna see what he draws off of this teal dance though.
so Mo, let me ask you. If he does not hit the prime catcher off of this teal dance or subsequent stuff, do you think Shukri should use his V-Star?
I think he has to because if he doesn't, he's just behind, and given he's gonna have his V-Star available for the next one, but like, dude, you're behind and you have your Kyurem active, like you have to get it out of there. Given Josh is gonna go ahead and just bring it back up. Josh is gonna counter catcher it if he goes behind. So he's playing that. He's playing to that out, knowing that like he's gonna keep this alive the whole game. He just can't target terrestrialized Pokemon. So he just can't target the Ogerpons, but he can target the Mew, he can target the other Dragos to just KO those on the bench.
And I would agree. I think for me, the other thing I would like to see, though, is well, let me take that back. The other issue is that if Josh is able to Screamtail again, with one more Psychic Energy, he's actually going to be able to knock out this Regidrago V-Star without having to do anything else on his board, which is terrifying for Shukri. But we do already have the Dragapult EX in the discard. We can certainly Nest Ball here for another Teal Mask Ogerpon, which I would really like. We'll see what Shukri decides to do. Or we can Ultra Ball for a Teal Mask Ogerpon, which I would like to see.
Even getting that hand thin enough, I think he's going to be able to maybe draw one off the Mew if he plays that Ultra Ball. He's thinking about that Earthen Vessel, though. Just playing the Ultra Ball instead.
Which actually, I like that decision just to thin the hand down further, keep the superior energy retrieval, and then get this Teal Mask Ogerpon to draw one card with, and then restart on top of that. And so with that down, we have a full board for Shukri. We only really we have 2 liabilities that could be counter-captured, but...
Oh, good guy, Josh. Shuffling for my brother.
Oh, what a guy. I think Josh is also saying, like, hey, we got to move this along right now.
Definitely. Doesn't want to tie. Well, Josh doesn't mind tying, but Shukri, like, you know, he's doing it, you know, just getting this game along.
And Shukri, I believe, got top 128 at Sacramento, correct?
256.
256.
Yeah, he went into day 2 at 5-1-2. He won the first 2 rounds, so then if he won the next 2, he could have ended up actually getting top 16, but he lost that one, and then he lost round 4 of the day.
We did not see Prime Catcher or Switch.
Yeah, this game is cooked.
Well, so here's
Kind
the
of.
thing, though. We did see 2 Energy Switch, and those are the first 2 Energy Switch Shukri has seen. So
Oh, no.
we can double Energy Switch to the Kyurem.
Well, he has a 3 energy switch to it because he already attached for turn.
No, just it's only 2 retreat.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was 3 for some
No, it's
reason.
only 2 retreat. So we can double Energy Switch to the Kyurem, retreat,
Oh.
but unfortunately, we're still going to have to hit into this. Yeah, I love it. I love to see it. We're still going to have to hit into the Screamtail and not be able to spread our damage more effectively. So we'll see Shukri go into the V-Star. And then, Mo, where does he place his Dragapult damage?
I think you just separate it. But then at the same time, you don't want to give your opponent access to Monkey Dory's, like free Monkey Dory's ability. You kind of want your opponent to like have it be a little awkward. He's probably just placing like
So what I would actually like to see is 2-2-2. So 2 on Klefki, 2 on Curlia, 2 on the other Ralts. The 5 on Ralts is also pretty good, though, and I don't mind that. But then seeing the 1 on Gardevoir, I don't know how I love
I
that.
think that's possibly the least relevant one, to be honest.
I would tend to agree, but here we are. So we do have a
Yeah.
heavy ball. Do we have Drifloon in there? We do, actually.
That is 2 games on stream that Josh has prized Drifloon. And yesterday at our Elite Cup, he was playing Charizard, and I hit him in top 4. And he priced 3 Fire Energy game 1 versus me. And then, yeah, like, what do you do as a Charizard player? You play 5 Energy. You price 3 of them?
You play very, very carefully. So Shukri nicely organizing prizes for Josh and not very effectively. Anyway, so we do see this Drifloon come down. Shukri, Mo, do you mind yelling at Shukri to take his prize?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yelling at my brother? I'll do
Yes,
that.
I know. I figured you'd be up for the task. So we do see the Drifloon come down. We have the Bravery Charm in hand. We have 4 Psychic Energy in the discard. So we are not quite in a position to take this knockout. We see the 2 energy come down on Guardy, go into the Drifloon. We have the energy in hand.
After saying Shukri prize card, he goes prize card what?
So
Well,
you
the
see,
price card you take.
and I guess to that point, we don't actually need to fully get 300 damage on this Drifloon in order to knock out the Regidrago because we already got 120 damage on it.
Yeah, that boy is already pre-damaged. He's just set up. You know, Josh is playing for future Josh. he put the 120 damage on that Regidrago V-Star, so that future Josh only needs 6 damage counters on his Drifloon, and not the 10 damage counters, do 300, you have to have a Bravery Charm and bump the stadium. No, Josh sets up for future Josh.
So if you could yell at Shukri again for sequencing, I would greatly appreciate it. So
Yeah.
we do see the manual attachment to the Regidrago V. We see the Super Rod coming down to shove Regidrago V-Star, I believe, and a couple energy into deck. But the manual attachment did not need to happen there.
Yeah.
And this is why it's tough, because there is an out to do something real cool here with Mew EX, should he have decided to save that manual attachment. And do you see the play I see?
Yeah, he could bring up the Radiant Greninja and just Greninja 2 Pokemon.
Absolutely. And so instead, we're kind of hoping we hit, we put no energy in there. Okie dokie.
I think he still has the superior energy retrieval in his list, but I
He
think
does.
he's down double.
He has a superior in hand. He's down 2 energy switch.
But I think he's down double Rod though now, because I think he researched a Rod turn 1.
Did he?
I could be mistaken, but I think I try to make his arts easier on him for prize checking,
That's
and I
very
used
kind of you.
the like Neo whatever super rods, and I think he's actually down both super rods because I think I saw that order.
Alex, I'm glad you're appreciating it. So the other thing to note for Shukri, though, and I think you're right, there is at least one more Super Rod in the discard, and Shukri does have the superior energy retrieval in hand, so he will be able to use it, but I think we may be kind of stuck here, because sweet child of mine, we have a professor's research in hand that we are discarding with the superior. And Mo, I'm going to tell you honestly,
For 2 energy?
and so the reason being, which this does make sense, is because Shukri wants to be able to draw with Mew EX. And we will be able to do that.
Oh, there's
And there's the second Super Rod.
Oh my goodness.
So Shukri is, as the kids like to say, cooked.
All right, let's go get Josh for the interview real quick.
So
Oh my
the issue
gosh.
being that because of kind of how it was sequenced, he also didn't really hit what he needed.
Yeah, definitely.
But he kind of put himself in
No.
a position where he's not able to do much here. And so, Mo, I hear your pain and agony at Shukri advancing Kyurem. Why is that?
Well, you see, Kyurem is a big boy, and if Josh plays Professor Turo scenario, so if Josh can definitely capitalize on this if he goes like Professor Turo scenario, the Drifloon,
And so
and then
that is exactly the concern.
Yeah.
100%. If Professor Turos was not a possible out for Josh, I actually think going into the Kyurem would be the correct decision. But things are a
It's a
little
card.
sketchy here.
it is a card in the deck. I also think that Josh can bump the stadium and just know that it never has any relevance anymore because Shukri already uses V-Star. These are the types of games that you say we take those. Your opponent whiffing.
We do
the
see the
switch.
stadium come down. We do see the energy discard to heal damage from every Pokemon on board, which undoes so much of the work Shukri did. Yeah, we are in a tough position here for Shukri.
Also, it's not really that relevant. Kyurem has 140 HP, right? Or is it 130?
130, I
Oh,
believe.
okay. I was gonna say if it's 140, then it actually lives a hit from Drifloon, and Shukri can set up, or Josh can set up for like other plays where he like KOs the Kyurem with Monkey Dory Math later,
Yes.
and then like promote. It's basically a free gust on a 2-prizer, but
And that's
Oh.
exactly, it wouldn't be to take the one prize, it would be to force up a 2-prizer
Yeah.
that he wants to hit into.
yeah, who needs Iron Bundle when you can just KO the active with an ability?
Very true. All right, so we do actually see Klefki come up here, and I love that decision for Josh because he's basically saying, Shukri, you know what, man? Good for you. You can go ahead and leave that Kyurem up there. I will keep Secret Box, get whatever supporter I want, and I'm not even going to joust. Just go ahead, my friend. And so now, Mo, what does Shukri do?
I've got the little hamster wheel turning in my head right now, as one does.
So we see the
And-
manual attachment to Mew, which is certainly on my
Sure.
short list of decisions.
Yeah, that wasn't on my card.
Shukri
I think at this
enthusiastically
point-
passes it over.
Yeah, I think at this point Shukri understands the position he's in, but right now he's just like, you know what? I'm on stream. I'm gonna have a good time.
Which I
But
appreciate. We're still playing Pokemon.
we
Still
are
a fun
we are
game.
still playing Pokemon, I would love to see the backup stream low key, just because a little teaser. The backup stream is Hydreigon EX.
Well,
Given they're not
honestly,
playing for
Mo,
cut.
I'll leave it to you. I don't want to kick your brother off of here, and I'll leave it to the chat if they really want to see this, but do you just want to go to our backup stream?
The backup stream, just letting the chat know that they are X and 2, and if Josh wins, I think it's a clean cut. But we're here to talk about Pokemon, and we're gonna go to the backup stream.
So,
have-
because Shukri is getting cooked, and I feel confident that we are going to go to the backup stream where we have, as we said, Hydreigon EX versus Charizard EX, and we have it down to the wire here with Eli being 2 prizes away from closing it out and putting himself in a position to make top 8 against Jonathan, who has an active Hydreigon EX and may be able to do the same. We have Pidgeot EX in play. All we would need is a single energy attachment and then that Pidgeot search for Gus. So it's going to come down to, can Eli take 2 prizes this turn? And so, Mo, I can't see Eli's hand. What is he out here for Eli?
I don't know what it is, but I really want to see Hydreigon's attack.
which attack
I
do you
don't
want to
even know
know
what it's-
about?
I don't even know what it's
The
called.
first
but I know what
attack,
they do.
I don't actually remember what it's called,
But it
but
mills.
it hits for 200 for Darken and Colorless and mills. Second attack is Dark, Psychic, Metal, Colorless. Do 130 damage to the active and 130 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon.
I want that one.
And it looks like Eli is debating just instant charging here. Plain Briar and instant charging. Oh, and I think that may close it out for Hydreigon EX if Jonathan has a boss available in deck.
Let's see. Let's see.
And let's see it. We have a counter catcher. We have oh no. We do have a boss's orders. All right, so just deciding, making sure we have the energy.
Yeah, just because the counter gain's not active right now.
Exactly, because they are even on prizes. We'll quick search for the boss's orders, boss up the Rotom, attach a dark energy, knock out the Rotom V, and Hydreigon EX goes to 4 and 2. And y'all know immediately, if that is in top 8, we are putting him on stream.
Oh yeah. Also, he does have the best resistance out of the X2s when I was, doing some mental math, and looking at the standings sheet because I didn't do the math. But he does have the best resistance of the X2s. Resistance changes based off each round,
Yes,
but I mean, there's always a chance.
there is. And so we're going to transition back. And honestly, I'm glad we kept you all over there to see that because that was a heck of a closeout. But going back over to Josh versus Shukri, the level of cookedness is still the same over here, where
Yeah.
Josh is in a somewhat demanding position or commanding position, and Shukri is unfortunately not.
Yeah, no spoilers, but we're at about an Anakin Skywalker after his fight with Obi-Wan right now. And I mean, this is hotter than a fresh pizza roll, right? Like,
that was not ever a reference I was expecting
it
in
is
this scenario,
quite
but
cooked. I don't know if Disney will come after me for that. But
they probably will. But that's okay. Don't worry. Just Waltz, let us go. And so
Yeah.
Shukri currently, as you all can see, is out of Regidragos. Does not have any Regidrago V or an out to a V-Star. Is really in a tough position because Josh has a fully loaded attacker set up. And if Josh is able to access a Monkey Dory or even a Gust, he's going to be able to knock out anything on Shukri's board.
well, yeah.
Oh, we finally found the Prime Catcher. Unfortunately, a few
is.
turns too late. But, man, Shukri just had a rough run this game. And Josh able to put himself in a spot to be 5-1 into Top Cut, assuming nothing crazy happens.
What are the odds I can talk my brother into cutting the Prime Catcher for Secret Box for Toronto?
Not high.
Not high.
No,
but
actually, that's a lie. You definitely can.
I could.
Please don't.
I could.
That does not seem like the move.
But
All
I
right.
wouldn't do it.
That's very kind of you. So Shukri shuffling some cards into his deck from that Super Rod, just trying to make sure he has some resources available. But with this Drifloon getting ready to do 270 damage, Shukri not having an out to a... Oh, we just had a little flicker there. Not having an out to a Regidrago. Are we going back into
Here,
Kyurem?
come back here, buddy. Oh,
Well,
boy.
that's... Oh, we're gusting up the Greninja, going into the Mew EX, playing Professor's Research. Drawing most of his deck with that Research. And then just getting ready to... I ideally try to stall things out. I don't, Mo, what is Shukri doing? Like, what is the move here? All right, Mo is giving me side eye as I asked that. So I think,
I don't know. I
nope.
mean,
Shukri just,
he's just playing
Josh shows him the energy, shows him retrieving the Greninja, and just scoops on it up. So, Mo,
love of the game.
while I let you silently judge your brother, can you go grab Jonathan? Because I know what the people want. The people want to hear about Hydreigon
People
EX.
want Hydreigon. Let's
Yes.
go get that because
Well, actually, that's a lie. Can you go grab Ryan? Because we are at the end of our Swiss
of
rounds. And as we try to do, whenever we have a break between rounds for top 8, we are going to have a lovely, lovely streamer match. So, Ryan is built not a cube per se, but retro. And it was actually, I think it was the move to do the Greninja attack, but we were just a few resources short of it. So, what we're going to have Ryan come up here and do is talk to us about Sun and Moon through Unbroken Bond. So, sometimes we've done GLC, sometimes we've done way retro. This time, we're actually doing retro from my time in the game still. So, we are going to be talking about Zap Beasts. We're talking about Zoro Checkmate, and we're going to do that while people are figuring out whether or not Hydreigon EX is actually in Top Cut. I hope it is. We know it's going to be the first one on stream if it is. So let me first show you guys some of what we may see in this fun little stream battle. So Sun and Moon, Unbroken Bonds, it's one of those formats where games took a while. You could play some intense back and forth. You had to carefully conserve resources, map out a game plan, and you get to use all the cool old cards. So Ryan is back here, and Ryan, you're going to talk to us a little bit about why this is such a cool set that you put together for us to play. Ryan's bag is falling. So, Ryan, you're getting leveraged a lot today. So thank you for being our resource for entertainment.
What's up?
So I was just talking to the people that since we just had round 6 end, this is the perfect opportunity to go have our fun little streamer game while we get top 8 set up.
Right.
So tell us about this set.
Yeah, I mean, this was right around when I started playing, roughly like a year-ish after. This was NAIC 2019 was when I built this format, or when this format was around and like a lot of the lists I looked at. One of my first tournaments was NAIC 2018. So this is right around when I started. It's very nostalgic for me. And a lot of people like look back on the Sun and Moon era as like one of the coolest, like all the cards are really fun to play with. A lot of the like the GXs are really good, and we kind of saw like the EXs are resemblant of them because they're one prize basics that evolve into multi-prize Pokemon, and a lot of people like that mechanic a lot. What people don't really like a ton is the tag team Pokemon, and this format has a couple of them. It has like Pikarom and Reshizard, but it's before a lot of like the problem tag teams, as I call them, which were Mew Mew and ADP and like all the things that were not as fun.
The ones that were a little unfair for the game, to be honest. I think the Pikarom format, although it was like a really oppressive GX attack where it could take like 200 to the active, 170 to the bench.
Right.
And then like, what else was there? Reshizard. But Reshizard just like hit big numbers, which was fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was fair though. There was like Zoroark GX decks that had counters to it.
Yeah.
And that was like a really fun format that people were reminiscent over, like the 2019 NAIC, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. There's bench burying format, so it's not like Tag Bolt goes completely unchecked.
Definitely. Shrine of Punishment, one of the best cards ever.
Yeah, I really like this card.
Yeah, I think
obviously incredible in a deck like this, so very low to the ground. The Zapdos is just a 1 energy attacker that needs to go from the bench to the active, and then it does 80. But that can be boosted by electro powers and stuff, and 80 damage is enough to knock out all of the little things like Zorua and all of the things that the GXs evolve from.
So real quick, I have bad news. Hydreigon EX got 9th.
No. Can we play Asim Cut?
We could.
Can we play Asim?
I'm going to find Rafal. Are you cool commentating?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. I'll find Rafal, and then where are the decks?
They're behind the counter. Zeke should know where they are.
Sweet. Then, Mo, I'm going to send Rafal back here, keep talking, and then we're going to play.
All right. For whoever didn't hear that from Dan notifying us, Hydreigon EX got 9th
place.
Bubble Boy. But I think it was a clean cut, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think how it went down was that the top 3 tables ID'd, and then if my brother's match with Josh Frink, if my brother won, then an X2 made cut. If my brother lost, then it was a clean cut.
I think an X2 still makes... I think one X2 made it. because
Really?
there were 7 4-1s
Yeah.
or better, and then Shukri lost. So then there should be one spot
Definitely,
for
yeah.
a 4-2.
That makes enough sense for the top 4 tables,
Yep.
and 7 of them
Yep.
move on. That was weird though, because Jonathan had the best resistance going into the round. But I mean, resistance does change, especially if you're up by only a percent or two. Then it's really not surprising to see that you're not gonna your percent might change
Right.
if yeah. There's so much in resistance math. There's YouTube channels for that stuff. There's YouTube videos. I'm not gonna explain the math because it's a whole like hour-long thing to explain it. Basically, his opponents didn't win out, and he won. He won X2.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Sometimes if the people that beat you are not in top 8, then that's also the determining factor. But
Yeah.
it was still cool to see. We got to see him have the boss NRG versus Eli to close it out.
Yeah.
And, he still hopefully goes home with some extra prize packs, whatever it is that top 16 gets. All I
Yeah.
know is that I'm cooking Dan Hugar. I don't know what deck I don't know what deck I'm playing. What are the 2 decks?
It's going to be Zapdos, which you see on screen, and then Zoroark Checkmate with the Naganadel and the Dugongs and stuff. So it's a really interesting matchup where, like, the Zoroark deck plays Muck, so if you get Muck out, you can just,
Cool.
like, kind of shut down the Jirachis.
Okay.
But the Zapdos deck can kind of prepare for that, depending on how long it takes you to get it out, and then hunt the Muck, and then you have, like, if you kind of fall behind to, like, a Sledgehammer turn or something, then you can Stinger, and reset both players to 3, and you can kind of take a couple turns before you Stinger to just, like, set up stuff, and then Stinger, reset to 3. Here's that Zoroark deck.
Okay.
Mo, I'm going to kick you out. Rafal's going to talk, and you and I are going to go play.
Yeah, I've
All
never
right.
played either of these decks, so we're going to see how that goes.
We're good. All right, so we're taking a look at the Zoroark deck. This is what Stefan Ivanov played to win the NAIC in 2019. And it's mostly a Zoroark and Dugong deck. Dugong is really solid at setting up damage, which you will eventually clean up with Stinger, or it's really good into stuff like the Green Zard or normal Zard, where you can just set up the Reshizard for 120. It does 60 to 2 Pokemon for the triple colorless energy, as you see there. But it hits the fire stuff for weakness. Really good for setting up damage. Really good for cleaning up after your Stinger as well. For those of you who do not know, Stinger is a GX attack similar to V-Star abilities that we have now. Both players shuffle their prize cards into their deck. Feels incredibly wrong when you do it. And then both players put out 3. So it just resets both players to 3 prize cards. Really good for comebacks. Really good for just like kind of low maintenance, making the game shorter. Not necessarily shorter, but like your prize map smaller.
You could speed the game up and just do
yeah.
it turn 2, but typically you'd kind of let your opponent get down to 1 or 2 prizes. You don't even have to take a single prize. You just set them up.
Yeah.
And then you Stinger them. They knock out your Naganadel, and then you just win the next turn.
Right.
That's
Do you
kind
want
of
to
the
set
plan.
up the stream
I'd
so
love
we can
to.
see when they're set up?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're looking at it now. We've got Dan. Looks like he's playing the Zoroark deck. Mo with the Zapdos. So Dan's deck is more set up, establish a bunch of Zoroark, trade. If any of you don't know, trade is the discard 1, draw 2 ability, similar to Curlia, similar to we had another one that I can't think of. There's Cinccino, yep. Lipard is a card, so the OG trade. And then we have cards like Persian GX, which if one of your GX Pokemon was knocked out, you get to search your deck for any 2 cards. Super strong ability. And then just normal general setup Pokemon in this format like Lele and Dedenne.
And Mo is on what deck?
Zap Beasts.
Zap Beasts.
So low to the ground, aggressive. We're likely going to see Dan go. Well, actually, Mo might choose first. I'm not positive.
This
Either
is
way.
the NAIC I watched before I got back into the game.
Yeah.
So I saw this like last gasp of Zoroark. But I don't there's still a lot about this format that I'm not familiar with.
Can you go tell them that we're ready whenever they are? Cool.
And the rules are slightly different in this format.
Yes,
right? You
I
can
was going to
support or
mention
turn
that. So
one.
you can support or turn 1 going first. So one of the big cards in the format is Lily, which you'll see is 4 of in a ton of decks. On your first turn, if you play Lily, you could draw up to 8 cards in your hand. The rest of the game, you can draw up until you have 6. still a solid supporter. But on that first turn, you get that bonus of an extra couple cards. If you thin your hand down and then play Lily, you can draw, 7, 8 cards. But we see Dan kicking us off, starting with a bench barrier Mew. Not super impactful in the matchup. But we are going to calm away Zoroark. Pokemon Communication lets you take a Pokemon from your hand, put it back into your deck, and grab another Pokemon.
Mo is going to have some good Lily play. And we also see Mo starting with the Nihilego. So I don't know if you've mentioned this yet before I came in, but all the Ultra Beasts, one of the cool things about them is that every single Ultra Beast card had some sort of effect or ability or attack that interacted with the number of prize cards that were either taken by you, taken by your opponent. Like you said, the Naganadel GX resets people's prizes. Blacephalon GX just took one of your prizes, things like that. So the Nihilego can, for 1 energy, I believe it's when your opponent's at 2 prizes remaining, just outright use any attack. That's on the board.
I believe I don't know if it's any attack on the board or on your opponent's board, but either way, it's copying.
I believe it's on your opponent.
It's copying some strong attack. And if you haven't used your GX attack yet, and you have something like a Pikarom in play on the opponent's side, you can just use their tag bolt.
yeah. And the card is fairly useless up until then, and then all of a sudden, if your opponent's at 2 prizes, you can just use whatever attack you want. So a lot of these Ultra Beasts just have really interesting interactions. Mo's deck is called Zap Beast because of all the Ultra Beasts. One of the big ones is Buzzwole GX, where when your opponent's at 4 prizes?
The GX?
The little one.
The little one is, when your opponent's at 4, it for 1 fighting does 30. When your opponent's at 4 prizes, for 1 fighting it does 120.
Yeah.
And fighting is a super important weakness to hit in this format. Zoroark is weak to fighting. Pikachu and Zekrom tag team is weak to fighting. Persian GX is weak to fighting. Basically the whole Pikachu and Zekrom deck is
everything
weak to
on his deck except for the Mew is weak to fighting.
Right.
Maybe he's happy to be starting the Mew actually because it means he doesn't just get bonked by a Buzzwole.
Yeah. I mean, we'll probably get bonked by a Zapdos, but
that is true. Yeah, Mo's deck just really comes out swinging with the early aggression. And it's does it even play any 2 prizers or is it just all a fully 1 prize deck?
It plays the Tapu Koko GX, which you can splash due to Tapu Koko Prism, which lets you accelerate lightning energy from the discard pile, as well as Thunder Mountain. And it does, for the GX attack, it's 50 times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon. So it's just kind of a delete button in certain matchups. Yeah, and we see Mo has a switch and he has a lightning energy, and he's going to be able to Lily. So he's going to cut this hand down to like 2 or 3 cards, draw to 8. And then just get a free knockout. Yep. So this deck's engine is Stellar Wish Jirachi. Lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and grab any trainer you find there. But we see Mo not necessarily needing that this turn, and we might see him bench some for the following turns. But didn't need it to get into the Zapdos this turn. So taking a clean 1 prize knockout at the end of this turn.
Yeah, and drawing the 8, I mean, there's not really any cards that do that right now. I guess Cynthia's Ambition? Is that a 7 or an 8?
Is that still legal?
Dude, I don't even know.
I think so, maybe.
Yeah, but drawing the 8 was just a wild feeling. And it would be tough sometimes if you didn't have your Lily and then your opponent did, and you're like, dang, their hand is just so packed.
Yeah. Another thing about this format, is there's not a ton of hand disruption. There's no N or Iono type effect. The only disruption supporter is Judge, and then there's also the Let Loose Marshadow, which is Judge on a Pokemon ability when you bench it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, there's it is interesting because like it feels like there's a lot of formats in the game where it's just Judge is just perennially the only viable disruption, and it's not bad.
But it's not great.
It's not great.
When you get to the end of the game, it's like, this isn't really that good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to bring it to modern stuff, when I played Roaring Moon to Baltimore, all the lists were playing Judge, and I played Iono, which I don't know if that was the right call, but to me, it was like, there's a certain point where putting your opponent to 1 is just so much different than putting them to 4 late game.
Yep, we're just going to see the Thunderous Assault, I believe the attack is, knocking out that Mew clean, and Dan's like, cool, thanks, I wanted that bench spot anyway.
Yeah, Dan does not mind losing this Mew. It's probably if there was one thing he was going to let get knocked out, it's probably that, because it doesn't really matter.
So Dan has no threat of Muck on his board right now. The only thing that Muck can evolve from is Ditto Prism Star.
Dan is asking if he should take prizes before he stingers it.
I don't know.
Dan is asking for tips how to play the deck. I don't know. I didn't play this deck. I do remember it wasn't the Zoroark version, but the Worlds right after this NAIC, Xander Perot won the DC Open with a
Mhm.
deck like this.
Yeah.
And I remember being a week into playing the game at that point, and I looked at the deck on Limitless, and I just said, I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that
I-
one was crazy because they used the other Naganadel as well, which was like discard an Ultra Beast, draw 3, but then it had an attack that was hard to use that I don't even remember if the deck could use. That deck was crazy.
Yeah.
I think what is good from Dan here is just hitting the Zapdos for 100 and not knocking it out. Mo's flashing the let loose to the screen. So if you hit the Zapdos for 100, then it can later be pushed to the bench, and you can use the Distortion Door Giratina to clean it up. Which from the discard
interesting.
pile, you can bench it from the discard pile, and then it does 1 damage counter to 2 bench Pokemon. This was mostly used in the Malamar deck, but is placed in this Zoroark deck along with Dugong to be able to do 70 damage to 2 bench Pokemon.
That's very interesting. I don't think Dan thought that through.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play.
I don't know if it's exactly correct. I just think it's interesting because Zapdos doesn't like having their Zapdos stuck in the active.
For sure. Yeah, it does suck. I think because if it hasn't been switched out, it does what, like 10 damage.
10 damage.
10 damage. It literally it does nothing. And then you have to just have to burn an extra switch instead
Right.
of being able to bring up this Jirachi. And then we do see Dan bench
That is,
our Marshadow. It is not the
not
Marshadow
let
that makes
loose.
everyone shuffle.
but that does come back and return KO on the Buzzwole if that comes out when that comes out.
Oh, because it does more damage to Ultra
Right.
Beasts, right? Yeah.
I believe it does. It's 10 and then plus 60 if your opponent is an Ultra Beast, so it would clean knock out the Buzzwole, but possibly just wanted to bench it to knock out the Zapdos, and that was his only option.
Very interesting.
But we see the Let Loose come down. Mo had no cards in hand, so he's just going to get a free 4. Dan had more than 4 cards in his hand, so we will see. His Zoroark is pretty safe, though, so he has some draw on board. Mo hasn't played a supporter yet, right? So we're kind of looking for a Guzma here. But we
on
need
this
Lightning
turn,
Energy as
no.
well.
Yeah. Yeah, because he still hasn't Jirachi'd either. So he's resetting their hands, making Dan have to work a little harder to
Yep.
get stuff. And he'll see if he gets a supporter, and then he gets to also dig further with Jirachi.
Yep. Stellar Wish puts this Pokemon to sleep. Look at the top 5. Grab any trainer. A sleep effect isn't usually a problem since you play a decent amount of switch cards, as well as Escape Board is the one from this format. Rescue Board is
Yes.
current. Escape Board, very similar to Rescue Board, but its effect is you can retreat this Pokemon even if it's asleep or paralyzed.
Yes.
So super synergistic with this Jirachi.
For sure. Now, funny thing, Ryan, I was playing in a cup yesterday, and I was in round 2, and I played Arvin, and I got myself my rescue board, and I was like, why does rescue board have a yellow border?
Oh,
And it was 'cause I had an
man.
escape
Oh
board
my
in my deck.
gosh.
I didn't even realize.
That's hilarious. I definitely busted out some of my old escape boards for rescue board proxies when we were getting that card
For
too. So I
sure.
feel you. That's funny. Stellar Wish, I believe, for Cynthia from Mo. We're going to Viridian away that Cynthia, and I saw a Guzma in hand. So Viridian's going to grab us. The Lightning Energy, super awesome stadium, just lets you discard a card from your hand and grab any basic energy out of your deck.
Yeah, just
Um,
overall good, except for Dan. I guess Dan gets to discard cards, but he
Yeah.
has no energy to search with it.
Yeah, Dan's deck is all special energy. Mo's deck is all basic energy except for the beast energy. But we're gonna see Guzma onto the Dedenne.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. Do we have like a lot of modifiers?
He has a choice band on it
So we're doing 110. Okay. This is interesting.
because it's 30 plus to GXs, right?
Yep. Very similar to Choice Belt. So now on Dan's side, now we have to move this thing, I guess.
Do you think Mo should have gone for like a 1 prize knockout?
I probably would have just taken out a Zorua.
Because there's one with an energy on it, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, clearly Mo seems to have a plan.
The problem is we're just going to retreat this Dedenne, and then you have to gust it up again.
Yeah. Well,
I don't
can
know.
he retreat it?
We have Acerola.
Yeah. Oh, true. Well, there he goes. There goes a Guzma from Mo. So yeah, I don't know if maybe he. I guess the checkmate deck is so interesting in the build, and like the builds can be so varied. So Mo might not have even been 100% sure like what options Dan had to remove the Dedenne.
Yeah.
But yeah, there he goes. Gets picked up.
Acerola, pretty much Sharon's Care. You just need to have damage on you, and it's for any type of Pokemon, not just colorless. So, very broken card that they then nerfed when they printed Sharon.
Yes, and now Dan has an excuse to reuse a Dedenne later.
Seriously, if he wants it, yeah.
Yeah, so kind of a, unfortunate. Just like the momentum really kind of swings to Dan there a little bit with that.
We're gonna see the resetting hole get popped.
Let's get the prizes updated.
Oh, here we go. So the reset hole just discards a Stadium in play, but you discard the Marsh Shadow. And Dan is maybe taking it back, thinking about it again. But we're going to see Tapu Lele come down, Wonder Tag, search your deck for a supporter, just Lumineon V pretty much.
Basically, with a actually okay attack.
A good attack.
Yeah, with a good attack.
We're going to Lumineon Lele for Acerola back after we just Palpatted it and then take the knockout. Dan realizing he needed the damage.
Yeah, but now Dan is at 4 prizes, which means that Mo's Buzzwole can just blast it.
The Buzzwole is live. Dan, I believe, just flashed us a Persian GX, but he has no... Wow.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to do with Dan's hand. Dan does play one of my favorite cards of all time, which is the Ditto Prism Star.
Yes, that would be... I've always said Ditto Prism Star would be in my Pokemon TCG core set if we had one.
That heavy ball,
yep.
Just give me all the time. For those who don't know, Ditto Prism Star, it's a Prism Star card, which means you only have 1 per deck. And it doesn't have an attack, it just has an ability, which is that it can evolve into a stage 1. Which means you could play none of a basic and just evolve a stage 1 off of that Ditto, which is just so cool. You can just play some interesting attacks. Could you rare candy the Ditto into stage 2s or just turn it into stage 1s?
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't that busted.
Yeah, so it just had to manual evolve into stage 1.
Yeah.
Dan wanted me to come in here and say that he has no clue what he's
Dan does not know what he's doing. Well,
understandable.
he is currently up, so we are chilling. Although Mo does have the Buzzwole and he has the Viridian Forest, so he will find the energy.
I think Mo just read Electro Power and is like, this card is broken.
Oh, I wonder now I'm wondering, could he have knocked out the Dedenne if he had the right combination of
I
cards?
don't think so. I think he ended with a low hand size, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Either way, I think we're gonna see the Zoroark get bopped.
Yeah.
By this Buzzwole.
And how much HP does Buzzwole have? Can Zoroark trade with it? Is it?
I think it's 130, which is pretty bad because Zoroark does 120.
Interesting.
Buzzwole FLI.
And that would mean that as long as
yeah, it does 130.
Yeah, and that's tough because then if Dan doesn't get a knockout, he stays at 4 prizes, which gives Buzzwole another chance to do extra damage. Because as you said earlier, if your opponent's at 4 prizes, Buzzwole does way more damage, and it one-shots his Zoroark.
Yeah, so Dan needs to look to Gust here, more than likely, since we don't have like the Ditto in play or a Meowth to get Persian out.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Marshadow.
Oh, very true.
It's coming back.
There we go. There we go.
Dan almost got rid of it.
It's all coming together. Let's hope Dan has read the card.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm like almost positive this return KO.
Dan is probably most familiar with this card from playing Shadow Rider quite some time ago. Although he does need double colorless energy because the triple coloration can't be attached, and he just lost 1 double colorless, 1 is attached, so he really needs to dig and find it, and he doesn't have any Zoroarks out.
This is true. This Marshadow would be doing 140 if the double colorless is found, and we're just gonna see a judge come out.
Interesting. Well, he might. I mean, it might just be like a bring up the Marshadow and pass type of thing if you can't find an energy.
Yeah.
But it'll be a nice little nice swing. But then, because Mo was able to offset the prize trade by knocking out that Zoroark, he will be up in prizes after this.
Yeah. Dude.
Oh, believe it or not,
there we
Mo
go.
is up in prizes. There we go. There's the update on the screen.
Okay, so judge coming through. Both players will draw 4. Dan found the double colorless and a Pokecom to get a Zoroark. So that's a pretty solid draw.
Yeah.
His 1 card in hand is going to be a Lily, so we'll see if he actually chooses to trade, which I'm assuming probably not.
Yeah, I would say don't even evolve it, to be honest. But nonetheless,
it's okay to
he goes
evolve
for
it.
I guess Mo can't do much about it. Right?
Yeah, now that we're out of Sledgehammer turn, it's totally fine to evolve it. The Zoroarks are safe. But Mo is looking at 3 prizes now. Easiest map is definitely just take a 1 prize knockout and then look to maybe Tapu Thunder a Zoroark, which is the Tapu Koko GX attack.
He's going to get a Zapdos here, so he will be able to trade with this. Dan seems to be taking back his play. He will not Pokecom for Zoroark. He will actually get a Poipole instead.
Oh, okay.
Dan is maybe the deck's kind of starting to come together for Dan a little bit, and he's thinking, this Naganadel play is very real. I can
Okay,
do
so
this.
slight correction. Tapu Thunder GX does 50 damage times the amount of energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon, not both active.
Not energy cards though; it's energy. So
Energy,
double colorless is
correct.
is 50 is
Yeah.
100 damage.
So depending on how many energy Dan has, could come up, but slightly worse than I thought in this exact scenario.
Gotcha.
Definitely still a delete button in certain matchups.
For sure.
Because a lot of the tag teams require a lot of energy in play. Stuff like Pikachu and Zekrom needs 3 energy to attack and then accelerates 3 more.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're doing 300 damage already.
Yeah, very cool. Mo just has a lot of different options for different points in the game. And each one just has different ways of trading a 2 prizer for a 1 prizer. Like you said, against tag teams, if like a Pikachu has 6 energy on it, like trading a 2 prizer for a 3 prizer. Like it just has a lot of different options.
Yeah. The name of the game is up trading. We saw the Buzzwole take 2 prizes with just a single prizer. And yeah, that Tapu Koko can take 3 prizes for a 2 prizer.
Yeah.
So that's just the name of what this deck really tries to do. We're going to see a Guzma on the Poipole, which is a very solid play on this turn. And then this Thunder's Assault for the knockout.
Yeah. And it does seem like we actually have to wrap up early because Top Cut is ready.
Oh, boy.
And Ryan, we are both in Top Cut.
We are both in Top Cut.
Whoa.
Okay. So let's let them know. We'll get them back in the booth.
Michael, tell them they're done. Yeah.
So
All right.
I think we might just see Dan play out one more turn, but we may not see a conclusion to this game.
Oh boy, to be continued.
I feel like Mo's in a real solid spot though, down to 2 prizes, taking out the Stinger option. And oh no, we're leaving the shrine. We're gonna dead A. 5, 6. We found a Stretcher to get a Zoroark back. We found a Pokecom.
What is the reason to keep the shrine in play if it's damaging your own Pokemon?
I don't know.
Okay.
So you can bump it with Marshadow and then open the slot for
brilliant,
Poipole.
brilliant.
Wait, Dan just rammed.
Oh no. Yeah, I think Mo might have this in the bag, although clearly Dan seems to be setting up for a play where he can use the Naganadel GX attack and reset the prize trade.
I wonder how Mo approaches this. I feel like, we clearly have players setting up behind them.
I think they might have to pack up.
Yeah.
They are really in the zone, but they are making them go to the other stream. They really want to finish this game. But I think if Dan tries to use the Naganadel GX, the Stinger attack, we will be in for a much longer game.
We're going to attach and manual retreat the Zapdos, which does not feel good.
No, Mo does not get to do an attack this turn, but I guess Dan didn't either, and he's still up in prizes, so I guess that's just a trade worth taking for him.
Is Dan at 3 or 4?
Dan, I believe, is at 3.
It looks like 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe it.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't need to Stinger anymore. If we can go to 2-2 instead.
Yeah, if Mo has no other way to knock out a Zoroark right now. Oh, he's using the Coco Prism to get the Zapdos activated. That's really cool.
Okay, so now we need to Stinger.
Yes.
Or if we have Guzma on the Poipole, then this game is probably over.
Can it attach to non-electrical one?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah, that's also an interesting card. You put it in the Lost Zone, and you put 1 energy, from 1 lightning energy from your discard to 2 different Pokemon.
And it's just a pass.
Oh, no switching to the Zapdos. So Dan is back to pondering his play.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's Stinger anymore. Because Dan could make it difficult for Mo to take these last two, but he does have some liabilities in play that I'm not sure if he can clean up.
Yeah, he does get the Naganadel. Maybe he just wants the Stinger for the show, and he's gonna
Probably.
we're gonna wrap up.
He has the
after.
triple in hand.
Yeah. It doesn't really do much, but there we go.
We are
Stinger
going to
GX.
Stinger. Shuffle your prizes into your deck. Both players lay out 3 prizes. One of the most fun cards I've ever played with. Very interesting for certain decks into like control archetypes where you just shorten the game by half.
Yeah.
And then your resources go so much further. But we're gonna see an Electro Power.
Oh, interesting.
So plus 30.
Oh, because Mo has a Lily, so I think he wants to maximize the damage of that card, or the impact of that card.
Lily for a full 6. Has Mo played any E-Powers before this?
Whoa, Azul GG, thank
Oh my
you for the
gosh.
raid.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome in, everybody.
Welcome, everybody. We are setting up for our top 8. We're just doing a 2019 NAIC show match right now between Dan Huger and Mo Edis.
We have all 4 Electro Power on the field right now.
Yeah, you guys came in at a good time. Mo's about to absolutely blast Dan's board. And like we said, we are on the cusp of getting into our top
We just
cut.
need a choice belt, right? Choice band?
I think so. Does he have it?
Don't think so.
Oh,
So we're
he
doing
has the retreat.
200.
200 damage to the
Can you set
Naganadel.
the prizes to 3-3?
Oh,
because of
yeah, yeah.
Stinger?
Got it done. Yeah, the prize got reset. So for those who don't know, who are seeing this for the first time, Dan just used Stinger GX. Both players shuffle their prizes into their decks, lay 3 back out.
But I think we're wrapping it up. I think that was a concession from Dan. Maybe he didn't have a way to move the Naganadel. And
Yeah.
then because we hit the Nihiligo for 200, Zapdos doesn't need to move, and the 10 damage is good enough.
That is very funny. Ryan, could you tell him to get in here real
Yes,
quick? Because
yeah.
we got to get to some
All
gaming.
right, we have Top Cut coming very, very soon. Top 8 of our $1,000 League Cup coming up shortly.
Azul, thank you for joining, my friend. Always appreciate having you here. And we are very glad to get going back into our top 8 because we have a really, really interesting matchup coming in Gardevoir versus Ancient. And we're going to throw up our first list here, which is our Ancient box. And this is not exactly the list that Jack is playing, but it is a good demonstration of kind of what this list looks like. So Mo, the big thing I want to ask you, because this is something Jack has in his deck list, is why do we have multi-prize Pokemon as a part of the deck now?
Dude, they just do so much for the deck. If you're versing someone playing like Goodra, their Drago, which is really popular from like Miloslav was playing it when he won LAIC. Now you can respond to it with a Roaring Moon EX and just Frenzy Gouging for the last 2 prizes, or just to take a swing knockout, or the Petron can help you switch out of those pesky Snorlaxes, or just setting up for like you don't need the energy attachment to the active.
And I agree. It's one of those cards that even though there's a risk of it for it being there, and I don't know if I love it in there, it is still just such a strong card. And another deck we want to talk about here, because this is what Josh is playing, although not this exact list, is the Gardevoir EX. So Kaido just won Perth Regional with this deck, and I mean, Guardy's been strong for forever. There were a ton of people saying that this would be a death knell for Guardy when we lost Shining Arcana and the like. But, I mean, here we are, and it just won another regional. So, Mo, you've been hyped on this list. Tell us why.
So Gardevoir is a deck that I've been playing recently. Zapdos, by the way, I've never played that deck, and I forgot E-Power was a card. So I was like, yo, I get Power Tablet. Just so you know. So I've never
We'll
played
come back to that later. Tell us about
But-
Guardy now.
For Guardy, that deck is so crazy because you draw through your deck with Refinement, like I said before. Now, this version has the Secret Box and not the Unfair stamp.
Yes.
The Secret Box lets you search one of each trainer. You get a supporter, you get an item, you get a tool, you get a stadium.
And the big reason that is so strong is because it is a purely consistency card. Guardy, maybe not needs, but wants a bunch of pieces to set up. So, and we neglected to mention, though, why do we have these players on here? So, first of all, Guardy versus Ancient should be interesting, but we also have 2 top-tier players playing here. So, Josh Frink, you saw his wonderful picture from Top 4 at Orlando. We see Jack Carter, who actually got second at Peoria Regionals this past season. Both of these players, fantastic. So these guys are going to be playing for a top 8 best of 3 match, 60 minutes, I believe. And so we're going to be seeing if this Ancient Box can actually hang with what is allegedly favored in Gardevoir EX. And Mo, can you let them know we can get started?
Yeah, this is a $100 money match or $50 money match between the two players.
Well, and so that's something good to know too, is we mentioned before, this is a $1,000 cup. So we have $1,000 going to top 8, and these guys are playing for all of it. They have the opportunity to split, but I don't think they're going to split. So this is the first step to winning all of that money. And we have it starting off with Gardevoir starting Screamtail with Iron Bundle in the active. And we see that Ultra Ball 2 Psychic Energy away to start us off.
That's pretty good as a Gardevoir player.
And I think we may have gotten overly aggressive in telling them we were ready to start when Michael and team may not have been ready to start.
Oh.
So, Mo, can you check to see how much time
course.
Michael needs? But like we said, this is a deck that won the past regional, has done very well recently, and it's because it's still built around those single prize attackers in the Driflim, in the Screamtail, and now cards like Fluttermane and Klefki to lock people out of the game. And we saw Klefki be super valuable in Rafal's game already. And no judge call, more just the judge yelling at the commentators for telling them to start way too soon. So, Mo, we've talked about it a bit, but Josh Ultra Balling for a Ralts. What else is Josh trying to do this turn?
This turn, I think he wants to bench a couple more Pokemon. The Klefki doesn't really come up in this matchup too much. It's okay to use, but mostly, like, I think right here, Josh is just doing it because he has no other options. I would have liked to see the Spiritomb bench just to make sure he doesn't get donked by, like, or his Klefki doesn't go down to, like, retreating the bundle plus, 2. I think it's weak to.
When you say
metal.
Klefki, do you mean the Ralts on the bench?
Or the Ralts, yeah.
Fair.
70 HP psychic Pokemon.
So
It's weak to metal, I believe. Or no, it's weak to dark. That one's weak to dark.
it is. So there is an advantage where it's going to be tough for Jack to both retreat and go into a Roaring Moon with an energy attachment. This is where Pecharunt could actually be really, really helpful to apply pressure, but then he is risking putting down Pecharunt EX early in the game when Josh will have the opportunity to take advantage of that. So then, Mo, what is Jack trying to do on his turn here, setting up?
Yeah, if he does have the dark patch, it helps him. But he is just trying to get any attack off, to be honest, or just setting up his board and his discard pile with tons of ancient Pokemon. Sorry about that. Tons of ancient Pokemon, plus having just enough to come back from next turn. He knows that Josh is probably not going to go like turn 2, Guardy, Candy, Wombo combo.
Well, and to be honest, Josh probably doesn't want to, because that would result in putting a 2-prize Pokemon weak to dark in the active, and Jack could take advantage of that immediately.
Exactly.
And so we do see an Ancient Booster Capsule go into the discard. We do have a Great Tusk in hand. We don't see another Moon. We don't see another good way to accelerate energy. So Jack may have kind of a slow turn on himself, unless he wants to hit this Pokestop. And with the Pokestop, we see Superior Rod Fez.
You're not mad at that.
No, losing the Fez isn't great, but it means you can access it with Night Stretcher, which is a benefit.
Night Stretcher, Super Rod, like, that's something you don't really mind because you always play Ultra Ball late game just to play it because you mostly draw into all your things.
Right. It is intended not so much to search out Pokemon, though obviously it's an Ultra Ball, but more to continue to add Pokemon to your discard pile for your ancient Pokemon. And Josh now getting that Earthen Vessel, getting rid of Spiritomb, getting some energy out, and I believe Josh had a Curlia in hand, but not much beyond that.
Yeah, he's really going to be off the draw of this refinement, hopefully finding a supporter. And the thing with Guardy is that sometimes you have a follow-up to one of your plays, but you really just need more cards to use off of it. So, like, if you have an Earthen Vessel, you need a card to discard. If you have an Ultra Ball, you need a card to discard. If you have a Secret Box, you need 3 cards to discard.
Right. So having that full hand is so important.
Exactly.
And so, real quick, while Josh is doing his thing, because obviously checking prizes is not the most thrilling thing to watch, we did want to mention that thank you for joining Nerd Rage Gaming. So we are a local store in Buffalo Grove, suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. We host League Cups once a quarter. We host challenges once a month. We have, honestly, a fantastically skilled team, and we have stream every single Thursday and for all of our major events. So we typically, honestly, it's kind of a low turnout cup, to be honest. We typically get a pretty high turnout, and of the players are here, we have at least a minimum, a handful of people with their Worlds invites playing on stream every single Thursday. And obviously, as you can see right here, a ton of great players. So we would love if you could follow this channel. Like, if you feel like subscribing, great. Just join us whenever you feel like it, because I love being here to talk. And I'm not going to lie, I am a moderately effective Pokemon player, but I'm pretty good at the words. And Mo here is excellent at both. So just to reintroduce ourselves again while prize checking, my name is Dan Hugar. I've been playing Pokemon for a while. I've got a top 8, a bubble top 8, a couple other pretty good finishes last season. And Mo here has a couple top 16s to his name. So
Yeah, no top 8s. Something I always would have wanted, but to be honest, I'm pretty content with just getting the Worlds invite. Like, that's the goal people go for. Right now, I'm doing the goal of winning every Gamers World Cup location, and I'm at 4 out of 5 of them. So once I do that, then I think that I'll make like some silly tweet about that, and then always keep that as like one of my highlights.
well, we do see the supporter play from Josh, and yeah, Mo, we'll get you on highlights. And Jesse, thank you very much for joining us, my friend. We are glad to have you here. And for those of you who are watching Azul, I am the nice person that Azul makes fun of constantly for IDing at Portland and completely blowing it. So there you go. I'm famous. Anyway, jumping back to Josh. Josh has a Curlia down. We did see a supporter. We drew a ton of cards. We see a nest ball, but man, Mo, we do not see a ton else to get basic Pokemon out.
This refinement better draw Buddy Buddy Puffin. Do I speak it into existence?
No,
That's
we
a nest
saw-
ball. It's like
I-
half of it, right?
Well, he had nest ball in hand.
Oh,
so we
okay.
saw an Iono, but
It's a little bit of hand shuffling.
that is about it. So we do see another Ralts come down. But here is where Jack has an opportunity. Because we did get 2 attachments down on that Roaring Moon, we are, Kevin, great to have you here, my friend. So we do have Roaring Moon where a single attachment to this Iron Bundle can get Roaring Moon to the active and also push up one of those Ralts so Jack can continue to try to set up his board. And we see the draw. We see the Pokestop.
Draw 3. Where's your code scroll?
Dude, what a Pokestop. And Josh and Jack are both very much enjoying that one. So we get a nest ball. And Mo, what are we seeing here for Jack? Is it a Greninja? Is it a Roaring Moon? What are we trying to get out?
It could be either, to be honest. He could go for the Sada, set up another Roaring Moon, because in this matchup, I think Josh is going to go for like a counter catcher, stall something up that has 1 retreat, and then knocking out a bench Pokemon with the Scream Tail. But if all you have on your bench is the Iron Bundle, which he can just play right now when he manually retreats it for 1 energy,
Yes.
and then have a Roaring Moon, it's like, what are you going to counter catcher? Something with 2 energy, something with 1? Well, they're both Roaring Moon. So I think Jack's board is pretty good. Greninja's kind of a liability to bench because it does have that 1 retreat and doesn't go to the discard pile like Iron Bundle.
And that is exactly the thing I was going to say. Greninja is so important for this decks, and it is literally the only engine on the board. But, like you said, it's the only thing then that Josh should be able to trap. So sticking with just a couple Roaring Moons on the board, each setup where they would be able to attack, means that Josh can't do much to try to disrupt what Jack's doing. So if Jack can take a prize lead, there's going to be very little that Josh can do to come back from that until Jack benches something like Petron EX or Pheasantipity. And, well, I don't know about you, but if I'm Jack, I am not putting those down unless I am desperate.
Exactly. You'd want the Fez as like, the Pheasantipity as like an out off of an Iono via like Night Stretcher, since there is the Pheasantipity in the discard pile, but preemptively benching it, it's kind of a little risky because that's how you get stuck with those counter catcher plays plus Scream Tail.
Isaac, I hate to break it to you, and I mentioned earlier, the Hydreigon player got 9th. So they were the first 4-2 to bubble out of Top Cut. And I am personally heartbroken, which is why we have this lovely, very interesting Ancient deck on board against Gardevoir. So going back over to Josh's turn, we do see an Arven. I know, dude, I was upset. I think they were more upset than I was, but I'm pretty upset. But we see Josh use this Arven, and Mo, this seems like a good opportunity to just buddy and set up your board.
Oh yeah, Buddy Buddy Puffin, really good card. It's better than VIP Pass for Battle VIP Pass for Gardevoir because you can use it at any point in the game. That was like the main gripe with Battle VIP Pass, but this is any point in the game. Feel free to set up your board and just search your deck for 2 Pokemon 70 HP or less, and it really helps the Gardevoir deck because your attackers and your engine are 70 HP or less, or even your Klefki that's just a little disruption
Exactly. So Screamtail and Radiant Greninja are actually the only two basics I believe Josh plays. Oh, and Monkey Dory. But are the only basics that Josh plays that has more than 70 HP. And so he
And Flutter, if he plays Flutter. I don't think he plays it, though.
no, Flutter has not. Oh, you're right. Flutter is 90 HP. All
Level
right,
wall.
good.
Oh.
But we do see Josh get the Radiant Greninja down, and we see the secret box. To be honest, I don't know if Josh needs to play it right now, but it's still a pretty good thing to have access to.
Yeah, you know you're probably not going to get IO node, so I definitely think it's good to keep it as an option for next turn.
Definitely. And we see the Screamtail come down, or damage on the Screamtail, going to 80 damage, being able to do 160 damage. And so here's the only thing I would have maybe liked Jack to do is to set up a Flutter main. That is a significantly less good Pokestop, where we see a Pokestop, Sada, and a Flutter main go down. But so, Mo, the reason I say that is with Josh having to put a decent amount of damage on both his Driftlins and his Screamtails, having Flutter main being able to attack and drop those 2 damage counters could let Jack set up a multi-prize turn.
It's pretty significant for sure. You want to get your Monkey Dory in play if that happens, or if you just notice you have a little too much damage, because it can also set you up for your own Fluttermane over the course of a couple turns.
Yes.
Do you have that many, though? I don't think so.
And I don't really know either. But all right, so still on Jack's turn, he is just trying to set up. We see Pheasantipity, we see Bundle and Energy going into the deck. There is a chance Jack decides to go in with the Pheasantipity here, but I don't know. I would almost rather just see him pass manually attach to the active and take a knockout and just kind of leave his board bare with 1 or 2 moons down than anything else. But Mo, what do you think? What's the move here?
Yeah, I think he's probably just going to go for that attach and then...
But we have
Oh,
the
he has the
boss.
Yeah, that's really good.
Do we have enough to knock out the Gardevoir EX?
That's Jack Carter. He knows he has enough.
You know, sometimes they just got it.
He didn't even... No, he's just triple checking probably. But yeah, because when he told me after his stream match that he unfortunately lost, and he says, I always have it. Yeah, I mean, that, hey.
He does have it.
He
Did indeed
he's
have
got
it.
his boss's order in hand. And that's something you definitely like having for that Gardevoir EX, because
And-
Countercatcher is probably not going to be turned on this game.
Well, so that's exactly it. If Josh had taken the first attack, it would have been great. But you're right. I don't think Countercatcher is going to be on at any point for Jack. And here's the question. Is it better to get 2 draw supporters? But I actually really like the Sada and boss combo here.
Definitely. The Sada boss just means you're either drawing cards or you're drawing boss, and boss's order is technically a draw supporter for Jack because it draws 2 prize cards after he knocks out Gardevoir EX.
That is the spirit.
Knowing how Josh plays too, I don't think Josh is going to ever put
And
Gardevoir
we
in play.
take Secret Box off the prizes. What an out to get for Jack. And to your point, Mo, though, you're right. Josh is going to make it as hard as possible for Jack. So now he's not going to give another 2 prizer, but Jack's going to knock out this Screamtail next turn, ideally. And Josh is going to have to find a way to build another attacker, which may require putting down a Gardevoir EX.
But I think if he has the Countercatcher, he can still go for the Countercatcher Roaring Moon and then just knock out the benched one.
Yes.
That would have the 2 energy on it. He's at 0 energy right now. He has to draw Sada energy if this happens, or just KOing the active. It doesn't matter, because if you KO one, there's 2 Pokemon in play, you promote it.
Exactly.
My bad. My Mind Palace. Is
Listen,
going
would
crazy
it be
again.
cooler? Yes. Would it do the exact same thing? Also, yes.
Would it be a waste of a card? Yes.
And Hot,
My bad.
Bustle, Invent, Jade, thank you all very much for following us. We really appreciate it. We are trying to build the stream since you can't see it right here, but we recently redesigned and kind of rebuilt out the store. We have a new stream setup. We have new section just purely for the stream. We got a ton of spaces. So now we're going to be trying to be more consistent about really building this up since we're on a bit of a hiatus for construction. So if anyone can share, follow, we would love that. So now going back to the game, we do see Pheasantipity come down. And Mo, I don't actually mind it this time. What do you think?
But if Jack, he needs to find this, though, because if he doesn't find it off this Fez, that Fez is easy pickings. Or he just takes care of the Roaring Moon and leaves the Fez for the last 2 prizes, but still, he has effectively 3 knockouts before he wins the game, and then Josh has probably about 1 or 2 knockouts, but there's no 2 prizer in play right now.
We see the Pokestop, and we do find a superior energy retrieval. We see an Explorer's Discovery go down there. And honestly, that's okay because we just really want to see a Sada. We do not see a
Ooh.
Sada yet.
We could see Ultra Ball for Greninja.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Because we still need to draw cards. And since Josh has 4 prizes remaining, Jack has a little bit of time, but not much, man. We are going to be very close here. So, Mo, what is it that Jack needs to see off this Radiant Greninja?
Sada.
That
He needs
basically
it.
sums it up.
He needs it.
So the
like-
only question is, do you also play this Ultra Ball in order to get... Oh, I guess we don't. I guess we just discard it. But I was saying, in order to get another moon, but it looks like we wouldn't be able to and get in energy to draw.
No, you need Sada. Like, if he doesn't hit Sada here, oh no.
Oh, and that is not great.
I mean, he takes a turn off, so it's not the end of the world. Ooh,
So I don't mind that.
I guess, yeah.
We
like-
already have the Pheasantipity down. We really have no way to clear it off the board. So just going into and dropping that moon as a backup attacker honestly seems fine.
Yeah, he just needs something, but if Josh finds an Iono again and just goes, okay, pop the Pheasantipity, that's rough.
It
He
is.
doesn't have enough to do that. He does need the Bravery Charm, but he might already have one in hand or just draw into one. He has double refinement. Like, he's smooth sailing.
Josh is in a very good position. If Jack had taken that knockout, it would be a different story. Jack, I think, would be in a dominating position. But whiffing there, and including whiffing while putting down multiple
Oh.
2-prizers, that is a huge deal. The Bravery Charm is good, but is there more energy in the discard, Mo?
Yeah, he has one sideways.
Okay. So we would need, I believe, 2 more energy, correct?
2 more or Monkey Dory. to
Or
move
Monkey
some
Dory.
Damage. Well, no, because then it would move damage off the active. Yeah, he needs 2 more in there. I think he has 1 or 2 tilted on the side. I know that he does do that when he plays. He puts the... Oh, there you go.
We do have 2. All right. So
Woohoo.
the other advantage, though, that Jack has is there's now a Gardevoir EX on the board. So there is a line for Jack to win in 2 attacks.
But so can Jack.
Or Josh can
Or
as
so
well.
can Josh, yeah.
So this is going to be tight because the other problem is Jack does not play a lot of draw or disruption.
Well, Jack can't afford to take out the Gardevoir EX now. He has to take it out.
Exactly.
He has to take it out for the final 2 prizes because now the Roaring Moon will take all 4 prizes and clean sweep. There's no... I don't believe there's a Penny in the list.
I don't
Penny
believe
was played
so.
like last UIC, like last year, so that's
Right.
the only time we really saw Penny being played in the list, and that was for like that was before Petrarch came out. So now that Petrarch EX is a thing, like you just play that instead.
It is. And Alex, we will not roast you. We're totally on board. So we do see a snipe of the Pheasantipity EX. We go into the Greninja. We see a counter catcher. Oh my goodness. Oh, and we see Sada go down. Jack may need to scoop this up, Mo.
Yeah, with playing with such limited time now, even though they're alluded to like a little extra time for playing their top cut matches, it's not like a regional where they get 75 minutes. Whoa.
Josh's last 2 prizes are 2 super. Not that it's held him back, but still.
Yeah, he definitely needs to have. Well, he has the boss in hand.
He
Josh.
does.
So he just goes like Driflim plus he needs Bravery Charm and then knock out the Roaring Moon. So
Yes.
he'd be fine.
Well, and that's assuming, though, that Jack does knock out this Screamtail.
Which he probably would have to put a Petrarch down, and then boss just takes care of it with the Guard EX.
And that is the
So-
out. If we do have a Dark Patch, but we don't. We have a Counter Catcher. We have a Boss's Orders. We have energy available, but that's it. And we do see the Gust into Gardevoir EX, which, to be honest, I like that decision with there being minimal energy on the board, but we see Refinement away 1,
And here's the
and we have the Dark
Darkness
Attach.
energy.
All right.
Alrighty.
So Josh takes game 1 in this matchup. So we're just going to do a little 1-0 here. There you go. And then we'll get prizes all set over here. So Josh going from honestly, on his back foot compared to Jack to now, we are in a major, major advantage for Josh. Why are
Yeah,
we not
that
showing
Iron
those?
Bundle turn 1 really, in my opinion, that really helped him out. Where he Iron Bundle turn 1 and then took a knockout on the bench Pokemon rather than the active Screamtail. But it actually turned out that Screamtail was his demise.
I would agree. And it was just such a good play on his end. So we're going to have... Okay, we're still working on topic. All right, so Sorry, guys. I'm still working this. So for those who joined us recently, I don't do this. I don't usually run the stream setup. So I am very grateful that things have gone as smoothly as they have today. But so now, going back into this game 2, Mo, does Jack want to do anything different? Mo is saying no. Jack does not want to do anything different.
I think he just has to hope that.
And I would agree.
Yeah, he just has to hope that like Josh puts Guardian in play, but I don't think Josh is going to do that until Josh is able to really give himself an advantageous position for it.
Right.
Because I know how he's going to play the matchup. Like, if it's something I would do and it's probably the right play, Josh plays the deck a lot more than me. You know, he plays this at regionals. I play it at cups.
That's
There's a
fair.
difference in us. Yeah.
So we are going to see this game start. And I think for me, the big deal is if Jack whiffs. If Jack whiffs and has to put 2 prizers in play, Josh is going to win. If Jack does not whiff and does not have to put 2 prizers in play, Jack's going to win easily. And so for those asking why Flydon's getting cut, because it's not a good deck. Now, is it better than I thought it was? Absolutely. It is not a good deck. So, Alex, that is a great question. So in top 8, we have, I just had it. Mo, did you have the top 8 list? That's fine. I'll pull it out. So in top 8, we have Ancient Box. We have Gardevoir. We have a Charizard. We have another Charizard. We have, oh gosh, we're pulling this all together. But anyway, we'll get back to that in a second. Let's get back to the game here. So we do have Jack starting off with the Nest Ball for Radiant Greninja. And Josh also having his Radiant Greninja. So in a much better position, especially going first. And we see the draw 4-2. We have an Explorer's Discovery. It looks like we have a Sada. We have another Vessel in hand. And we see a couple more energy. So, Mo, is there anything else Jack is trying to do this turn outside of just get ready to attack?
It's like an Arceus deck back when they were played. You want to get 1 energy down on your Arceus V, and then you pass. Now he just wants it on his Roaring Moon, so that way he can play Sada and manually retreat the Greninja if it's brought up, or he could just go ahead and attack with it if it stays active, and really just take out whatever he wants. Or take out the active if he wants, because it's just 1 prize card. That's all he wants to do until a Gardevoir comes down.
Makes sense. And so Josh, on Josh's end, this is already a much better start than his turn 1 last game, because he was able to get 2 Ralts down with that Buddy Poffin. By the way, Eden, Swag, thank you all very much for the follows. So for those who are asking, while Josh is price checking, we have a Iron Thorns Dragapult. We have a Lugia V-Star. We have a Charizard. I believe we have 2 Charizards in Top Cut. We have Palkia Noctowl, which is our second stream game, should we get there. We have a Cloth Terapagos. And then we have the aforementioned Ancient Box and Gardevoir. So honestly, kind of matches what we saw from our meta, very widely spread top 8. And so Mo, as we're watching Josh set up here, when you do have that wide of a field, does that change how you like approach a tournament?
Not necessarily, because I was telling people before this event, I said all you have to do is beat Cloth and Charizard, and you know there's 1 Cloth in cut, there's 2 Charizard in cut. So I feel pretty confident about that. I also did have on my bingo card Charizard winning, Terapagos winning, or I believe I said Regidrago. Now there's no Regidrago in cut. There were only 2 in the room, actually, funny enough.
And we have no one to blame but Shukri,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But anyway, not Tane and Shukri. Rosemary, awesome having you here. Thank you very much for joining. And B, happy to have you here as well. So Josh is setting up an honestly incredible board to start this game. Did he just Earthen Vessel away a Ralts?
Well, I guess when you have 3 of them, you don't really need the last one. Also, I'm curious if this is the Rosemary Kelly, the VGC caster.
I believe it is. Do we have someone famous, Pokey famous in the chat?
What?
We already had Jesse Parker and Azul mentioned, so I guess we have a lot of Pokey famous people here.
Yeah,
so
we care about reaching VGC, though. If we can have some VG people, and I mean, you already have VGC in your tag. That's pretty sick.
that is. All right, so also, Blocky, thank you for the follow. So now Josh is just playing the stinking game. We've got Evo TM, we've got Energy Attachment, we've got an Iono in hand for next turn. Man, Jack has got to be feeling frustrated that his first game, he was set up for success and just got stuck. And now Josh is setting up beautifully. Taram, thank you for the follow as well. It is awesome to have you guys here. And now, after that Evo TM, Jack's going to go. Mo, anything special we're going to see here?
I mean, he's just got to take prize cards as fast as he wants, or as fast as he can, actually, not as fast as he wants.
Yes.
Ideally, he'd want to take 2/2/2.
That
But-
is not the ideal Pokestop. And Josh is celebrating good naturedly. Hopefully, good
Josh,
naturedly.
in his mind, he just has that little cat gif going yippee,
All right,
and
so we-
he's happy as can be
He is-
because his next turn, he's just gonna refinement. Oh, my opponent plays maybe one Iono, maybe like whatever one disruption card he plays, and then he can maybe pal pad it. But he knows that his hand is mostly safe. He's just gonna set up for his turn and then pick when he wants to put down this Gardevoir EX.
yes.
That's the strength of Gardevoir, is that if you get the turn one evolution, then you are smooth sailing if they cannot take multiple prizes with a Kyurem or something.
Yes, and actually, on that note, I would not mind Jack dropping that Flutter Mane and having it as a Sada target, just because if Josh is going to use some of those baby attackers, since he can't expose a Gardevoir EX, there's an opportunity for Jack to steal a couple prizes here. But Mo, it looks like we're just going to get the attachment down on the second Roaring Moon, hopefully be able to sustain attackers a little bit better, get the Iron Bundle, use the
Okay,
Iron
that's
Bundle.
pretty solid.
That
mean,
is. Do you-
Bringing the Drifloon up, I mean, he's just doing it because he wants to. It's the sacrificial balloon. But I think that for Jack, he's like, okay, well, I really wish it was one of the Curlias. That's not going to happen.
Agreed. And we do see the Screamtail come down. So now there is an opportunity for that Countercatcher Screamtail play to capture the Radiant Greninja in the active. But is that going to be the play for Josh, do you think?
I think that might be something eventually, but not right now. He could also just Screamtail in order to knock out the one on the bench so he doesn't put more ancient cards in discard and make Jack really fight for having more in discard eventually.
True.
I don't think it really matters, but right now he's probably just going to take the one knockout with the Screamtail, possibly on the bench Roaring Moon or the active. It really doesn't matter.
Well, and we actually see the secret box come out from Josh. We still have 2 refinement to use. Like, Josh is in an excellent position here because we have the Gardevoir EX down, Monkey Dory, Screamtail. Jack, honestly, is just going to have to hope he can find a way to sustain attackers throughout this game. And we see the second refinement come down. I mean, Josh can do whatever he wants. So what is it he wants to do?
Josh is going to take a price card.
Well, that seems
and
good.
hope his opponent doesn't have boss's orders because it's not Countercatcher, it's just boss's orders. That's the only thing that he can use right now because Jack chose to take the first prize card. That was his choice. And now he chooses that Countercatcher is not an out right now. But it could be later.
And to be
We'll
honest,
see.
I don't think Jack minds. Like, I think Jack is okay taking the first prize because he knows it forces Josh to be able to skip ahead. But Josh does choose to go for the benched Roaring Moon, which I think is the right choice because it keeps the Ancient Booster Capsule in play, which means that it doesn't feed Jack's Ancient count where he's trying to reach to knock out that Gardevoir EX.
The reach isn't very high, but it's there.
True. He does need to get to, I believe, 9 in the discard pile in order to reach for that Gardevoir.
Exactly. Which is, again, it's not really hard for him when he gets that number because then he'll hit 320 after a weakness. But it's just a matter of you force your opponent to have it.
Yes.
Even if you assume, like, if your opponent, you know that they have Lumineon in hand, you still make them bench it to find boss's order for game. Like, your
Yes.
opponent probably gets there, but you don't want to make it easier on them. Because the main thing about Pokemon is that you want to do things to win, and then you want to do things to make sure that you don't lose, or to make sure your opponent is further away from their win condition.
So
And that's Josh doing that right now.
I've actually started coaching slightly because one of the dudes who's a nice dude who I've been talking to asked for some help. And that's one of the things I've been trying to make clear to him is that when you are mapping out a way to win the game, it is not just how do I win, although that really matters. You want to map out both your game plan and your opponent's game plan. So that way, like you said, Mo, you can counter what they're doing to better enact your own plan. So for Jack, to be honest, the only thing to counter what Josh is doing is just to not bench multiple multi-prize Pokemon. Like it's that.
Yeah.
It's that
We
simple.
We saw it last game where benching of the Roaring Moon was a little rough for him because that was the way that Josh got to go take two for the last prize cards.
Yes.
And maybe that's something that Jack is going to think about going forward for this game. Do I want to bench two prizers? The Fez kind of had to cut down.
Right.
Because he had to draw into Sada plus the Roaring Moon plus Dark... Or, well, he had the Roaring Moon with Sada plus Dark Energy.
Yes.
But maybe this next game he won't put that Roaring Moon down right away.
And I actually don't mind benching the Fluttermane here, and I would wish Jack would have an out with this Ultra Ball and play it before Sada. Unless he's benched multiple Roaring Moon. Oh, and we are just going to Super Rod in the Roaring Moon and then Sada to them with that Ultra Ball in hand. So, okay. So Jack is setting up a pretty reasonable board here.
Definitely. He's just going to try to do enough to bring all these Pokemon. Like, he wants to Ultra Ball for the Roaring Moon and then put an energy on that, but also put an energy on the Fluttermane. It's a free pivot then. So he's making it so that, sure, he's putting it on another Pokemon that's not Roaring Moon, but it's a Pokemon that Josh just can't go, okay, well, I'm going to counter catcher it and then do my shenanigans.
Well, and actually, having a Iron Bundle or something available here would actually be really big, because if he is able to do so and Sada to this Fluttermane, there's an opportunity, we mentioned it last game, for Jack to actually take a 2-prize turn without there being a Gardevoir EX on board, because he would be able to use Fluttermane to knock out that Screamtail on the bench, plus a Kirlia or a Ralts or something else like that.
He drew into the Nest Ball.
He did, and he also drew an Ultra Ball and a Vessel, so we are cooking.
Yeah, Nest Ball means you can find that Iron Bundle or Pheasantipity.
What do you think about that decision, Mo?
One thing, it's a 2-prize Pokemon. So, I mean, it draws you cards, but like right now, I feel like he's pretty content with what he's drawn. So, in my opinion, I would just maybe hold the Nest Ball. But then again, it's like, you don't know if you're going to get Iono'd next turn. That's the roulette of playing versus Gardevoirs, that they play the whopping 4 Iono. So then every turn you're like, hey, is this a turn? Is this
Right.
a turn? And then they use Arven, and you're like, okay, good. I'm safe for now. Unless they play the unfair stamp, which Josh doesn't. Jack knows this, but like, man, when you're versing Gardevoir, it's like no hand is safe.
I legitimately love the... Ooh, actually, do I take that? Yeah. I legitimately love the attachment to Fluttermane, because that forces Josh to consider the fact that Jack can take a multi-prize turn if needed. And so to your point, I think that is exactly the reason for benching the Pheasantipity. Jack knows that Josh will likely try to Iono him into oblivion. So by putting that Pheasantipity there, he's able to play around that. Now, granted, I say that, I still don't know if it's the right choice.
Now, is he saying this and he's like, okay, knock out my Pheasantipity and then feeding into this Fluttermane attack?
And that may be it. And that is actually a really good point, Mo, because then it does force Josh to put down a small basic with very little damage remaining on it.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that if he finds this Dark Energy for Monkey Dory, then it kind of goes out the window, because he can only put the 5 damage, or what is it? It'd be 8 damage counters, which is 160. So then if he puts, yeah, he puts 5 energy, that's 10 damage counters. He says 200 to the Pheasantipity. And then he also can heal from the Gardevoir that he's retreating.
Yes.
And then that'll be 230, which is a little overkill, but it's enough. Yeah, I was trying to like do the mental math. I'm like, okay, how do you get to that? I was trying to picture my board.
No, and that makes sense. All right, so Josh, even though he prize checked, ensuring that he has all of his prizes correct, I appreciate that. And so has a board that is pretty good, honestly. I think, did we just see the Iona played? I was looking at the actual stream setup.
Yeah, they're shuffling the hand. Or no, that was a heavy ball.
Yes. So regardless, Josh is in a position, oh, he has not played the Secret Box yet, considering playing that. And able to get rid of a few cards that aren't really that important anymore. Ultra Ball, Manaphy, I think that's an Evo TM, which, man, if we're using Evo TM at this point in the game, we are cooked. And, oh, we actually see a Nest Ball go out there. But either way, all cards that maybe aren't the most useful, except for thinning other cards.
So if Josh wants to be absolutely rude, he can just search out Professor Turo in Professor Turo scenario with his Gardevoir EX and say, what 2-prizer do I have in play?
Right.
And that's a really good strategy, is that you preemptively attach to these Pokemon and power up 2 attackers. And then that way, you go, okay, my 2 attackers are set up, and then I'll Professor Turo this Gardevoir. Given you only have one Professor Turo, so it's kind of like gold in this matchup. Or just any matchup, you play the one, you don't play Palpad. But we can see Josh go for that if he wants to play the Turo, or if he just wants to go for an Iono play since he's playing that counter catcher. Usually those two go in tandem, counter catcher.
Yes.
Iono, Screamtail.
And that's exactly what we're going to see here. So we do see the Bravery Charm attached to the Screamtail. We do have the counter catch we already used on the Radiant Greninja. We have the Moonlit Hill we're going to put down to prevent the draw. Oh, we leave the Pokestop.
I kind of like putting the Moonlit Hill, just so that way they draw less cards.
And I would agree. I would think that would be the decision, but we do just allow Jack to keep that Pokestop in play, and I'm curious why.
He drew the Dark Energy. That's pretty good.
That is.
Dark Energy kind of lets this combo happen without you getting knocked out by the Flutter Mane attack.
And that is a big deal, too. Now, Jack, we're not sure what's in his hand yet. Still able to maybe pull something off those 4 cards, but, I mean, Josh, again, turned from this is kind of a rough matchup to being in a dominating possession because of that Screamtail. And to be honest, primarily because Jack plays so many 2-prize Pokemon.
Do you want to hear my prediction?
Hit me.
I think that Pheasantipity is going down.
I think you are correct.
I think so.
And we're going to see...
Because it's one thing to Iono your opponent, and it's another to go Iono and then knock out your Pheasantipity. Because what's the point of Iono if you're not knocking out the Pokemon that lets him draw 3 cards after a knockout?
Yeah. All right, so we do, though, have 120 damage on that Screamtail. We have the Flutter Mane available if we get any kind... We have a secret box in hand. Mo, we are going to see, if I could guess, a 2-prize turn here.
You're not half bad at Pokemon, Dan.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
But if he promotes... Yeah, because he can just Iron Bundle. Maybe he won't bring up a Pokemon that's like... He'll probably bring up like Monkey Dory. That way he got his use out of it.
So
Or he'll
actually...
bring up a Curlia. But if he brings up Curlia, then Jack can go knock out on the Curlia and then knock out on the Screamtail.
Well, actually, the line I was looking at is just gusting this Gardevoir EX. Leave all your cards that allow you to draw and play the game in deck. Put yourself in a position where you can win next turn. And that is a Pecharunt.
We have a Pecharunt.
Why? Mo, why is there a Pecharunt?
Well, you see, Greninja cannot retreat because it is not an ancient Pokemon, so it doesn't get attached with Sada. So I think he's just setting up to go like Pecharunt and then boss up the Gardevoir, but does he? I mean, he has access to the boss because... Well, this is questionable because he had access to the boss since it was in deck. He palpated it back in.
All right, so we are just getting a notice from our judge extraordinaire, Michael, that, oh, and we lose the boss. That is a problem. We do get it with Palpad, but still. And we just got notice from Michael, our judge extraordinaire, that Iron Thorns Dragapults, as a shock upset, beat Lugia.
Whoa.
What a surprise.
You're telling me the card that shuts off Rulebox abilities beat a Rulebox reliant deck?
And the one that hits it for weakness. All right, so we are
Whoa.
going to retreat into, yes, we do see the move. We see the Flutter Mane go into the active, and...
But I kind of wanted to see this with the boss's orders, though, because
yes, I agree.
now he can Sada and then put the Iron Bundle, but, like, if you do the Iron Bundle, your opponent's just going to put up, like, maybe Monkey Dory, because Josh... yeah, because Josh knows that, like, okay, well, let's go into the bench. I'm picking... It's not like it's 2 different sequences where you have to ask your opponent something. Once you move a Pokemon... Once you move the Screamtail to the bench, it's like, you know that your opponent's attacking with this. It's literally in the active spot. So
Yes.
you just put up Monkey Dory and say, like, what, you want to do some damage to it? Cool. I'm going to move damage off of the Monkey Dory. And then I'm going to go ahead and put the damage on the... He's going to put the damage probably on the... holy moly. Literally the next spot. The Flutter Mane.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm, like, blanking on these ancient Pokemon's
You're
names.
totally
because
good.
I'm, like, I know the current form of it.
You can
I'm
just
like,
call it
it's
Weird Mischievous. That's fine,
Mischievous,
too.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see the Monkey Dory come to the active, like you mentioned. We do have the Dark Energy on it, so it can retreat after moving that damage back. And yeah, this is tough, because I also would like to see this play coupled with Boss. And if we weren't going to have Boss available, I kind of would have liked to see something else here. Even just a knockout with that Roaring Moon. Or Roaring Moon with Bundle to knock out something on the bench. So
The thing is that they're at even price cards right now, so he can't, like, counter catcher in order to use the Monkey Dory ability, in order to use the Gardevoir ability to move it out the active. Right now, he cannot trigger the ability from Gardevoir to put an energy onto the Monkey Dory without knocking it out, he would either need a Bravery Charm or just a manual attachment to retreat it.
Well, he can also retreat for 1 by removing the Dark Energy or use the Monkey Dory ability.
You can't use it in the active spot when Fluttermane's there, though.
Oh, you're
he
right.
has-
The
so he has to wait.
Fluttermane.
And that Dark Energy, like, he needs it on there, or else another Fluttermane, given I don't think that's happening for another Fluttermane.
Mo, this is what we pay you for.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm not even
Everyone, can we
getting paid.
please honor how smart Moedace is and completely, like, outplaying me here?
Yeah, chat, I'll drop my PayPal in there. um,
But yes, Mo, you're absolutely
So-
right. Shutting down the Monkey Dory is a huge deal.
yeah, now, so that's, like, the good part. Like, Josh brought it up, so he knows, like, the capabilities of it, but, like, he does have the Bravery Charm.
Yes.
So he can just put the Bravery Charm on it, retreat with the Gardevoir ability, heal it up. It doesn't matter anymore, but, like, the Screamtail is going to go ham.
The one downside, though, to putting down that Bravery Charm on the Monkey Dory means you leave a ton of damage on there in order to do so. So this is going to be interesting. And we do see that Adam playing Charizard EX beat... Who was Adam playing again?
He was playing Jet.
We do see that Charizard EX beat Cloth Terapagos. So our top 4 is kind of coming to fruition here. And on the other game, Charizard is a game up on Palkia Noctowl. So we may see a couple Charizard in top 4.
So you're telling me that Adam did not get donked by Claw?
He did
That's
not get donked by
happy
Claw.
for him. I
yes.
know Michael, if he was Michael is the Charizard on the other Charizard playing out right now. I know that if he got donked again by Jarek, especially, he probably would not be the happiest.
I would agree with that. So we do see the Earthen Vessel coming down, getting rid of Fez and Dippity, maybe? Yes. Deciding to go with that. We get the Psychic Energy.
So we have that manual retreat, which is pretty important.
It is. And I don't think Jack made a bad decision here, but, man, leaving that Pecharunt on the bench is so scary.
Definitely. Another thing that Josh can do, whether it's correct or not, but Josh can just put 4 energy on the Screamtail that he has, and then put 3 when he retreats the Monkey Dory. He can put the other 3 damage from the Monkey Dory onto the Pecharunt because it has 190 HP. So he can do that to take 2 prizes, and that kind of seals up the game because Jack cannot take multiple prizes, and then having the Screamtail with
Well, you actually see the future, Mo, because he did not have the Screamtail, and then he drew it off the Radiant Greninja conceal cards.
oh, okay, my bad. I'm just ahead of everyone.
Nope, you were right. Like, let's be clear, you're right. You just didn't know. But all right, so
Yeah.
Screamtail
Sorry
will
for the
come
spoilers,
down.
chat.
We'll allow it. So we do see the Bravery Charm. We do see the damage with Gardevoir come down onto the Monkey Dory. We see the Screamtail go into the active.
Yeah, because now he can just do it on the Pecharunt, and Jack cannot KO the Gardevoir because there's also a Greninja in play, and the Greninja has less than 160 HP. So now it's like, okay, I'm going to take out your Pecharunt. I go down to 1 prize. You can either respond to my Screamtail so it doesn't KO one of your Pokemon, but you also then can't have a Pokemon that lives a Gardevoir EX hit.
And-
Well, there's so many reasons why that the Roaring Moon would with the Ancient Booster Capsule, but Monkey Dory is still in play.
Correct.
This is why we need to take knockouts, people, because if you leave Pokemon alive, you have to KO them because the Monkey Dory is such an MVP. It's so slept on.
So I will say this, I think, is one of the biggest arguments I have against having so many 2-prizers in this Ancient Box deck is I think Jack did have a very big advantage in a good position here if he didn't give up those extra prizes. And now, granted, sometimes you need that as an engine to play the game, but it's just been so painful for him here because if he doesn't have those, I think he's in a really good position.
Yeah, it's just the fact that you have to play these liabilities down because you're cutting corners with deck lists, or it just has multi-use purposes. Like, since you're playing the Pecharunt, you could just put down a Roaring Moon versus stall decks, and then you never get bench locked. But then again, like, it's a 2-prize liability in other matchups, and that's your switch out. It's not your penny anymore. It's not like a raw switch card like an item. So it's give and take. Like, in some matchups, you love the Pecharunt EX, and it's the best card in the deck. And then in other matchups, it's the reason why you might be losing out on $100 in top 4 or $400 if you win the whole tournament.
And that's the big thing is I don't think it's bad to include in general, but when you do have those liabilities in the deck, you have to be so careful with what matchup you use it into. Like you said, Snorlax, throw that baby down immediately and say, I win. against Guardy or something else that can take advantage and jump ahead, man, is it tough to want to bench that. And now for Jack, I don't actually know what the move is.
I really think he's in a corner right here because he can attack. I mean, he can take 2 prizes.
He
right?
can take
He
2
can,
prizes,
but the
but
ancient booster capsule, it doesn't really do much.
so it prevents Monkey Dory or double Monkey Dory from closing things out. But the bigger issue is, like you mentioned, that Radiant Greninja on the bench is just such a liability.
Exactly, because if the Radiant Greninja wasn't in play and Gardevoir EX did not hit 190, he could go like Counter Catcher, the Monkey Dory, and then Flutter Mane, KO the Monkey Dory and the Scream Tail. There goes 2 important cards, but it just doesn't do it because, yeah, there's no way to extend the.
But there is. You had mentioned it before.
Unless,
We-
unless he has another Gardevoir, he just evolves. the bench
true. If he has
early
another
on.
Gardevoir EX,
But
that
play
would
to
do
your
the trick.
outs. You have to play to your outs and tell your opponent like you don't have it like that.
Exactly. Play to your
KOing
outs.
the Scream Tail.
Does he have it
Yeah,
like
he
that?
has the Gardevoir in hand and
He does indeed
Josh
have it like
takes
that.
the W.
Josh does. So we see Ancient Box go down to Gardevoir. And to be honest, I don't know if I really had that prediction. Mo, was that what you saw coming here?
I did like a little hand signal to Josh before round 1 started, giving him a little heart because I love that he's playing Gardevoir since he didn't play yesterday to our cup.
I get it.
So
I get it.
I wanted him to win the tournament from the start because I just had Gardevoir winning. I told Dan and I said more people should play it, and then it won Perth, and I said more people should play it. And so, I mean, I'm not trying to say I see the future, but
I mean, you don't see the future. That's for sure.
yeah, call me Raven Simone.
That I
That's
will
a
not.
callback.
God, that is way, bro, we are old. Anyway, jumping over to our second stream game, we do have Michael Davidson playing Charizard Dusknoir versus Ryan playing Palkia Noctowl. And we mentioned, oh, dude, if Josh does again, actually, I'll be high for him. Josh is a good dude. I'm also his ride home, so he's kind of happy he's still sticking around. But we have Ryan playing Michael with Charizard EX. And even though Michael took the first game, Ryan doesn't seem to be in a bad position here.
Yeah, you can. When I was talking to Ryan, I mentioned like you can always do so many random shenanigans. Plus the fact that I believe Ryan does play. He doesn't play the Briar, but he does play like one of energy switch. So it means that like anything can attack, and then he just has the possibility to do anything he wants. There's no Manaphy in play, so Greninja's getting KO'd right now. But like,
Mo, do you mind popping out real quick to see if Michael has 3 or 4 prizes remaining? Not ask, just take a look.
Yeah.
Because that is wildly impactful on what's going to happen here in this
of
game.
course.
So the reason I say that is if Michael does have an out to a counter catcher, then there is a way for him to take a 3-prize knockout here. But if it is only 4 prizes remaining, then Ryan's in a very, very good position. And we do see Michael has 4 prizes remaining. So, okay. And that Iono makes sense. But now Ryan just has to find an out to gust up either Rotom to gust up Pheasantipity, something to close out this game if Michael doesn't leave that Charizard EX in the active. So even though Michael won game 1, Ryan is in a very good position to take back game 2. So Mo, what is what is Ryan missing here to help close out this game?
Well, I'm saying if Ryan has his energy switch, then energy switch and 1 glass trumpet, then I think he just wins the game.
Is there another Terapagos on Ryan's board? Oh, okay, good. He is considering. Yep, because the Terapagos was knocked out, Ryan does have to discard his board down to 5 bench Pokemon, and then move his choose a new active Pokemon.
Yeah, has he V-starred yet?
He has, because he did
Yeah.
use the Radiant Greninja to attack.
Okay, so right here he can. I mean, do you want to Fez and hope you hit a Terapagos or a Noctowl?
So Ryan has an Ultra Ball in hand, and now his only debate is: do you play the Ultra Ball first, or do you Pheasantipity first? And choosing to
Yeah.
play the Ultra Ball to get Terapagos.
Okay,
How do you feel about that decision, Mo?
I guess so. He has the trumpet. Does he have the E switch though? Because if that's the case, I guess he's thinking like if he hits the trumpet plus like research off of this Fez, then like it's more cards you can play.
It is. The biggest thing is he really wants to hit Noctowl. And that's why the only reason I was
Yeah.
considering not Ultra Balling is because if you hit either Noctowl or Terapagos off that Fez, like you just all but win the game.
Exactly. Drawing into either of them doesn't mean like you're not playing something just to use like Muse ability. You know, you're
Right.
not drawing until you have 3 in hand. You're just drawing 3 cards. So I think it was correct to just draw the 3 first because you're not thinning out a bad card. You're thinning out a card that you want to draw into. So drawing into it raw would be like a little better in my opinion.
Well, and I can't quite see Ryan's hand.
He
So,
has Trumpet plus 2 others. I think it's the Stadium, the Area Zero Under Depths, and then one other card. I couldn't really see it.
I think he may have just passed over to Michael. And Michael has Boss in hand, but Michael does not have a way to move that Radiant Charizard out of the active spot.
Yeah, if he goes like Candy Zard or I'm trying to think.
Well,
Yeah,
is
he
he
has to go, like,
passing over?
Candy.
So
Candy-
Ryan actually drew the Prime Catcher.
Oh, okay. But that doesn't really do much.
It does
the Charizard's
not.
the biggest body.
And I think you're right. So we have the Glass Trumpet, which is excellent. So we can attach that to the Terapagos and to a Hoot Hoot. We have the Prime Catcher. Man, all we needed is an energy switch, and we were fine, but
Yeah,
I don't think the Canceling Colone's going to do it.
Yeah, even if you had.
Oh, it's a vacuum. All right, so we see Michael's hand. We know there's a boss in there. We have a collapsed stadium. We have a Luminion. I don't know if that's the combination he needs.
He can Pidgeot search for a Charizard, and if he does that, if he has like, well, he has Ultra Ball in hand, right? So he can go like manually retreat it plus boss, or even if he just goes like manually retreat it plus Briar. So either play wins him the game. He does need a Super Rod though, just to put the energies back in and then manually
Yes.
retreat the Charizard. Because he would need 2 on the active and then 1 on the bench one, and then that way he can do it. But
And he has a Super Rod.
if he prized one of his energies, he needs 3 energies.
And it looks like there's 2 in the discard.
Yeah.
We do need... Oh, we'll throw a Duskull in. That's fine. So we 2 in the discard. Going into the deck, we have an Ultra Ball. I know we saw a Rare Candy in hand. But I'm curious then if Michael has the win. Because that, to me, is the question.
He
We do see the candy. We see... Are there 3 energy? There are.
Yep. And
Oh, man.
that just seems like the W.
And we have the boss to knock out the
Alrighty.
Pheasantipity. So Ryan gets stuck in the last turn of the game. Michael takes it down, winning with Charizard EX. So I know it's a little bit weird to do a non-winners interview, but Mo, would you be open to talking to Ryan a little bit, just to kind of
Sure.
close out and as a summary of the day of what happened here?
Yeah. Closing thoughts. Let's see what he says.
Exactly.
About how his deck ran. How does he feel about his top 8 finish?
And I'll just ask all the viewers to cover their ears for a minute if he needs to say a few non-professional words. That's okay. So, Mo, talk to the people a little bit. I'm going to throw up this deck here that Ryan worked on. And I just want to have him talk a little bit about what happened, why it went down that way. And again, for those watching at home, the thing we did today that we're going to try to keep doing in the future to try to make sure the stream adds some value to those watching is we're trying to kind of practice and get some testing in with specific lists that can be good or maybe a good fit for upcoming events. So, Mo, talk to the people a little bit about why this could be a good fit for Toronto. I'll grab Ryan and I'll be right back.
So there's a couple reasons why this deck is specifically good. And it's the fact that you have multi-use cases for your list. You have whether it's the Palkia engine that uses the Radiant Greninja to take, 2 knockouts with the Moonlight Shuriken attack, or if you have the ability to just use the Terapagos engine and use Noctowl, search out some cards, and hit those wombo combos. You just have the ability to do so many things. You also play the Rotoms. So since you have the Fan Rotoms, you can use the Fan Call ability to get the Ditto, the Splup Ditto with its something transformation. And then so you can retreat into the Ditto. It's in the active spot. You swap it with a basic from your deck. I know Ryan said that he usually gets his Radiant Greninja, which has been his favorite card to grab off the Dittos. But we do have Ryan here, though, so we can talk about that a little bit.
Oh, man.
It's okay.
That was tough.
You got $50.
You guys were watching Josh's game, right? Instead of ours. Okay, so game 1, Michael goes Duskull, pass. And I go, okay, that's pretty sick. I opened Terrapagos, and then my hand wasn't really that good, so I opened Palkia. I opened Palkia, sorry. Opened Palkia, only could really like Fan Rotom, and then Nestballed for Terrapagos with 2 Noctowl in hand. So my board was like fine. And then Michael goes Iono into 6 pretty unplayable cards. And he's able to get like Buddy Puff and Double Charmander. And then instant charge, and then I literally just go draw pass. And then it's basically like he went first all over again. Like it was just funny. We kind of passed back and forth. But it is what it is. And then the second game, I just ran out of steam. The matchup's tough. I didn't draw particularly great. I didn't like get Ninja or any energy on turn 1. In game 2, when I went first, I used too many Noctowls to end up on just like a mediocre boss play with Fan Rotom. Like I was just not great.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate when you have to use. Would you say that you use like 2 Noctowls turn 2 when you went first?
Yeah, I mean that's usually what happens. So I knocked out to try to go for like a bigger play to get Greninja and an energy, and then concealed into like nothing, and then knocked out to set up my hand and my board for next turn, and then went boss Fan Rotom, knock out Duskull, and then Michael just had knockout on my Hoot Hoot that I put down, and I was just like, okay, no, I'm just kind of sitting here. So I Ninja Sniped his active and killed the Duskull that he put down, and like I just didn't have any steam after that. I mustered up another ninja play, but it just took like everything with like E-switch and stuff, but then I just had like nothing.
Okay, so you already used the E-switch then? Because tell me about that last play. When you Ultra Balled away the other 2 cards, and then you grabbed the Terrapagos before your Fez, did you have access to your 1 E-switch, or did you already use it
No,
that
that was
game?
played
Okay.
already. But
For
so
sure.
my only way to attack is Trumpet, attach, and then Prime a 2-prizer.
Okay.
But I didn't have like Fez needed to be like Trumpet, Prime, and then a supporter, and then I needed to supporter into like Night Stretcher, Poffin to have enough Pokemon in play. Like I was so far away.
Okay, for sure. Because I was wondering why the Ultra Ball was played before the Fez, but the Fez
I wanted to
did.
thin the Terrapagos.
Yeah, the Fez did have to be.
Yeah.
Was there a Noctowl in deck?
I had a Night Stretcher. That was my only out to it.
Okay, for sure. I
So-
was like, we were thinking that. Oh, for sure. We were thinking that you had Noctowl, Noctowl, Terrapagos, and possibly the E-switch in deck, and I was like, well, if those are his outs, then all he needs to do is just draw 3 and then Ultra Ball for the missing link. But if it's the case that you already used your E-switch and your way to attack was like hitting effectively, like not an impossible thing,
Yeah.
but you needed to hit like the Cinderella story. The
Yeah.
Pheasant
And I
with the D
figured I had a
cards.
turn
Yeah.
if Radzard sat there, because he only had like 4 cards in hand, but it's just tough.
Yeah, when you get to search your deck for a card every turn, it's Pidgeot really helps you figure out like what you need, but then like he was able to just like super out in the
Yeah.
energies, because that was another concern I had, was that if he didn't have enough energies, and by any means if he prized one of them, then we're looking at a case where he doesn't have enough to manually retreat, and then he has to waste his turn. He had Turo in hand, so he would have to like waste his turn Turoing, put something up, and yeah, so that was a little unfortunate.
tough.
It was good to hear
It
from you though,
happens,
Ryan.
of course. Happy to have you guys follow along with the deck. It's super fun. It's super cool. $50 today. Sounds good.
$50 and you got to represent your store. We currently do have another player in our team playing out. So we do have Rafal playing it out on table 1, and he's bringing the noise. He bringing the
is.
storm that is Iron Thorns.
He is actually bringing my presumptive favorite to actually play to Toronto, because we talked about it a little bit. And by the way, Rafal beat Lugia last round. We're going on our end for them to start. So beat Lugia, which when you start Iron Thorns, as you can see, that's a pretty big deal. He already ordered pizza. So anyway, getting back to the game. So we see Rafal start with a Pokegear. And wait, did Adam go first and have nothing? Oh my goodness, we do
We
see
can
the
see-
Arven.
Is there an Alakazam? No, never mind. Okay. I'm getting too ahead of myself. I was like, oh my god.
Can we Alakazam
The
knockout? No.
ancient booster or future booster capsule.
Oh, we are not quite there, but
Crispin.
Adam
Radiant Alakazam.
Adam does have a Manaphy start. Rafal is able to get the most precious of trolleys and Evo TM, I believe, if he has an energy in hand, but Mo, this is a wild start.
Basically, Rafal's going first, but he's going second, but he's technically going first because Adam did not do much.
Dude, he's going first in the format we were just playing. Play a supporter, throw a bunch of guys on the board. Just wild.
Yeah, and he gets to attack, which means he gets to use that TM evolution. Like, okay, Rafal, like, we get it. Just go to game 2 because this game is going to be rough for Adam.
We'll see. There's no guarantees. Like, there's never any guarantees in Pokemon. So, one thing with Rafal's list is he is only playing 3 Dreepy. So, as we can see, only getting the 2 there, those are probably the only Dreepy he's going to have available for most of the game. And so, with getting those middle pults after this, it's going to be...
It.
I'm sorry, Mo. I'm never going to let it go.
It's not... Okay, but middle Pult, I said it one time.
Oh, I
for anyone
know.
who's just joining, and anyone who joined because of Azul's raid, we are so happy to have you here.
We
But
are,
I'm just gonna
definitely.
say that Dan Hugar, whether you perceive him to be a nice person, it is all a scam because Dan Hugar tormenting me. This is bullying. I need a support ticket.
So, just for context, earlier in the tournament, we were also watching Dragapult play, and Dracloak is the middle evolution for Dragapult, but Mo, while trying to, and doing a very excellent job describing the game, said, yep, he's just going to get his 2 middle Pult out, and I refuse to
And I
ever
said
let
the
that
ba-
leave my
And I said
memory.
the baby Pult too.
We're not going to worry about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some serious problems and go to Dan for therapy after this.
So, regardless of any of that, after Rafal gets the 2 middle Pult out, he does end the turn, go to Adam. Adam plays Iono, and Adam will hopefully be able to set up his board a bit. That is not the face of a man with a great hand. Oh.
Iron Thorns doesn't. Oh.
And we see a pass over. So now here's the thing. One of the cards that Rafal plays 4 of is actually Crispin. And Crispin right here would actually allow Rafal to attack with this Iron Thorns while still setting up his bench Dracloak. And I really, you know, just hit it.
Yay.
What I really would have liked to see is him use the 2 Dracloak first in order to dig to hit the Crispin, but
Well, he's got to
This is
thin out
fine.
so that way. Oh, yeah. Oh, he forgot to use. No, okay. He's using Crispin,
yes.
so he's doing that, and then he's also going to use the Dracloak abilities.
Yes. You can call it middle
Dracloak.
Pult.
Okay, he's going to use the middle Pult abilities to draw. He's going to use Airmail, right?
Yes.
To call back to Pidgeotto.
There you go.
So he's going to look at the top cards of his deck, try to find the future booster capsule, and then that way, if he finds that, then he can retreat and then attack with a Dragapult. I don't believe he found it because he already attached the.
Well, he
Iron
doesn't.
Thorns.
He doesn't want to attack with the Dragapult right now. He just wants to keep attacking with the Iron Thorns.
Well, Dragapult wins the game, Dan.
I stand
would've.
corrected.
Yeah,
I agree, and that's also another reason though why I would have liked to see. Oh, we
Dragapult
do
still wins
see
the game, Dan.
Dragapult does still win the game.
This card's crazy. And
Do we
Arven wins the game.
See an Arven. We do
And
see an
Arven
Arven.
Well, as long as he has one of the pieces, I think. I don't know if he played the Arven first.
Well, all he needs is the Terra Orb, and he needs the booster capsule. And does he have the Terra Orb?
Whoa! What is he doing?
Yep. All right, and we got the knockout. We
Yeah.
got game. We are going to game 2 very quickly. Iron Thorns, Dragapult EX taking down Charizard, and bro, that was a quick game.
I was thinking he needed Ultra Ball, and I forgot Terra Orb was a card. Okay.
Yes. Terra Orb is a card. So I didn't even get to change prize counts quickly enough. Instead, we go straight into Rafal being up 1-2-0 here. And I mean, on Adam's side of things, it would be hard to have a worse game. Oh, and there is Zeke.
Definitely.
And Zeke, by the way, is bringing us food. Thank God. And everyone, please thank Zeke for keeping us all alive and running a great event here. I will say, as we're watching this game set up, I love coming to Cups here. I love coming to events here. It is a really good store. They run really good tournaments, really good events. If we ever don't, if there's ever anything someone comes and something needs to change, tell us. Because I also know Norm, the owner, and everyone here, if there's something we can do differently or better, we want to. Because we want it to be a good environment for everyone. And I would say I'm always happy when people say that they're happy to come play here and excited to come play here.
Definitely. Zeke's the cutie behind the counter, and he's definitely the person who, if you look at the Google reviews of Nerd Rage Gaming, there is a picture of Zeke looking absolutely scrumptious. So there you go. And be sure to give us a good rating on Google reviews, and be sure to come out if you're ever in the Chicagoland area. We do Thursday nights for our locals, and we also do, like Dan said, cups every quarter. It's always a 1K because
And we
come win some money.
see, in this case, a Klefki start for Rafal, which also ruins Charizard's day.
Adam.
And so
Start
we
something
see
better.
the call bell for Rafal.
And I know Rafal would say it. Ding, ding, ding.
Does he
Not
say
to say he literally said that when he was getting interviewed earlier. Sorry if it was too loud for people. Like, I don't wanna say it loud
Fantastic.
enough for him to hear me. But Rafal, you devil.
So Rafal does get you need to get Arvin first. Got very excited here. Does get the precious trolley. And it's not even a downside. The only downside is with that Klefki in the active, Adams can still use Charizard EX to evolve up and start to attack. But you know what? I don't know how much Rafal cares. Because
Yeah.
he's still going to set up an incredible board here.
Rafal, put the evolution in your hand. It doesn't matter. He's going to do it. He's going to have the
It's
wild
fine.
power.
We know what's happening.
Yeah, the
So-
only thing Adam has to hope for is that Rafal whiffed energy.
Yes, and I don't think Rafal would be quite so excited if he had. And so we see the thorns come down. And so the only reason this could be even grosser is if Rafal opened the rescue board. He did not. So we do just see evolution into Tutor Cloak with thorns on the board. So Adam will be able to play the game, but man, Rafal's still in a great position.
Well, I don't know. I kind of like that the Klefki's in the active spot because it's a one retreater.
So that is true. The only downside is
It
it's
literally
not
doesn't
a
stop
thorns.
Charizard, yeah.
Exactly. So we will see the Arvin. We'll be able to get at least one piece of the combination, and two if we have a Rotom or something in hand. But Adam really doesn't want to bench that if he doesn't have to. And so,
Definitely.
all right, so we do see the Ultra Ball, or the Nest Ball, and the Forest Seal Stone. We see the Rotom come down. Forest Seal Stone used. Why? Mo, why are we seeing
Well,
a
sometimes,
Nest Ball off Arvin?
well, sometimes you have to draw some cards, but I mean, if he has the candy already, maybe he just doesn't. I can't think. Maybe he already has the candy and he doesn't have Ultra
No,
Ball and he doesn't want to discard his hand down.
we actually don't have either piece, it looks like. So we don't have any pieces here. So we're actually using Forest Seal Stone to get a Buddy Poffin. So I think Adam probably made a misplay here. And I think he got a little confused about what outs he had available, which is why we're seeing the Forest Seal for Buddy Poffin, not the Buddy Poffin straight up. Sorry, I'm very loud.
At least it's not me.
Well, I'm kind of loud, guys. Anyway, so I think I got a little too
You're
enthusiastic. We
It's-
will
it's
reel it back.
passion.
So we do see Adam use the Bunny Poffin, get a Pidgey and another Dusclops down, or Skull down, excuse me. So we have at least a really good board set up for Adam. And so Mo, what is Adam trying to do then?
Man, this is worrying. I mean, he could go for it's just okay. So in my mindset, there's the hurdles you have to go through in a game naturally when people play Iono and whatever. But this matchup is okay, play your game without Charizard, play your game without Pidgeotto. Now tie your arms
Right.
behind your back and riffle shuffle your deck.
We see the Crispin for Rafal. Do we have an out to a Dragapult here?
Yeah,
Well-
if he is out to Dragapult, I mean, he's just in business then. And I
Absolutely.
think he would not be searching out those energies if he did not have an out.
I agree. This could be a very, very quick turnaround because that Pidgey has 60 HP. So Rafal may say, I will absolutely sacrifice you getting a couple Duskull off in order to knock out and prevent you from getting Pidgeot EX down. Man, this is tough for Adam.
Definitely. The way that Rafal wants to play this is by clearing the board.
I do not. Fail, it's a good question. We can certainly ask at the end of the game. And Rafal does have the Dragapult EX. Do we see the retreat into? Yes, we do. We see actually the rescue board come down to maintain the psychic energy. And then we're going to see the Phantom Dive. And Mo, what is the target, do you think?
I think it's just the Pidgeot for the fact that you can't KO the Charmander on the bench. KOing with Duskor doesn't matter, and you probably just want to take care of that Pidgeot because there's only one of it. And
Yes.
one thing that Rafal wants to do is just clear the board. So if the Duskulls and Dusclopuses and Dusknoirs take care of themselves, we'll then just deal with the Charizard in play. And that's really what you want to do because then that's maybe 1 or 2 less prize cards if the Dusclopuses come into play and Dusknoirs.
Yeah.
So you just want to clear the board. That's all the game's about.
No, and that makes complete sense. And so Rafal, hoping to draw something good off this Iono, Adam does at least get to see 6 fresh cards. Rafal goes down to 4. Only 1 Dracloak available in order to see more cards, so not ideal, but Rafal's still in a very, very good position here.
Yeah, Adam's really just hoping he finds some sauce here. He has to find He has to find the raw rare candy into Charizard without Quick Search or without the Forest Steel Stone Star Alchemy because he already had to use the Star Alchemy for the Buddy Buddy Puffin turn 2,
Yes.
and then he had to use he can't use Quick Search because RIP Pidgey.
Absolutely. And so Adam is using the Buddy Poffin. Kind of like you said, he does need to hit the rare candy. It looks like he has an Ultra Ball in hand. But the big thing is he going to hit that rare candy off of the Pheasantipity? And that is going to be a major question of whether or not Adam can keep playing this game effectively. And so declining to use the Ultra Ball to start. We see Ultra Ball, we see Defiance Belt, we see another Ultra Ball, so no rare candy for Adam. Man, Mo, where does he go from here?
Well, you're down game 1. It's a top cut match, so there has to be a winner. You just have to keep playing it out, and hopefully there's an opening, but it's really, really rough. This is the Charmander, not even the Charmeleon, because the other Charmeleon doesn't have a character rare, and I know Adam plays max rarity, but, he can't even swing for, Combustion for 50
Right.
with 2 energy on it. Is that even relevant? It might come into play, bringing it down to 260, but that doesn't really matter.
No, and it's really tough. So to be honest, Rafal does seem to be in a dominating position. I think on Adam's end, we see the Toadstool come down. So Mo, can you tell me what that Toadstool does since the stool's not too exciting?
So the Toadstool, it just says you can't pick things up out of your discard pile with any effect of, I believe it's any effect of a card, right? Or is it just trainer cards?
Any effect of a card from the discard to hand.
Okay, for sure. So we're talking about Pokestop. We're talking about Rescue Night Stretcher. Holy moly. I'm thinking about Rescue Carrier and Rescue Stretcher.
Yes.
And both have rotated.
Yes.
But Night Stretcher, a Superior Energy Retrieval. So the big one is going to be Night Stretcher in this matchup. And Night Stretcher is huge for that Dusknoir line when you want to get it back in your hand, or just the Pokemon that have unfortunately gotten KO'd, like the Pidgey or this future Charmander. I could probably see it going down a little bit.
And so I could see that. I think if I'm Rafal, honestly, what I just want to see him do is knock out this Charmander. And to be honest, I kind of want to just see him put damage on Pheasantipity. I would love to see 1 damage counter go down on Pheasantipity, and then a couple damage counters on a Duskull or something, with the idea being, same like we kind of talked about. You force Adam to use a Dusclops or a Dusknoir and guarantee Rafal the win with a knockout, or if he doesn't, you still have a 3-prize turn set up very easily. You're more protected from Iono. You are able to still set up a board here, so I'm thinking Rafal's just going to go for the 1 prize here, unless, Mo, you're seeing something different that you think you should do.
Rafal could also just go for take out the Duskull and take out the Charmander, because once the Charizard comes into play from that Charmander, it doesn't matter if it has 60 damage on it, because it's already going to be a 2-shot regardless, in my opinion.
Yes.
So it's just probably better to take care of the Duskull and just take the cheap prizes, or you can put maybe, I'm trying to think, 1 on the Charmander, 1 on the Fez, and then the rest on maybe Rotom or something. So eventually you'll take care of it.
The other line that Rafal could take here is you could gust up Rotom and take 3 prizes between Rotom and a Dusclops. However, that would put Dragapult in range of a Charizard EX knockout. So probably not the move. All right.
Yeah, maybe bringing up the Fez and taking that, but like honestly, Rafal just can swing into whatever he wants and because he has another Dragapult in play.
He does. And so it looks like we drew the future booster capsule. So just deciding whether or not to attach it based on whether or not Adam plays a vacuum. And I'm currently looking to see if Adam plays a vacuum.
I think you mentioned playing it for today. That was one of the considerations he had.
Which I
was
will be quiet about saying that part, just to be clear.
playing vacuum.
There is a vacuum
Yeah.
in the list for Adam. All right, and we do see a knockout on a Charmander and taking down a Duskull. Adam, 7 cards in hand, Pheasantipity available, plenty of rare candies available.
Yeah, he did mention cutting the cologne for the.
And we see the
Vacuum today.
Charizard EX come out. We finally have an attacker set up. And so the other thing that Adam can do is he could pop that Dustoir if he's able to find it and knock out something on the bench and one-shot this, Dragapult EX. Adam is in position to still be okay. This is a League Cup top 8. So we have our $1,000 League Cup that we have once a quarter, and this is it. We are currently in top 4 right now, which, if I were paying attention, I would mark that we are in top 4 right now. So let me do that. Thank you all for catching that. Eventually, I will get good at this. So in this match, we still have Rafal down to 2 prizes now. Adam still at 6, but going down to 5. And with Rafal going down to 1 prize, Adam can actually one-shot this Dragapult EX. So, Mo, is there a way back into this game for Adam?
Take this knockout, hope that Rafal just doesn't really do much, and then take a knockout with. I mean, I guess take a knockout on the next Dragapult. Like whatever Rafal brings up, you just take a knockout because you don't have the luxury of stretching anything out, since you don't have Pidgey in play. But you're really just hoping that Rafal doesn't piece together 2 more attackers, because you can deal with the next Dragapult that comes up. But if there's another attacker after that, then you're kind of in an unfortunate spot.
Yes, agreed. And so attaching the energy to the Dragapult is fine, but kind of like you said, the only issue is how do you follow that up? Because one thing this deck is lacking is a basic Pokemon that can do a good bit of damage outside of Radiant Alakazam, which...
Yeah, we're looking at, I think that's 3 prizes remaining for Adam, so like...
Yes.
He can... I mean, technically, I think he's fine, as long as there's no attachment on the Iron Hands not Iron Hand, the Iron Thorns right now. I think he's actually fine to just go knockout, and he wins.
Agreed.
If he can bring up this Dragapult right here.
We see the Ultra Ball come down. And so I think for me, the thing I would like to see is this Radiant Alakazam come down. So that way, Rafal's essentially one... what is it? Sharon? No, not Sharon.
One Crispin?
Crispin. One Crispin away from reaching and cleaning up the knockout on that Charizard EX, since I highly doubt Adam's going to Iono himself small. And if he does, Rafal has an opportunity to still reach or knock out one of the benched Pokemon V or EX. So, is there anything else Rafal's going to try to see this turn?
I think Rafal is just going in with the Dragapult. He's playing an Iono of his own, though. Putting
Okay.
himself down to 1 card in hand.
Which, to be
So-
fair, I don't actually mind that, since the 1 card in hand before was simply a, was a Fritz. Oh, and we're going to joust for 10! What do you think of that move?
The joust matters only if there's a boss in Roth's hand, then that means that Rafal can go Alakazam once he retreats, of course.
Yes.
He can go Alakazam move. Well, never mind, because the Rotom's on the bench and it'll just get knocked out by a Dragapult anyways.
Yes.
But in theory, he could have gone like move the 10 damage onto the Pheasantipity and then like smooth sailing because you can knock it out with a Dragapult attack.
Oh, yes, and we need to actually use an Ultra Ball to play an Ultra Ball. So, we do see the Ultra Ball. We see the Lumineon.
No.
Whoa, no, we can't do that.
No.
Ryan, can you tell him to stop?
Roth, stop him. Not like this.
Okay. This is very unfortunate for Adam.
And yeah, he could have held that boss's order, but I mean, Roth knows now what his last card in hand is because he revealed it, and then. But I don't think Rafal can really do much except maybe like promote the Toad School, and then also go like evolve the Dracloak.
So the one thing, if there is a Crispin in hand, Rafal can go in with Radiant Alakazam. There is an Iono in hand, which is not as good, but we
See the
can
boss one
still
time?
see one card.
Let's
It
see
is
the
a
boss
lightning
one time.
energy. Yeah, all Adam needs is the boss to close out the game and make an incredible comeback here.
Yeah, I want this game 3, man.
I know we may see it.
Because Adam told me, he said, I'm cutting Cologne today for this lost vacuum, and I know it's going to bite me. It biting you in
Adam
top
just-
4 is fine.
We get the boss.
Let's
Adam
go.
makes the comeback.
Okay,
And we are going to a
Adam.
game 3 of Iron Thorns versus Dragapult EX. Holy, what a closeout. So honestly, this does kind of express both the strength of Charizard and the weakness of Dragapult Thorns. Adam, with Charizard, just has such a sense of inevitability with it, whereas Dragapult can do so well, but sometimes you just run out of gas against those big HP decks.
I just had a premonition, Dan. Rafal does not start Iron Thorns, and he does not start Klefki. Going into game 3, Adam goes first, and he gets a good setup, and it's a great game.
Ooh, okay.
We have
Okay,
about
I'm
15
liking
seconds
it.
before I'm wrong.
Listen. Fail, by the way, I didn't mention it, but thank you very much for the follow. But no, this is Poke Gaming. That's a terrible phrase. I apologize for saying it. But legitimately, this is kind of the quality of game I love seeing because both players have made excellent decisions. A couple misplays, a couple mistakes. Sarah, thank you so much for following as well. But both players
Happy
have
accents.
made a couple mistakes, but they're both playing very well. And Adam is such a strong player that as much as I'm rooting for a fall because Team Nerd Rage Gaming, I love seeing Adam do well because he's one of the locals here who has just grown so much in the game. He has absolutely been so skilled from the point of just starting till now. So Rafal choosing to go second, Adam choosing to go first, and Mo, we are not doing
find out.
great on you. Oh my goodness.
No.
We are.
Curses.
This is indeed a League Cup. And Adam is the GOAT. Let's see. Do we top deck a Buddy Poffin? Oh no.
That's a gold card. It could be anything.
It is. It's a fire energy.
No. The gold card behind the card.
Oh, that is true. Adam's expression tells me it is not a Buddy Poffin.
No.
No.
No, Adam.
It's okay. Unless Michael calls him out for that, I don't think a penalty is needed for seeing the bottom card of the deck. We're going to allow. Why does it say challenge? That's a great question. It should not say challenge. Thank you all for catching this. Good
I
Lord.
can already tell that Adam's brain is fried this event.
Oh, I know. But to be honest, he's done so well to get to this point in top 4. Beating the Cloth deck, which is not a great matchup for Charizard. It's fine.
It's definitely grindy. It takes a
It
lot.
is.
And going right from that into playing this matchup, that's just an uphill battle.
Well,
Yeah.
and Alex, it's a good point. We are 6 hours into this tournament. These players have been playing for a long time, and to be able to have the brain power to still play effectively is impressive. And Rafal, for him playing effectively right now, is just hitting an Arvin.
Adam does indeed hate Thorns because he's hit an astronomical amount of Thorns and Control at regionals. In the first 5 rounds while playing, I think it was Lugia or Charizard, he hit 3 Thorns at a regional.
Oh.
And like in the first 7 rounds, he hit 2 Control or something while playing Charizard. Yeah, it's
Dude.
he says if I hard tech for it, then I'm not gonna actually hit it.
True. That
And
is
if I
how
hit
it
the cards,
works.
then I hit it. Hitting in top 4 is pretty fine because you get $100.
Fizzle, you do hate to see it. That is brutal. And yes, I agree, Kevin. So we actually did not find the precious trolley. It is prized. And it looks like we may not have a Buddy Poffin either. Oh no. Are we seeing the single middle pult? That is not great for a fall. It gives Adam a little bit of leeway. We see the cloak come down. Oh, man.
Oh, it's Counter Catcher and Rare Candy. Those are the cards. Plus, he has his Ace spec, which it's a little rough. I mean, him taking a knockout means that you can unfair stamp him.
It is very true. So this Thorns taking a knockout would be not good, but it does exactly like you said, Mo. Give Adam a chance to play the game.
Yeah, this Luminion was coming down regardless. And then as for Adam seeing the bottom card of his deck, even though it's top 4 of a League Cup, we do know that it's like an honest mistake
Yes.
for the fact that like he only saw the bottom card. If he goes through his whole deck without seeing the bottom card or whatever, like it's technically an advantage, but like you saw one card, what like
I agree. So I think at a
You know.
regional level, I would not want that to be a 2-prize penalty if literally you didn't see anything, you just picked up the deck. I could understand it in that scenario. Did we use Dracloak's ability?
I believe so. The turn was so fast, but we're
Okay.
gonna see this unfair stamp right here.
And I think this is actually the best case scenario for Adam. The card or the prize that Rafal took was not a consequential one. Adam does get to play the unfair stamp.
Adam was questioning playing that boss's orders before the unfair stamp, just so that way he gets rulebox abilities. And
Oh,
I think it might have
true.
been worth it because if you find a Buddy Buddy Poffin off of that or a Nest Ball, then you can Nest Ball for Rotom and then really get moving. But now he's just trying to find this Arvin possibly because you play for Arvin. It's Arvin's Ard.
True that.
So
For Alex, I believe Guardy is up 1-0 in the Guardy versus Zard set, but we'll have to double check on that. But then going into this game, so we do see the 2 cards for a fall, and then 5 cards for Adam. I think we see a Pidgey for sure. Do we see a Super Rod, a Rotom V, no outs to Charmander. We do see a Duskull. Man, that is a rough draw for Adam again.
no supporters. I mean, even in theory, if you found Arvin, then he could have found like 4 Sealstone Buddy Poffin, and then like something. But it's unfortunate.
It
He needs
is.
to this
And
Crespin.
Fall is about to take 2 prizes here on this Luminion. With the attachment to the Iron Thorns with Crispin, move the energy back to the Dracloak. We do see a Charmander finally off the top deck, but still a pass for Adam.
Adam needs a hero.
Adam does. Adam needs some. Oh, he needs something here. Rafal does find a Buddy Poffin, which is good. We're going to be able to get down another Dreepy if it's in deck. We are going to be able to use Dracloak's ability here too. Do we see a supporter? Or honestly, the most catastrophic thing here for Adam would be a Gust for Rafal.
Yeah,
And
he
we
has a
do
Gust
have
plus
the
Dragapult.
boss.
He's in there.
That's true. Well, we would need 1 energy attachment, but it looks like we don't have that. So just 1 prize. Rafal goes down to 2 prizes remaining. He's taking them too fast for me to catch up. Adam's still at 6, and Adam just scoops it up. Rafal with Iron Thorns, Dragon Bolt EX takes the win, and Adam, after absolutely stealing Game 2 with some excellent play, just unfortunately couldn't get there in Game 3. So we are going to see a final match of Iron Thorns Dragapult against, well, we're not sure yet.
The winner of Charizard v Guardy.
Absolutely. So we do have Josh Frink here. Again, very, very excellent player. Top 4, top cut at regionals, going against Michael Davidson, who got top 8 at, I should remind everyone, Worlds. One of the best players in the game right now. And he has a single Charizard EX, a Rotom, a Charmander against a whole board for Josh. So
Yeah, those Pokemon on the bench all look the same. That's because it's Curlia. It's the engine of the whole deck. Refinement, 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 refinement. You draw all your cards. You thin your deck out. And what do you know? You put Bravery Charms on things, and those things hit for a lot of damage.
they do. And Josh is down at 4 prizes remaining. Michael has the Charizard EX down. He would be able to gust up this Gardevoir EX, but Josh's board, he's going to see 6 more cards with refinements on top of whatever else he has. So, man, this is not looking great for Michael.
Yeah, this Drifloon is definitely going to hit for a lot. And if he gusts up the Gardevoir, then that just means that he can promote something else, put some damage on it, and then Monkey Dory, move that damage to the Charizard and knock it out.
Absolutely. Jeff, so Rafal crispined and manually attached to Iron Thorns the turn previous. So did move an energy and then didn't have to attach because there were already 3 energy on the Iron Thorns. And Alex has it exactly. All
Yeah,
right,
he
Fizzle
was
also
moving
has it. We
energies
are
for
we are
sure.
all on the same page.
We also have our great judge, Michael, we can see him in our shot of the first stream match table. But yeah, Michael's an incredible judge. He's been over there preventing any game losses, match losses, or anything. And
Yes.
he's really on it over here.
And so we see the unfair stamp or reset stamp from Michael. Fez and Dippity to draw. And is this the time for the Collapse Stadium?
If he plays the collapse, I don't really think it does much to Josh, but
So
he might just
it would have to be, I think, Countercatcher then Collapse. Because if he does play Collapse first, Josh is just going to get rid of the Gardevoir EX.
yeah, he needs to muster up these cards together and just see what he can do. Putting the Buddy Buddy Poffin for the Dust Skull and Pidgey, that's pretty good. If he
That
benches
is.
one more, he might be able to. Wait, Fez couldn't V-Star.
No, he Thorntoned the Rotom into Fez.
My goodness. Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah.
Thornton the Rotom into Fez.
I like.
The Forest Sealstone had previously been attached. And then we played Unfair Stamp.
Okay. My mind is mush also, so it's not just Adam, but it's also me.
All right, so we do see the Collapse come down, maybe with the intent of getting rid of the Guardia EX. Oh, are we going to get rid of the Spiritomb?
I think the Spiritomb is fine to get rid of. As long as if you're keeping the Guardia, it just means that Michael's gonna go ahead in the price trade, your counter catchers activate, all that jazz. But yeah, Michael just taking a single knockout, going down to 4 prizes, matching Josh's.
Yeah, and
Josh
that's
is just putting that Monkey Dory down.
and that is a big deal. So now Josh has to find an out to another attacker, which is good. And with that Iono, we actually don't have the out to an attacker because of that Collapse Stadium. So this was one tricky thing Josh did with benching that Monkey Dory is that filled his bench. There's no more space to put a Drifloon or a Screamtail or something like that down unless Josh Turos this Gardevoir EX. So we may just see Josh hit into this. Okay, this is game 2. Michael won game 1. So Josh, I guess, trying to make a comeback here, even though we foolishly assumed that Josh took the first game. All right, so we see the third refinement for Josh. Countercatcher, Heavy Ball. Not a lot that Josh really has to work with here, so we can hit into the Charizard. But then Michael's going to take 2 prices right back. So Mo, I mean, this went from being a very good position for Josh to Michael being in such a good spot here.
Yeah, and it has to be like relevant damage.
Yes.
190 on a Charizard does not really do anything because the little Terrestrialize ability says you can't really kill it or knock it out on the bench. Or you can't even attack it on the bench.
Right.
So Screamtail does not attack Charizard. It has to be in the active spot.
So we do find the stadium and still do not bench an attacker. We draw with Pheasantipity. What do you think we're looking for here, Mo?
I think we're looking for maybe like a Raw Boss's order, but he's retreating. Oh, he's going
we're
for
going
confusion.
for the confusion play.
Mind bending.
Interesting. I don't know how this is going to go for Josh here. Mo, what do you think of this decision?
Mind bend is a great attack because it won me my League Cup yesterday.
Well, that's good, I
And
guess.
Monkey Dory, you're moving damage counters, you're setting up, and if your opponent goes around the Monkey Dory, cool, you still use the ability. And if they flip the coin and don't do anything else, that's also pretty cool. But Michael has the Charmeleon in play, so he could just Professor Turo's the Charizard.
Yes.
Well, it's confused, but
And we have the Dustoir. So this is interesting. Taking the prize, giving up a prize. Both players go down to 3 prizes remaining. And then let's see what Michael has here. He has the rare candy in hand. We have Briar available. That's not very helpful now. And I think Michael was hoping to find an out to actually get the Pidgeot EX. But we'll see the flip.
seeing the flip.
Tails. Ooh, Josh has some space to work. And Pheasantipity does activate because the Monkey Dory was knocked out. And if Josh is able to get another Monkey Dory down and find an attacker, I mean, this game could be over. Now, granted, we're going to have to use a Turo to do that because we need the extra bench spot. But man, Josh is in an excellent position now to close out this game. Mo, what do you see Josh needing to do here?
Well, he has 3 prizes left. He wants to avoid Briar at all costs, But he could also, if he finds Monkey Dory, I mean, he needs Professor Turo scenario. But if he can find Monkey Dory and Screamtail, he can go take a knockout on the Pidgey with the Monkey Dory ability, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then 90 damage is not relevant. But yeah, then he can go Screamtail onto the Pheasantipity. So
Yeah, and I mean,
it's
the
light
damage
work.
is still relevant because it means he can hit the active for 240 and take the knockout rather than having to just snipe. So it opens
Oh,
up
yeah,
Drifloon as an
definitely.
option too.
But
But
you do need Professor Turo scenario, though. That's
yes,
the main thing. And then you also need to draw back into that Darkness energy. I don't know if he's down Night Stretcher, but it's either you have to use your Night Stretcher for the Darkness energy or Monkey Dory, or you have to super rod them back in and then draw back into them, which it's asking a lot. It's not like the list that most of the Japanese players enjoy playing, where they play like 3 Darkness energy, double Monkey Dory, so you don't have to even like super rod it back in.
right.
They just have it again.
Oh, so we are. And Drifloon is going into the deck, or Drifloon. Excellent, excellent. So, are we
So I'm-
putting Drifloon in?
So I'm thinking that Josh maybe does have Professor Turo scenario, but unless you have a Bravery Charm, this Drifloon is not hitting for more than 180 damage.
So, correct. And so we do need to reach that. And we're going to use our only Monkey Dory to knock out the Pidgey on the bench. So the good news for Josh, though, is he still has 7 cards to draw. He's used 1
Yes.
Refinement. He has 2 Refinement available and Pheasantipity. So let's see what he goes with here. And to be honest,
He
Mo,
does have that Bravery Charm. and
I would like to see the Poffin played to get Drifloon out.
Yeah, it looks like Josh is thinking about it, and I think he's gonna play it down, just to thin that deck out, because unless your Professor Turo scenario is prized, you're not gonna go ahead and use the Monkey Dory first. It really doesn't matter. You would much rather stay at 3 prizes than to take that 2, and then Briar just wins the game.
Yes, agreed completely. So the-
Especially because Countercatcher would come into effect too.
yes, absolutely. And so I don't know. We'll see the refinement of the Radiant Greninja. Is that
Monkey Dory plus
Arvin?
Arvin?
We see the charm. All right. And we see the Iono.
Ooh, we could just see an Iono. That's pretty good.
And I think the Iono knock out the Charizard EX probably isn't terrible as a backup plan. Put Michael down to 3 cards, eliminate his main attacker, and then Josh would go down to 1 card, or 1 prize remaining, which means Briar could not activate. So, we'll see what the decision is. We still haven't used Pheasantipity. Interesting. So what do you think about this? Do you think he should play the Iono if Turo isn't an out?
If-
Other question, do you think he knows he can use Pheasantipity?
He's going through his options. I definitely think he knows because he tilts his cards when he
Wait,
plays.
Turo's in hand.
Yeah, he's looking for Darkness energy. But I think you just Fez then, because if you Fez into the Darkness energy, then you just have it.
I agree. I am confused, Mo. What are you seeing that I'm not?
I don't know, but you got hit with Mind Bend if you're confused.
Well, that's
60
true.
damage, confuse your opponent's active. But I digress. I think that
So we do see the knockout, which does mean that Josh would win next turn. And Michael,
Michael can't win this turn because he played Thornton.
that is true.
He doesn't play a vacuum.
I believe Michael does actually play a vacuum.
really?
I'd have to double check. Let's see. There's Jerix, Michael.
Yeah, let's
Michael's
get
list is
let's
somewhere.
get these lists out of here. They're not.
Here we
in the
go.
top 4.
We do not play a vacuum.
Yeah, since there's no vacuum, I don't
Yeah.
think Michael can actually take a multi-price turn.
That is very true. And there's no Dusclops down. Not that he could use it anyway. And yeah, Fail, I agree. I think Josh didn't think he could use Pheasantipity. So even though this ended up being a very, very close game, Josh may still have enough at the end of it. So
yeah, Josh could have won that turn, but he also doesn't lose the next turn. And it looks like we got a
Michael just
game
scoops it up. So we
3.
have a game 3, people. Gardevoir EX versus Charizard EX with Duskmar. We are going to game 3. And Mo, do you mind checking how much time we have left?
Of course.
Because at this rate, these are not slow or quick decks. So we are at 1-1 Charizard versus Guardy. And honestly, y'all, you guys want to see this, if you could share that we've got some exciting stuff happening, that would be lovely because I am, to be blunt, hyped. This is sick. 20 minutes. We have 20 minutes remaining, so we do have enough time to get through a game 3. And you can't see the second stream, but I can see Michael texting my Mo on the second stream. But regardless, we have our game 3. And Mo, you had Charizard and Guardy high on your list of decks to win the cup.
I did not have Iron Thorn, so
You
please,
did
I
not.
need one of them to pull through. Don't
Well,
make this happen.
In this game 3, who do you think's going to take the win? All right. Well, Mo just gave me the look of
You already
Dan,
know.
You know.
I'm a believer in the Gardevoir deck.
Yep.
I've played single games with Charizard, but I've never actually submitted the Charizard deck to any tournament of any sort. I've played probably about 3 games with the deck in my life. So over the course of it being out for about 1.5 years, you can tell my stance on the deck. I think it's incredibly powerful. It's just not the deck for me, to be honest, where if it's the BDIF, I'll play it. But we're in a format where there's so many great decks. You know, you can play anything you want in this format. You can play... You have your option between playing decks like Gardevoir that are slow and methodical, and Arven-based where you want to set up, and then... Holy moly. Sorry. But you have your option of also playing other decks that are maybe Arven-based, but a little disruption-heavy, like Snorlax Blocklax deck, the Pidgeotto Control, the Iron Thorns deck. Those all have 4 Arven, and we're in a format where, like, we notice that decks play these setup-reliant supporters that might only search your deck for 2 cards. Crispin, Arven, Irida.
Yes.
These incredibly powerful supporters that would have been broken in 2011 format, but they're also really good in this format too.
They are, which is weird to think that 2-1 card could be so powerful, but it is. And JR and Fate, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. All right, so we have a pretty darn good start for Josh, but on Michael's side, going second, going to be able to use Arven, but that Radiant Charizard start is a huge deal because Josh can absolutely take advantage and start using Screamtail. And we see the secret box question mark? Interesting. I don't know if I like seeing that played right now. So Mo is getting a little bit of food here because we've been doing this for 6 hours and we're hungry. But we do see the secret box. Likely going to see TM Evo. Thank you. TM Evo. Probably another Buddy Poffin, because I imagine we want a couple more Ralts down, if not a Nest Ball for Radiant Greninja. Moonlit Hill, which is excellent to bounce anything Michael tries to set up. And otherwise, just trying to prepare himself so that way next turn, he can do exactly what he needs to do. And so Michael, intentionally choosing to go second against Gardevoir, and really try to put himself in a position to get that Buddy Poffin turn 1. I don't believe Michael plays Evo TM, but just to be able to set up a board and unfortunately not use Rotom V because Josh put that Spiritomb into play.
That Spiritomb doing wonders for Josh. For me yesterday, it was the Fluttermane in place of that Spiritomb. But they have 2 similar things. They stop abilities on your opponent's side. Whether it's going to be Pokemon V for your Spiritomb, or it's going to be the active Pokemon for Fluttermane. Both are incredibly powerful cards, and it's just resources that this Gardevoir deck, you know, it's a large masonry of all these psychic attackers, but also these psychic support Pokemon.
Wait, Michael went first. This is, again, another game where Charizard goes first and just does nothing. My goodness. Josh feels like he's going to be in such a good position.
Josh feels like he's getting $100 richer by the hour.
Agreed. And Mo, you may have called it here.
I might be the GOAT.
So, well, you obviously are. And by the way, Adam says he's a big fan of yours. And Adam, we're big fans of yours. I'm very sorry how that game ended because that is a rough one. But I was hyping you up the whole time. You're an incredible player, man. I'm glad you're still making some money here today. All right, so we go over to Michael. Michael, able to play that Arven, likely get a Buddy Poffin. And yes, choosing first to not do anything does not feel great.
Yeah, especially because if he chose to go second, what is Josh doing? Is he going to use Arven? Is he going to use Evo TM? I don't think so, because you can't.
I do get that because Guardy is somewhat reliant on the metal. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, hey Andrew. So the downside is if Michael goes second, or if Michael goes first, he can set up, try to get the first attack with the Charizard EX, and force Josh to be in a very poor position. However, now he just kind of fell way behind. And so Michael does have Iono in hand. There are things that he can do, but dude, this is not a good start for him. So Mo, how does Michael climb back into this game?
I think it starts with finding your support Pokemon. That Pidgeot, the Pidgeot EX, is an incredibly powerful support Pokemon. Searching the one card, because when you're drawing cards, whether it's off your Arvin or off your Iono, you need it with your Pidgeot, because your Pidgeot finds the missing piece that you need. If you need, like, I don't know, you already have a Charizard, you need rare candy. Well, what do you know? Quick search for the rare candy. So it just allows you to find your resources that you need in order to win the game and piece together the late game combos as well. We're talking about Thornton for Duskull, evolve that with rare candy into Dusknoir.
Yeah.
You pop something on your opponent's side. Whoa, you took a prize card? Well, I'll counter catcher because you're ahead of me. And
Well,
then Briar.
So, and that is also the big piece, is because Dusclops and Dusknoir are so powerful, being able to get them down turn one is huge. And Adam, I completely get it. It's so powerful and so strong to be able to have that advantage. And Michael definitely needs some prayers right now. So Josh has a pretty good hand here.
So, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
we
I'm
just-
being too aggressive
we
again.
just see that Josh has, it's Refinement. One of my favorite cards because it's one of my favorite abilities. Whether it's Refinement, Trade, Make Do, whatever it is, it's discard a card and draw two, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters, is that you cycle through your deck when you get your engine, and what do you know? Your engine evolves into your energy engine, because your energy engine is Gardevoir EX with your psychic not recharge, psychic
Embrace.
Psychic Embrace. Yep.
Yes.
I know how to play Gardevoir. I just say effect with your Psychic Embrace, and you get damage on your board. That was a problem last format. Well, now it's not a problem because you say, oh, I have damage on me. Let me do 20 times with my Scream Tail. Oh, I have damage on me. Let me do 30 times with my Drifloom.
Well, the other thing, too, is with that Moonlit Hill, he can actually undo a lot of the damage placement from Dragapult or other things to kind of fix the math himself. And so now with this turn, getting set up, trying to dig into the deck, and I think kind of what you said, Mo, Screamtail seems like the move right now. Because if Josh can Screamtail knock out that Charmander, he's going to be in such a good position.
Yeah, that would just mean that Michael would have to find either a Thornton. Ooh, ASMR for all you lovers for that. But we have Michael would have to find a Thornton for like maybe his Radiant Charizard into the Charmander and then evolve that into a Charizard.
Which would be pretty good, to be
Or
fair.
He would have to just Buddy Poffin for a double Charmander and say, sorry about that last turn. You won't catch me slacking again. And I'll put in double Charmander. Like, sorry, boss. In these lists.
Speaking of, again, predicting the future, we see boss on the
I'm
Charmander.
just speaking it into existence, man.
All right, so if any of y'all need any lottery ticket numbers or something like that, please go to Mo. He has got it covered.
Yeah, some of the people do call me Lucky Toes for reasons unknown. But, yeah, call me for anything that you need. Well, yeah. But, like, if you need help deciding what to play for a regional, I'll tell you that it's Gardevoir.
Thank you for transitioning appropriately. I appreciate that. Anyway, back to the game. So we have Michael losing the Charmander, and Mo, you absolutely called it. Thornton is probably the best possible thing he can get here.
Thornton is a really good card because Thornton allows you to not have a 3-retreat behemoth in play. And that's a card that you just don't want to start. We saw that my brother in the earlier rounds started his Kyurem. If he played Thornton in his deck, he would have slammed that card down because you want Kyurem in the discard pile. Radiant Charizard, you don't necessarily want the discard pile. You want that as an option because if Gardevoir accumulates enough damage to where it gets 6 damage counters on it, then you can clean it up with a Radiant Charizard without having a 2-prize liability inactive. But that's not really going to happen when you also hit for weakness with a 330 HP monster.
Yeah, absolutely. So Michael clearly has the pieces to kind of cut through Josh's board. The issue is just Josh is able to take prizes and reach in a way that not a lot of other decks can, which Seems wild to me that little baby balloon is that threatening, but little baby balloon is threatening. Oh, we do see the Thornton play into the Charmander. Do we have the rare candy Charizard to go with it? We do. Michael has a complete turnaround from that previous play of getting the Charmander knocked out. So now we even have access to Counter Catcher if Michael has it to knock out the Gardevoir EX. So we are absolutely cooking over here.
All I'm saying,
And we have the Ronan Forest Sealstone. Do we have the Counter Catcher? We have the unfair stamp. Michael, what a turnaround here. Mo, how is this happening?
Pidgeot.
I mean, there you go.
You quick search for the one card, and that one card just domino affects everything else in your deck. But if I'm Josh and I'm playing like a Palkia based deck or Terapagos deck, I'm a little worried. But like, it's Gardevoir, baby. You got cards that draw cards on board, and you have your way to recur all of your attackers via Super Rod, Night Stretcher, or you just have them in deck because you have just a giant mass of these attackers that you could just pick and choose who you want to use whatever day of the week.
Yeah.
So we're seeing this tug of war right now. This is a game 3. We're playing for money on the line. Michael beat me in finals of the last Nerd Rage Gaming one.
That is true.
So it's
Actually playing Gardevoir.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's versing the deck that he won with the last time. So he's saying like, I know what you want to do. Given he was playing a different version of the Gardevoir deck, he was playing like the slower version, but still like.
Oh,
It's
and
the
this
fact that
is
he knows what Josh wants to do.
so real
he's gonna
quick, Mo.
prevent it.
This is interesting because Michael's declining to bench another Charmander. Any idea why?
Your Charizard has to go to the distance.
Never
can't-
mind. I answered my own question. Why?
It was in the prizes.
It was just in his hand. So we just throw it down from there. All right, so we do see one prize taken by Michael, now on even prizes, 5-5. And Josh has still 2 Curly on the board, using that rare candy so he doesn't have to get rid of one. And Davidson is an insane player. Absolutely incredible. And we see the Pheasantipity come down for Josh. So Josh is still in quite a good position here. So Mo, with this board, what is Josh trying to do this turn?
I think that Josh really wants to respond by. I mean, he's on an odd prize count, which is a little awkward for his deck. I know that Michael doesn't mind that, but for Josh, he needs to either chip into something. Like he could take. I think ideally he wants to take a 1 prizer here, maybe, because if he takes 2 prizes, then Michael can just go, okay, rare candy Dusknoir, or just use Dusclops, and then force Josh down to 2 prizes, and then Michael. No,
And this is
Briar wouldn't take effect.
no, and this
Sorry,
is where
sorry,
no,
Mental
you're good.
Gymnastics.
This is where it gets kind of messy because exactly like you're saying, Mo, there's so many lines and routes and especially decisions on Josh's end because whenever you do get to thin through your deck like this, every time you take an action, there's a decision made. And so for a deck like Gardevoir, like you said, Mo, you are making so many decisions that if you are an extremely good player, you have many opportunities to differentiate yourself from the competition. I don't know if I would like to do that, but Josh is a very high tier player, so he's doing so here and putting himself in the best position. And on the flip side, Charizard tends to have less actions turn to turn, but because of the pieces you have with Duskull, Dusknoir, Pidgeot EX, Charizard, you have such complicated game plans that you can put together. So honestly, I'm glad we get to see a game 3 because these guys are incredible players and it has been awesome to watch. All right, and so we do see the Buddy Poffin maybe come down from Josh. And I gotta imagine we're seeing a Drifloon here. Is it Drifloon? Drifloon's a baby. I keep mixing that up. So Drifloon come down here. Plenty of energy in the discard. And I'm just curious if we're seeing a 300 damage hit on this active Charizard EX. Yeah, we see the Bravery Charm. Do we have the Moonlit Hill to fix the math? Oh, man. Mo, do we have a knockout here?
If we have a knockout, that's huge for Josh. But he really, really needs this to happen, and he needs to be able to just. Oh no, it's just 300.
Okay. And honestly, Josh doesn't mind just doing 300 here because then he can clean it up on a following turn.
Exactly. Plus, it's the fact that Counter Catcher's not available. It's only going to be Boss's order for the fact that they're on even prize cards right now. So, well, Michael, no. Michael.
They're
he
both
has-
at
he's
5
having-
prizes right now.
Okay. So, yeah, we're looking at Michael having to use boss if he really wants to on the Gardevoir. Then that way he goes down to 3, and then that means that Josh has to go down to 1 prize card remaining without going to 3 or 2, because then Dusknoir plus Briar, or just Briar if Josh is at 2 prizes, is going to be the way to win the game.
Well, so the other thing Michael can do here is Michael can take 3 prizes this turn. And yes, Metal, we are attempting to talk softer because apparently they can hear us because I am a very loud human being. So Michael does have an opportunity to take 3 prizes here by using Charizard EX to knock out Gardevoir EX or Pheasantipity, and then using a Dusclops to knock out that active Drifloon. So looks like Michael's either not taking or couldn't take that route. So we will see what he gets into. And then Mo, knowing that that's not the route Michael's going, what do you think the move is here?
I think that, I mean, I would like to see him just boss up the. I would like to see him boss up the Gardevoir or boss up just the Pheasantipity, to be honest. And then that way he can go like boss up the Pheasantipity. Plus, if he uses his Duskull now and maybe benches another one, then he'd be able to take a knockout on the Drifloon and then take a knockout on the Fez or Gardevoir, whichever one he brings up. And then that way he would be able to set up for next turn and just go like, Briar the next turn and really just win the game. But honestly, Michael's going to play a little better than I would because I don't play Charizard.
That's a fair point. Probably definitely better than me too. Michael, again, to stress, Josh, I can't remember his recent finishes, but he got top 4 at Orlando. And Michael got top 8 at the World Championship. So it's just bonkers, man. So
Josh has been playing some silly stall decks, so he didn't have the accomplishments that he probably wanted, but I think he's going to start playing some more real decks going forward.
That seems
Not
reasonable.
that stall decks are not real, but it's like it's really hit or miss on the matchups you play. So I think he's going to play more decks that take faster knockouts, even though the deck he played was like the 4 Mimikyu that can take knockouts, but still, he's probably going to play different decks.
And for sure, and still an incredible player either way. So Michael takes the knockout on the Drifloon and goes down to 4 prizes. Now Josh is behind on prizes, which weirdly enough, still a good place to be. We go into the Gardevoir EX, and I don't mind Josh continuing to put damage on this because Charizard's going to one-shot it anyway. Whether it has 250, 300, the thing's dead. So we see the Monkey Dory come down. I don't know, man. Kevin, I don't know if Kevin's still in the chat, but Kevin is the biggest Corner Pond believer I have ever met in my life, and they love the deck. So shout out to them. They're probably pretty hyped about it still. So we do see the Pheasantipity draw, maybe not. Yes, Dr. Kevin Krieger, legend. But
So
first,
is Mason his dog.
oh, Mason is adorable. Kevin has the neediest dog I've ever met in my life. It's
Yeah.
a wonderful dog. So we see the Super Rod, and this is tough because with that collapsed stadium, it makes it very hard for Josh to go get an attacker and the Monkey Dory EX on the board. So it's a small little black lab. Mo, what is Josh's game plan here?
He's at 5. Michael's at 4. Michael can take a knockout.
We
He can
see
go down
the
to
draw.
3.
That Moonlit Hill is huge because now we're going to be able to bench an attacker and Monkey Dory.
Oh,
And
Professor Turo's in the prizes. It's like Turo, Ralt, and something else. Now Heavy Ball now. But
yes, and we could just get Greninja. That seems fine. So do you think Greninja's something Josh needs here?
He doesn't really have enough energy down to really utilize Greninja past like one more turn. And then it just turns into like it could have been another attacker. Especially if you know that Turo's prized, then you're like, okay, I'm probably not gonna play the Greninja down, especially if you can't utilize it like that.
So it's a small thing. So guys, feel free to ignore me. One of the things about the consistency and how to sequence well is we did find the Drifloon. So one of the big things about this is Countercatcher up the Pidgeot EX. Oh my goodness, we have the Dark Energy attach. We have oh my goodness, we are about to see the game all but closed out here.
I'm not surprised.
We're going to see the animals. So just to be clear, oh, thank you. We do have 5 prizes remaining on Josh's end. So we are not going to win the game here, but we are going to be able to take a 4-prize swing. So we accelerate to the Gardevoir EX to drop it, or to be able to retreat it. We Monkey Dory to the Charizard EX, going to the Drifloon, and then we are going to throw enough psychic energy on the Drifloon to knock out the Pidgeot EX. Mo, holy, it's wild. You seem very nonplussed by this.
I just think that it's about time that Gardevoir did this. But that's what you want to do in this matchup. You're so counteractive to them. Unless your opponent only has one Charmander, well, we just see Josh wins the game.
And
But, like-
Josh just takes it away from Michael. Gardevoir EX going into finals. And yeah. Oh, did Josh not shuffle prior to the Iono? Oh, just shoved his hand in the bottom of the deck? Okay.
Oh.
This is good to know. We will keep that in mind. But yeah, Josh Gardevoir taking it down. Nogu, thank you very much for the follow. So, Mo, you've been hyped about Gardy this whole time.
I did say round 1 when we had Josh on that I was going to cast his finals match.
Well, would you like to talk to Josh a little bit about this Gardy deck?
I would love nothing more.
Excellent. Then let me go grab Josh, let you guys talk for a little bit, and I can even talk to Rafal for a couple minutes so you get a break, and then we'll go into our finals round. So everyone hold
good.
on for about 2 seconds.
Yeah, we'll just do a little. Oh my goodness. We'll just do a little pre-match interview with the players and see what happened. So we're gonna end up having to see what's gonna happen with these two decks. Both players know what they're up against, and we're just gonna see their opinions on the matchup, what they think going in, how do they feel about their day, because both of them are in finals, so clearly their day is going well. And I do have with me my #1 fan, and I'm his #1 fan. That's my boy. Let's get a dap for the ASMR for the stream. That crispy, right? Crispy. The snap after, of course. Now we have with us Gardevoir extraordinaire, one of Henry Chow's buds. How does it feel? You're in finals of the NRG Gaming League Cup. It's an accomplishment to put on your Limitless page.
I've actually already won an NRG
Yeah,
1K
exactly, so-
with Guardy, but pre-rotation.
Double
So-
energy dose.
Yeah. It feels good. I had Tumen play, and like Michael's first turn was kind of like bad. He went Radzard pass, so essentially he went second instead of
Exactly,
first.
yeah.
But when I had the Tumen play, I was like, because normally in that matchup you don't want to take the first prize. It's like,
Exactly, yes. I
Yeah.
feel like you're playing as like a counter deck. Like you're responding to what they do because what they do requires a 2-prizer.
right.
What you do has a 2-prizer, but it's Dark Week.
Right. And so I had a couple of options like on my board. I could have Iono'd off the secret box. I could have like not taken a prize and just like let him set up. But because I had Tumen play, I was like, there's no way he has Thornton without Lumineon. I was like, there's no way he just has it. And then he did. So and if you go 2 prizes ahead, normally it's just like a win. Mo knows.
Exactly,
Mo and
yeah,
I played
definitely.
the matchup yesterday, and
We-
Mo
we
went 2
did.
prizes ahead both games.
I mentioned you priced 3 fire though, so I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
at least he's playing the right deck today.
Yeah, you're right. I brought Zard with me too. But I'm a Guardy demon. I like playing Guardy, so
You like drawing cards instead of searching one card out.
yeah. Charizard, I mean, yeah. After playing Zard yesterday against Mo, like I decided maybe the deck is not what I want. Too many pieces can be prized and like screw you over really easily. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel good. The game was cool. Michael and I are always battling it out for best Jewish player in Chicago, so I
Some
get
representation.
another tally to my name. Although Michael is better by far.
No, I mean, who's playing finals right now?
That's true. But Michael top 8'd Worlds, so we're gonna give him the nod for
That,
better.
But that doesn't matter. Who got top 4 at the Gamers World?
Oh,
Rico,
true.
I've won 4.
Yeah. So
So,
Mo is actually the best Jewish player in Chicago.
Whoa. So I might be the best player in Chicago because Grant Shen told me that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. Let's get some words with Rafal though.
My goats.
Are we getting some words with? Oh, Rafal just.
Oh,
wants to
because
play.
Rafal's girlfriend came back from a trip, I think.
It is a school night.
Oh.
Technically, we have school tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, let's just.
Finals is Guardy versus Thorns Pult.
Finals versus yeah. Let's see what happens with that. Good luck. And we'll see what happens between Thorns Pult and Gardevoir. We've seen them a couple times on the stream each. They have their resources. both decks want to open Arven. Both decks want to do their best, and we'll see what happens between them. I'm going to go ahead and update some of these names just so you guys have it in front of you. And we're just going to see what happens. Right now, we're, letting the players set up and draw what they want to do. And sorry for the lack of talking right now, because right now I am just putting their records down. They are both at 0 wins each because the game has not even started yet. But let's go ahead and see what happens between them, because we are ready to roll.
We are. I
once
got
finish
him.
shuffling.
So we do have a very interesting matchup here. So this is one where theoretically, Dragapult I would think would be favored, because you're able to spread damage counters. You're going to play around with what Gardevoir's going to do. However, Gardevoir can manipulate those damage counters too. And especially with Monkey Dory, they can undo a lot of the work Rafal's trying to do. The other problem is Iron Thorns EX doesn't really slow down Guardy early in the game.
Exactly. Plus, so Josh does play that Klefki. We know about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually, if you play Klefki or Fluttermane, it's the same as if you're versing Quad Thorns, that you would just put up one of those Pokemon, stop their abilities, use your Gardevoir ability, set up your Pokemon, and then you'd be able to... Oh, they're switching the dice.
That's fine. As long as Michael Judge is okay with it, that's fine. Real quick, Alex, yes, if it had been a deciding factor at all, Michael, our judge, certainly would have called something out about it. However, the entirety of the play was completed prior to the Iono, so it's a good call. And I'm glad you guys are catching that, because we want to make sure that we're keeping the game state solid. But we'll definitely keep an eye on that. So we do see Josh get set up and getting a mulligan from Rafal, so we'll see what happens here.
The Moonlit Hill, as you said in there, Molerator, the Moonlit Hill is pretty impactful too.
It is.
So Josh did say it's for the Regidrago matchup, but it's also pretty good in this matchup. And depending on who goes first, I think the person who wins the Dyro actually wants to just go second.
And I would agree with that. I will say for the Moonlit Hill, it is really good against Regidrago V-Star because it's using Dragapult EX, which is exactly what Rafal is doing here. And we see Game 1 starting off with Iron Thorns EX and Radiant Greninja, so it's the ideal start for Rafal.
I
And,
see a Buddy Puffin.
and honestly, pretty good start for Josh. So, Mo, what is Josh trying to do?
Josh just wants to go in, get some Curlies in play. He could also, if he opens the Arven or the TM Evolution, he could go for that. In that, that way he can use the TM Evolution to evolve more Curlies into play, because that's the real bread and butter, is when you're able to just Curly Refinement through your deck, you're not shut off by anything. There's nothing that shuts off the ability unless it's literally a Fluttermane in the active spot and Curly in the active spot. Other than that, it's not rule box. It evolves into a rule box, but it's not rule box. So you can discard a card, draw 2, discard energies, draw 2, whatever it may be. And we could see, okay, where there's an Iono turn.
There is. So we are going to be
Iono
able to
off
play
the
the game.
Pokegear, yeah. If Rafal has the Arven, then he's probably going to play it.
And I don't think Rafal plays that Pokegear if he has Arven in hand.
Exactly.
Because
follow up Crespin, right?
Exactly. So we are going to likely see that Iono here. We are going to see the attachment, and I actually like that. Attached to the Iron Thorn, so that way if you somehow draw into outs to Dreepy and an Evo TM, you can take advantage of it. So we do see the Iono. Both players shuffle up. And Iron Thorn shutting down Radiant Greninja on the surface doesn't seem too impactful, but before Josh has those Curlia set up, that could be a big deal. And we just see a pass by Rafal. That is not good.
That is unfortunate, because you don't have enough of your Pokemon in play to really use that TM Evolution.
And no, Adam, Mole, there are no Lost City in this list. It is something we're talking about, but not something that's coming right now. And we do see an Iono from Josh right back. So honestly, thank goodness for Rafal, because he's going to be able to dig deeper in the deck. And Josh does hit at least one Curlia, which is a big deal.
It does mean a world of difference, because there's no way for Rafal to actually gust up this Curlia and use Crispin in the same turn. So
Yes,
he
agreed.
can only ever set up his board or use Crispin and attack the active, and then hope that Josh doesn't have anything in response to it. But you could just promote that Klefki that's already on the bench,
Yeah.
and then use Gardevoir's ability, and then retreat and swing with Drifloon.
Exactly.
And win the game.
And so that is going to be the thing that Josh is going to try to take advantage of. One thing, well, actually, the player who got, or one of the players who did very well in Stuttgart with that deck actually went to Perth, ended up getting top 64 or 32 with a similar list with 2 Lost City. And it could be a very good inclusion, but I kind of agree. The only way you'll find is by drawing into it with Middlepult, so I don't know if it's the best thing to include.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where could you play something that's better in this situation? I don't know if there's a stadium in there right now.
There is not.
Okay, so in the fact that you don't play a stadium right now, it's like you're just playing cards that you can draw or search for. And that way you could just cycle through your deck and search for everything.
Yes.
And everything has its intended purpose.
That is very metaphorical, and philosophical, but yes.
Yes.
Anyway, on that intended purpose, Josh actually played his ace spec to its intended purpose to get an Evo TM, to get a Professor's Research, it looks like, and then we'll likely see either a Buddy Poffin, a Nest Ball, or even a Heavy Ball to try to pull something out of those prizes. And so Secret Box is such a good card in these setup like combo decks because it enables you to find so many pieces of what you're trying to set up.
Yeah, not to make a dad joke about it, but it's not so secret anymore in the fact that people but like I'm saying, people did not play the card originally when it came out, and then out of nowhere this card wins a regional.
Yes.
Like, it's funny enough that it was like on the down low. I don't want to use the word secret, but it was on the down low, playing a little hide and seek until it showed up and just won an event in Gardevoir.
Yes.
So we're just full circle with this card. Finding all the things you need, and Josh is just saying, well, you don't have any threats in play.
So this is something we actually talked about a little bit. These ace specs, when Prime Catcher was first announced, everyone lost their minds a little bit because how could this start with such a broken card? No ace specs are ever going to be as good as it, whatever it may be. But to be honest, Pokemon did a really good job of printing highly competitive ace specs to follow it up. So I'm going to just throw this up while Rafal's just searching through his turn there. Rafal, and actually the team put together a little thing about some of the ace specs, and we'll go right back to the game. But while Prime Catcher did win a lot of events, Secret Box, Sparkling Crystal, Legacy Energy, and now the Unfair Stamp actually just got 2 wins itself over the last 2 events. So it's really cool to see multiple cards get that kind of play.
Exactly. And Mello, like you said, the Secret Box in Zard by Jackson Ford too. And Jackson Ford did say that he got his idea for that from Henry playing it, because it's just a matter of you see someone playing that, you're like, wow, that's really good in your stage 2 deck. I play Rare Candy too. Maybe it's good in my stage 2 deck.
Yeah.
And you're just foregoing playing the Prime Catcher or Unfair Stamp in Charizard, and you're playing the Secret Box instead. And what do you know? Jackson Ford makes top 8 at the event he plays it in, and it's crazy. Same with the Miraidon deck. The Secret Box is just so good at finding your combo pieces, especially when you play one of each trainer, and they're crucial to your board setup.
Definitely. And Megaton Blower, I think, would be better if Lugia was better. But as of right now, I don't know if it's going to be a good fit. But getting back to the game, so Josh does put down a Monkey Dory on the board after Rafal uses that TM Evo to get to Dracloak out. We see a Bravery Charm come down on the Monkey Dory, and then we see the Professor's Research come down. So we are going to see a full new hand for Josh with 3 Curlia yet to draw. And, I mean, he's just setting up exactly what he wants.
Exactly. He doesn't even mind if the Greninja goes down. He has the energy on it just in case, but it's also from the TM Evolution. The thing that you kind of have to worry about is, a boss knockout on the Klefki, but, to be fair, I don't even think you worry about that because, okay, I'll just get it back and then put it in the active. That's fine.
It would make it tricky because in order to get it in and out of the active, there's no switch card or anything like that. So you would have to use some kind of Professor Turo or the like, and that would slow Josh down a lot. But it looks like we're just going to see a pass over from Josh, which makes sense. Countercatcher in hand, he really just wants to hold until Rafal takes that first prize so he can get around this Iron Thorns and start making some things happen.
Yeah, you don't wanna have to go around the side, or you don't wanna have to like put up the clef key if you don't have to. Ideally, you can just go ahead and take out like some other Pokemon. But also, I think if you're waiting too long, then maybe uh, Rafal is just gonna be able to go, okay, I'll just put up Dragapult. But like it's a give and take.
It
Because
is.
Rafal also plays the countercatcher, and so he plays the one of only. So
And we'll see if Rafal goes with the boss's orders, and we do see the boss's orders. I love this play. Knocking out the clef key, saying that if Josh wants to go into something and use Gardevoir EX, he will have to gust, not just put the clef key into the active. So it really makes it harder for Josh to do anything about this Iron Thorns. So then, Mo, how does Josh respond to this?
so there's the Pokemon that's been on stream a lot. It's not even Screamtail anymore. It's Streamtail because it's been seen so often taking these prize cards. We're going
Oh,
countercatcher
God.
the Alakazam because Alakazam has 2 retreat. It is a big boy.
It is.
And you are going to go Screamtail onto that middle Polt with the energy card. That means, sure, you could Crispin, but are you really going to Crispin onto an Alakazam? That's 1 less Crispin, 2 less energy if you want to attack with it. Or if you want to retreat it, you have to go energy plus retreat it. Like,
This is very true.
you can't attack with a Dragapult next turn. It's not feasible. You have to either attack with Iron Thorns if you go, like, rescue board.
Well, so you
Like, there's so many things.
you can Crispin and attach Rescue Board and get into a Dragapult this turn, but that would require you raw drawing into the Rescue Board and then still playing Crispin. You wouldn't be able to Arven for it or something.
If the Dracloak is knocked out
Oh,
with
true,
the
true, true.
energy,
Yes, you're
then he
absolutely
doesn't
right.
have a way to attack with it. And like, yeah, it's cool and all, buddy. Like, have fun with your Dragapult deck. So we're really gonna see what Josh has to do here because he has the cards to do it.
He does. He has the cards to do basically anything he wants with this Screamtail. And we see the Iono played.
I own it to 5 and 6. Yeah, 5 on Rafal's side and 6
Yep.
on Josh's side.
But Josh likely going to even this up very, very quickly with that Screamtail. And then we'll see if Rafal can actually counter back with this Iron Thorns. So taking his time, making sure we line up the correct play here, going into the Screamtail, and then accelerating. You only need 3 energy, which is nice for Josh in order to knock out that Dracloak. And then we'll see if that is the target. It looks like it is.
Yeah, at this point, any amount of energy is actually going to put you at enough damage to where a Dragapult might KO you if you're on the bench with your Screamtail. But it doesn't really matter because the goal is that this Alakazam stays active.
Yes.
What?
Wow.
Sick Earthen Vessel, buddy. At least you saw your Dark Energy anyways.
Dang. Okie dokie. Well, we did find it. So regardless of that, we did find it.
Would you rather have 3 Earthen Vessel in the prizes or 3 Curlia?
Heck no. I will take the 3 Earthen Vessel
Yeah.
any day of the week.
Josh,
Alright.
I think you're okay. You found your Darkness Energy without it.
Yes. And we found an Earthen Vessel. All right. And so we see Rafal draw for turn. After that, Iono trying to see if he can find what he needs. And kind of like you said, Mo, we're either going to attack with this Alakazam or retreat and do something like, what is it, Shred, Headbutt, something like that.
Zen Headbutt.
Yes. And so we do see the Dragapult EX. The good news with the Dragapult EX, you can't Screamtail it. So it would protect the Dracloak. However, it also means removing part of your draw engine.
Exactly. So he's minus seeing 2 cards now because the Dracloak went down. So he can draw again. Like,
Yeah.
he can only draw cards. Whoa, he's got a couple Crispins in there. So he can Crispin to attack with the Alakazam right now, and that works, sure. But then, like, I don't know. In my opinion, you just bring up another Dracloak. You can if you'd like to, or you just start KOing Dracloaks. Like, Alakazam is not
Well,
a great attacker.
The one thing, though, that Rafal can do here is he can use Alakazam's ability to move some damage counters. And I think that's beneficial because even though it opens up stuff from Monkey Dory, it does make it easier or harder for Josh to get full value out of Monkey Dory.
Definitely. It means that you're not getting energies to retreat. So it'll just mean more energy stays in play,
Yes.
or more damage stays in play as residual, because normally you put up something with 2 retreat, and then you Monkey Dory heal it. It goes down to one damage counter left on it. But now you're looking at like, okay, this damage is going to stay in play. Like, no one's safe, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so Josh trying to take advantage of the fact that there are only 2 Dracloak on the board. Radiant Alakazam is currently the attacker, which is wild to me, but still in a good position because Josh's board is so set up. And Rafal, even though he was able to be the aggressive one, this is now kind of funky for him because he doesn't have a Dragapult down. He hasn't used Phantom Dive yet. It's been Radiant Alakazam and Iron Thorns as the only attackers.
And if he's down no Night Stretcher, he does have accessibility to 2 of them.
Yes.
Meaning if the Alakazam goes down, Josh might think he's safe, but then Rafal can just bring it back
Yes.
and really set up for those multi-prize turns with the Dragapult.
Absolutely. And so we'll see what Josh tries to get into here. We do have the Iono, which is good. And I think this is something Josh is just going to spam at Rafal for the remainder of the game, is how does he just keep Rafal's hands smaller and smaller and smaller? All right. Do we see a play? We do see a played. So Josh, I believe, does play 2 counter catchers. So there is a Gust out. He could still use this turn, but to be honest, he's probably pretty happy with that Alakazam in the active.
Yeah, Alakazam is not the best Pokemon to keep in the active spot.
Although it is attacking pretty effectively for him.
Yeah.
Yes, we do see 2 counter catcher, 1 boss's order. So there are still outs to Gust. But I mean, honestly, even just Josh knocking out this Alakazam is probably fine.
Yeah, I would definitely take care of it as soon as possible, because even though you can bring it back with a Night Stretcher, it doesn't mean your opponent can bring it back, but I would get rid of it as soon as possible because that's 2 energy down, and that's something that's a little tedious to play around.
It is. So Josh goes down to 4 prizes remaining, which seems scary with that Iron Thorns on board, but Rafal, when he goes into a Dragapult EX, it's going to have 320 HP. That is a lot. Like a lot. So even with this going down, there can be a way for Rafal to still sustain the attack or 2 he needs after this. And speaking of, I think that was a Terror Orb he saw off of that Dracloak.
Terror Orb is pretty good.
It
means you
is.
find your Dragapult DX.
Exactly. And so we also saw, I believe, a Crispin off the first reconnaissance, or what is it, Recon Drive?
Recon Directive.
Yes, Recon
Or
Directive.
something like that.
All right, so we see the Arven here. Interesting. So why do you think we're going with the Arven?
I think the Arven just lets you. I mean, it's not that it just lets you, but you get to pick and choose specific cards out of your deck. So you're like, okay, I'm missing this. Here's this missing link. Well, let me just grab that and that. Since you're not using Crispin, you might as well just search cards out and thin them out.
Yeah.
So you can draw into Crispin more naturally.
That makes a lot of sense. And going in with the Iron Thorns here also makes sense because then it's very difficult for Josh to set up another attacker. And so with being able to attach either a lightning, fire, something like that to this active Iron Thorns, Rafal will be able to attack, do 160 damage, and then move an energy from the active to Dragapult EX. We do see that come down. So Josh is 1 Professor Turo away from undoing this. So Mo, is that what he's digging for this turn?
Oh, definitely. Professor Turo is the undo button for your opponent. It's the Control Z, right? Because if you're
Absolutely.
versing somebody and they put a bunch of damage on your board and you're like, hey, want to see me do something cool? It's just Professor Turo. It's also pretty fun to do it when you have a Gardevoir. It gets damaged. You Professor Turo it up, put another Gardevoir up, and swing with that one. And you're like, this one's fresh.
Yes.
So what do you want to do about this one?
Absolutely. And so Rafal, what I imagine he's trying to set up here is if Josh does not evolve up 1 or both of those Curlias, what Rafal may do is use exactly what you talked about in those Night Stretchers. Try to go into a Night Stretcher, go into the Dragapult EX, Iono his opponent, Night Stretcher Alakazam, use Alakazam move damage from the active Gardevoir EX to the Curlia, and then take a 3 prize swing, putting himself in a 1 prize knockout range. But that is all based around Josh not getting the Turo. So, Mo, I think the big concern for Rafal is if Josh not only gets the Turo but finds a way to
Oh,
remove
Turo's
more
there.
damage. Oh, it is.
So now, if he has a way to get Clef Key back in the active, I know it's in the discard pile, but if he has a way to get Clef Key back, he
I
can.
think he has a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, he can Professor Turo or get Clef Key, bench it, Professor Turo this Gardevoir into the Clef
Yeah.
Key, use Gardevoir's ability because he's gonna evolve one of the bench Curlias,
Yep.
and then he's able to put damage on this Clef Key. That's kind of tedious to have because then it goes down. So he can Bravery Charm it so it's out of Dragapult range, but then he can just push up another Gardevoir, and there you go.
Absolutely. So I agree. I think that is the line. Now, the thing that Rafal's going to be able to do to play around it is he can still use Radiant Alakazam to take a knockout on Curlia and hit in hard into that Gardevoir EX. So still put himself within range of taking a one-shot.
Yeah, he did already. Oh, he's
No, he did already use Monkey Dory.
yeah.
So we do see the evolution.
I just don't know if he's.
And we just take the knockout.
I guess he's just saying you don't have Iono.
Which is
But
fair.
Rafal, I mean, he does play his fair account, and that count is
He plays 2, I believe. 2 or 3. We
3.
see
Yeah. He played
Arvin.
through Iona. He cut the vac for it.
That Arvin is unfortunately not an Iono.
So that doesn't really matter because all he cares about is sure you can take 3 prizes this turn. Can you take 4? Nope. Cool.
And that's exactly it. So if Rafal is able to knock out this active Gardevoir EX and knock out Curlia and Iono Josh to 2, there's a solid chance Rafal can just win the game outright at that point.
Yeah, but we're seeing as long as there's a Dragapult or as long as there's a Gardevoir EX in play plus the Monkey Dory, that's pretty tedious for boards to get around. I think that's why Josh played the Gardevoir EX down. He didn't want to because it's more draw power, of course, but I think that's the reason why he did it.
And I would agree. So I think the one thing I would have liked to see from Rafal is he used the Recon Directive after the Poke Gear. And I really would have liked to see that beforehand just to give Rafal a better opportunity to dig into the deck and find that Iono.
Yeah, because now you're seeing cards that were already possibly in the Poke Gear, the 7 from the Poke Gear. But if you did the Recon Directive first, then you would C2, put 1 to the bottom, grab 1. Oh, it's not Iono? That's cool. I dig 7 deeper. But now he could see the same card, technically, because he shuffled the deck. But maybe he had 1 on the bottom before the previous Iono played if the deck wasn't shuffled. But, like, I think the deck has already been shuffled off the Terra Orb.
Yes. So then we are going to see the counter catcher. So the big question for me is, do you have Alakazam and do you have a Gust? And so Rafal has counter catcher in deck and he needs a fire energy too. So we need counter catcher, fire energy, Alakazam, or at a minimum, fire energy Alakazam to remove that Curlia from play. But I think what Rafal would like to do is get rid of that Monkey Dory and the Curlia and just say, you know what, man? You can have your 2 Gardevoir EX, including the 1 highly damaged, because I'll be able to clean that up and there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly. Given this Gardevoir won't go down by anything like the Phantom Dive 60 damage counters on the bench, or 6 damage counters on the bench, because it's only at 190 damage.
That
That
is
means
true.
it's 120 away, so that's 2 Phantom Dives worth of damage, or just a Boss's Order, which I have a feeling if the Gardevoir deck that Josh is playing isn't going to play like a Turo or something, then he's definitely going to play an Iono and then force Rafal into something where he could just go, Iono, swing with my Gardevoir for 190. What
And
do you
that
have
makes
in
complete
response?
sense.
Yep.
All right, so we are going to take out the Monkey Dory. How do you feel about that decision?
I think it's pretty smart because the Monkey Dory is how you take the knockout with the Drifloon. It's one of the pieces for that because now you have to do like some shenanigans with Moonlit Hill to
Yeah.
bring you down, but then I don't know if you have enough energy to do that. You have to put a couple into play while you still have damage or while you still have 3 energy on your Gardevoir. Like, I think the Gardevoir is the thing he promotes for sure.
Well, I actually think, oh, interesting. So putting the 6 damage counters on Gardevoir Why do you think that is?
And I think we see it here, where he's gonna put some on the Drifloon, heal damage, and then Professor Churro the Gardevoir, and then if that's all the energy he needs.
Josh doing the math here. So he does need to get, I believe it is 5 energy on there, and then use Moonlit Hill, and then put 2 additional on to get to 7 total. And so I think it is possible, but the question is just, do we have the 7 available? So
I believe he does.
I think he may. So if he has, so we have 5, discard with Moonlit Hill, and then attach the 2, and that will get him to
The odd
110
number,
damage
yep.
and the knockout. So Josh, Gardevoir EX takes game 1, and we are going to have to see game 2 over here to see if Rafal can come back, give Dragapult Thorns a chance to steal finals. If not, Josh is going to walk away with the win with Gardevoir EX and Mo.
$400 richer, and I called it.
And
That's
Mo
the
will
best
be right.
I told you so. As someone who's not playing in the tournament, that's the best I told you so I could have.
And so that game did take about 23, 24 minutes, so we've got time. And yes, we possibly could have gotten the monkey back too. So Rafal missing Iono there was very, very problematic because it could have bought him a lot more time. And I would say missing the Alakazam was a big deal, but Josh just had it in hand anyway.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not playing Iono, then I'm pretty sure with like an 8-card, 9-card hand that Gardevoir is going to end up having it. It's the same with Charizard. If you don't want them to have Briar, Dusknoir, Shenanigans, then don't give them an 8-card hand, question mark? Yeah.
Absolutely. So we are going to see this next round. So I think what I would like to see from Rafal's side this time is really just a bit of a better setup because he was able to get the first Thorns. He was able to get an attack off, but just he never really got to attack with Dragapult until the very end of the game, and that was the killer for him.
Exactly. It wasn't even a turn 2 Dragapult. It was more like a turn 4 Dragapult. Maybe.
Exactly.
Like, attacking with Thorns is cool and all if the rest of your board is set up. But when you're attacking with Thorns because you're desperate to attack with something,
Yes.
that's a little rough.
And Mulerator, you're probably right. Like, if he had out to the Dark Energy as well, like, he had win through a couple different routes. Missing that Iono was just the game. So now we'll see what Rafal starts with here, and if it is the ideal start of Iron Thorns, or if it's something like Radiant Alakazam. But we'll see. So setting up prizes, getting ready for game 2. Here we go, starting off with Josh taking turn 1. And we'll see if he has outs to more than 1 Ralts. He has a Buddy Poffin
Show us your prizes,
and a
Josh.
Heavy Ball.
Okay, we have...
So we have 2 Bravery Charm, Counter
Thank you,
Catcher,
Josh.
Guardy, Rod.
my
Whew.
hero.
Thank you, Josh. So it is going to be very difficult for him with this. All right, so failing the Heavy Ball, we still do have a Buddy Poffin. We still have outs to continue to draw the cards and get this good setup, but not quite what he was hoping for. And yes, Double Charm is bad, and yes, Call Bell is so good. Rafal and I and the team have been talking about this a lot, about how good Call Bell is in some of these decks that just demand that support at turn 1. Because I played Pokegear in Giratina V-Star in the past because I just needed a 5th Colress. Now imagine if you could play a guaranteed Colress turn 1 if you saw this card, not just I hope I hit it.
Yeah, and Pokegear is a little bit of a gamble because with Pokegear, you're only looking at top 7. If it's your first action that you're ever making, then it's a little odd for you.
Yes.
But if it's like, at the end of the game, you have 8 cards left in deck and 2 Colress, well, there's some quick math. You're not going to miss that.
Right, exactly. And so Rafal getting the Earthen Vessel, which is good. Checking prizes, checking to see what's in his deck. If we have the Precious Trolley, all that. Oh, that's actually a great point. I didn't even think about it in GLC. Call Bell would be sick in that. And so Rafal, though, going for that energy, and I believe with that Call Bell, knowing he's going to go get that Arven, just kind of mapping out what he's going to get off that Arven later. And so looking at Josh's hand, we do see the Evo TM and energy in hand. So regardless of whatever happens, Josh is going to have a pretty solid hand next turn.
Yeah,
Alright.
about that GLC comment, that's how you leave a lot of people salty. You open the Call Bell and you're like, yeah, look at me. I just
Excellent.
hit my one of. Because everything's a one of.
And that's exactly it too. The Call can be refined away. For this deck, there's less ways to get rid of it, but you still draw a decent part of your deck. And once you're set up, you don't need a ton, so you have a little more leeway. Um, okay, apparently there are some secrets being shared. Regardless, we have a Precious Trolley coming out with 3 Dreepy and an Iron Thorns, and that is a great setup. With additionally the Evo TM to get 2 Middle Pull down onto the board. So Rafal's got basically the perfect board for turn 1, minus the Alakazam start.
Yeah, your active Pokemon's a little different than what you'd like. You'd even like a Klefki in the active spot.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you'll take what you get, right?
Absolutely. And honestly, leaving the Alakazam up there isn't terrible because if you can attack with it and take your first couple prizes with it and leave it, I guess I should say, force Josh to try to get it out of the active to stall, it means he is going into your Dracloak, your Dreepy, your Iron Thorns, and you're okay with all those being in the active. So setting this up proactively means Rafal has a lot less opportunity to be disrupted.
There's a couple of things I'm thinking about, though, is that if this Alakazam is left inactive, he can either attack with it or retreat it, right?
Yes.
If he doesn't have the rescue board, that's 2 energy down, and Rafal's only way to recur energy
Is
back is
2
gonna
Night
be
Stretcher.
the 2 Night Stretcher.
Yes.
So that just means that your energies are I mean, that's 1 energy down of the psychics, and you only have 4. So
That is very true. And so it is a risk. But I mean, the one good thing is if you are stuck starting the Alakazam, it's at least an attacker in this deck.
exactly, everything's an attacker. The Klefki, just not so much a great one, and then the Toadstool, we don't attack with that. We just
And
that's
we
the one thing we
see
don't play.
the clean 7 draw with the high 5 for Fallen Josh.
Gotta love the sportsmanship.
Love it. And then you know what? You always high 5 for a clean research.
Definitely. Or if you were watching our Thursday stream, I was given high 5s for research with the dragon type because I was playing Reggie Dragon.
That's also
even
pretty
better.
good. All right, so Josh digging through the deck with this Buddy Poffin, trying to see if he can throw one more Ralts on the board. And I think in this matchup, especially with the setup Rafal has, 4 Ralts is not a bad thing. And we do see the Evo TM for double Curlia. So Mo, I mean, that's about as good of a turn as Josh could hope for.
It is. I mean, you're setting up your board. You have Spiritomb active. Doesn't really matter, but it's a Pokemon you don't mind getting knocked out.
Yeah, agreed.
That's a huge thing, is that you don't have to use resources on getting it there. I mean, if you have to fade out with it and do 10 damage, the 10 doesn't matter, but it's a matter of it's something that either you don't mind getting knocked out or you can put it back to your hand to promote something else. Given I don't think you're going to promote something else. You don't want to do that, but
Right.
you can if you want to.
So I think it would be a bigger deal if it was on the bench because it was a free prize with no modification for Dragapult. However, because it's in the active, it's not really that big of a deal. And so Rafal going for the Arven here and getting what looks like, I can't quite see, a Pokegear and a Future Booster Energy Capsule, which again, kind of just saying, you know what, man, I'm setting up so you can't disrupt me, so I'm going to be able to enact my game plan. And so my big question is, do you think Rafal's going to take a prize with Alakazam?
My question is, does he have his rescue board?
Oh, that's a good point. And maybe not.
So maybe he does have to attack with it or manually retreat it.
Mm.
We're seeing the attack with.
And I actually really like that decision, but Mo,
spoons.
sounds like you're not a big fan.
Hand kinesis.
Hand Kinesis, yes.
That's what it is. I've attacked with it before, actually.
Dude, it's a good attack. Legitimately.
It's pretty good.
All right, so we do see Rafal take the first prize. Normally, Josh would be like, yes, good. I can countercatch her up, something, Screamtail. And then he's like, oh, wait. Alakazam's an attacker. Iron Thorns retreats for free. Things ain't great out here, boss.
Yeah, I don't play a vacuum of my own. I can't just bring that up and then trap it active, but it's
Right.
okay. We're still winning.
And so taking that one prize isn't too bad for Josh, as long as he can prevent Rafal from taking combo and like multiple prize turns from here, because it's still a bunch of time before Rafal can close out the game.
Yeah, it could always be worse. It could be an Iron Thorns in the active that could retreat for free and shuts off your abilities.
Yes.
So you just have to find a way to maneuver back, given this Alakazam is low-key going to be like putting in its work if
It is.
if Josh wants to build up to a massive hand and just say, okay, I played a research, I refinement. Well, what do you know? Your Guard of War is actually threatened being knocked out, or just put on that edge to where you have to find your Turo to counteract that damage on it. Like, you have to watch your hand size because of an Alakazam. Who would have thought about this in 2024?
True. Oh my gosh, Bowler Raider, you're right. I didn't even think about the best attack in the deck. Joust.
Joust is pretty good.
Joust is pretty good, and that is an out, certainly, if Josh does need to trap that. The only downside would be because that would be what he was using, it would be an attack for 10 damage and kind of a dead turn. Wow, that is atrocious, Adam. Jousting for Sealstone hurts. And so it looks like Josh does play an Iono here for... Oh, and Josh making sure to shuffle the deck and get that set. We do play the Iono. Rafal gets 5. Josh is going to get 6. Rafal have an opportunity to cut both the deck and the hand for Josh. And Josh being very thorough, which I appreciate. And for time check, we are at 32 minutes. So still plenty of time to close out this game. And it's going to be tight closing out a second one.
It'd probably end up being a sudden death angle, but that's if this game goes to game 3.
We'll
We'll see what happens, because right now it's, yeah, sure, there's one prize taken that's 1 of 6, but the game's only just begun. We have some of our engine already in play for Rafal. We have the engine in play for the Curlius in play and the Gardevoir in play for Josh.
True.
But we're going to see what happens, especially I know that Josh is setting up this damage so that he can KO the Iron Thorns with the Gardevoir, because the thing that's going to get pushed up is probably Iron Thorns if there's not a Crispin in hand paired with the Dragapult EX.
Very true. And so we will see the knockout of the Radiant Alakazam with Gardevoir EX. So both players go down to 5 prizes. And losing that Radiant Alakazam for a fall both is fine because it's not a main attacker, but it's also kind of problematic because he really wants to use that Radiant Alakazam to fix damage. And we see Dragapult come out with the Ultra Ball. So Mo, like, what is Rafal's goal this turn?
Right now, he's just thinning his deck. He's getting rid of the Dragapult, and he's saying, okay, let me use this, the Recon Directive. Let me see 2 cards. Okay, let me do it again, and let me do it again. He has 3 in play. That's 6 cards. That's basically a Pokegear. So he's just Pokegearing for Crispin. In addition, if he finds a Pokegear off of that, he's digging a couple more cards. That energy's fine to put to the bottom. If the other card is good, it was Psychic Energy, and he pulled
I
the cards
believe in
hand.
Iono if he's asking for cards in hand. And we'll see the last Recon Directive. Oh, we see the Crispin! Okay, we are getting the attack off this turn. And so with that Crispin, if Rafal has an out for a Night Stretcher, we could actually see him take a prize on that Curlia and set up this Gardevoir EX to get, well, obliterated next turn.
Yeah, we're looking at this. I mean, there's 3 damage on the active, so Rafal's thinking, man, if I find this Night Stretcher off this last Recon Directive, oh boy, am I putting your 3 damage counters to work. Or at least 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
Because he's going to put it on one of the Curlias and just go, you know what? I liked it better when you had only 1 Curlia in play.
Well, we do see it is a Lightning Energy, which is unfortunately less exciting. But we are going to have an opportunity to spread damage counters. And Rafal does go 2-2-2 on the damage counters, basically saying that I will all but guaranteed be able to take an extra prize next turn on one of these. And Josh forgot to put the damage on the active, which is understandable. So we get to 230 damage on the active Gardevoir, 20 on each Ralton Curlia, and even though Rafal didn't take a prize, that feels pretty good.
It does the top 4.
Goodness,
We
goodness,
are
you
sorry
are
about that.
correct. It does. Thank you for noting that. I really have to stress to everyone, I don't usually do this. But here we are. So that's a lie. I do the talking. Dan talk good. Dan do not stream good.
Yeah, Dan talk gooder.
Yes. So we do see the Earthen Vessel get 2 Psychic out. Josh clearly did not prize 3 this game. And we're going to see how he tries to respond because unless he took a Bravery Charm off the prizes, we still don't have any.
Exactly, yeah. His prizes were Gardevoir EX, Bravery Charm, Countercatcher.
And he did hit the Moonlit Hill, which is a big deal.
That card is huge.
It is. Now, granted, I don't think that Rafal's decision was wrong. I think it was still the
Definitely.
correct decision.
You force your opponent to have a card that they can only search with Secret Box, given it's an Arven searchable card then, or you raw draw it.
Yes, on the top deck. So, unfortunate for Rafal, excellent for Josh, but Rafal is still in a good position. And we do have, oh my goodness, do we have the one-shot on the Gardevoir EX with Drifloon? We do.
Man, for a second I thought that was Klefki.
I also thought
And
it was
I-
for a second.
I was like, what?
Oh
okay.
my goodness. Now, here's the thing. This is, one would say, bad for Rafal. But if Rafal is able to access Crispin, this is not game over. Because the downside of Josh doing this is now there is an easy prize available for Rafal on the board, and he could take a 3 prize or more swing here. Rafal, go into the thorns. Rafal, go into the thorns. Rafal did not go into the
Your
thorns.
thorns is free retreat, Rafal.
I know, it's okay.
It's okay.
We see a boss's orders, which is not a Crispin. But let's see what Rafal pulls off here. And so, what do you think he's debating here, Mo?
I think he's just trying to find a Crispin in order to really attack. And if in the process he finds a Night Stretcher, he's like, oh, cool. Alakazam, knock out your
Ooh.
active, bring something up.
Well, he did actually find the Night Stretcher, which is a big deal. So we are able to
We're
get that
going for the
Alakazam
boy.
back.
And now he's going to put Josh on something saying, do you think I have Crispin in hand? Like, look me in the eyes and tell me. Because I might be bluffing that I have Crispin, or I might just grab it off the prize cards.
And we do see the Ralts come up to the active.
And we
So-
did see him grab it off the prize cards.
Well, Crispin?
Yep.
A legend.
What a legend in the making.
Absolutely a legend.
already a legend.
Rafal Gladitz about to cook top 4 player Josh Frink.
Exactly.
And there we see the Crispin getting a Psychic and a Fire, I imagine. Unless he has a Fire in hand. He already has Fire in hand. I know, just insane. And so now, this is still not ideal because we have Moonlit Hill down and Rafal has no way to bounce the stadium. So we're going to have to be very careful about where we place these damage counters.
Okay. Silly question. Kind of matters. Do you think Rafal ever plays the Moonlit Hill for himself to clear the damage on the Iron Thorns?
That,
It could come up, but I
oh,
don't think it's correct.
depending on how many Psychic Energy he has available, I think that's brilliant.
But he is down. He has one in play for sure.
He had one on the
his
Alakazam.
last yeah, he's down 3 Psychics.
So he would
He
only
has
have one
one
remaining,
more.
which is probably not the move.
Yeah, exactly. Unless, I mean, you could Night Stretcher for it, but then you have access to only one more Dragapult after this one in the active spot. Or, well, this one in the active spot's the last one. You have Night Stretcher, only one more left.
And so here's the question for Rafal. Where do you put this 60 damage? And to be honest, I would probably want to put it on the Gardevoir EX. What do you think, Mo?
It's just, do you put all your damage on one Pokemon when you know that there's a Professor Turtle scenario waiting for you?
So, but the other issue is if you allow him to Monkey Dory and then clear it with the Moonlit Hill.
Exactly. So I guess you kind of have to and say like, sure, let's put you up to 200 damage on, or no, 220 on you.
And that's I think the thing is putting in, oh man, there's so much Lugia hate. I can't stand that deck. All right, so we actually go 4-2. So making sure there's at least one damage counter available somewhere, or that most of the damage is retained on Gardevoir. So that is, I think, a really good choice. And we do get one prize for a fall, so we are even at 3-3.
Alec, I'm a Lugia lover, but
I'm not.
it's
I'm
not
a
its
hater.
time.
We will see. By the way, congrats, Alec. Well done. Oh, dude, you know how I feel about Lugia, but you did great today. We will see Josh, though, come in, going in with the Gardevoir EX, which makes sense. Energy on it, can retreat. So then, Mo, as you try to come back to life, do we go in for the one-shot again with Drifloon? Do we even have the capability to do that?
I think if you can do it,
I think he actually took Charm off the prizes.
if you can do it while using the Moonlit Hill, that's really good.
Oh,
Okay, like,
insanely
okay.
good.
The Cinderella story is that you use the Moonlit Hill and you Turo up the Guardy, and then you also take the 4 damage counters. There's going to be one remaining if you Moonlit Hill. You take the 1 damage counter or whatever, and then you put that on a Pokemon from your opponent's side, but like that's a lot of cards, man.
It is. And so Josh's hand is massive. He's been able to build it over the course of this game since someone mentioned in chat, but Rafal's been kind of stuck playing Crispin this whole time.
Is
And
there
that's hard.
is there a boss in Josh's hands?
I see a Professor's Research, a Night Stretcher, I think a Bravery Charm.
If he has the boss, he could also just go boss up the Alakazam again and say, "Do you have a Crispin?"
That's very true, especially if Screamtail is available. I don't know if that's a boss or a candy. Well, we do see the Earthen Vessel, which we are going to thin out here. I don't think he has any Psychic Energy left in deck, though. No, no energy.
We see the Turo in deck. He hasn't used his Curlias yet, so he can draw through his deck and just Super Rod back in so he doesn't deck out.
Yes. And being able to see almost the entirety of your deck is so important to this deck because you're just thinning constantly. So you can feel so confident you'll hit what you need when you need it.
And then when your opponent Ionos you, you go, should I just put my hand
All
over
right.
there? Like,
Just want me to take the first couple out of here. All right, so we do see Josh kind of debating what to do here. Probably want to work on pace of play a little bit. So maybe we can remind Michael on that. But otherwise, trying to just make sure he makes good, careful decisions. So while he decides to do this, we do see the Curlia down. Still haven't decided what to hit away. And I will say a 2-prize penalty for slow play would not be helpful here.
yeah.
We see the Screamtail come down.
Does he have the Bravery Charm, though?
That is the question.
Okay, so he's going to...
And I would agree on maybe using the Super Rod for the Moonlit Hill, but it may be that he is not trying to use the Moonlit Hill here. And so we'll see.
Yeah, because Moonlit Hill heals 30... No, it's a Picnic Basket that heals from everyone. My bad. I was thinking Moonlit Hill was 30 from everyone, but...
It is 30 from everyone if you discard a Psychic from hand.
Well, I meant like every Pokemon in play. Not just...
no,
I was
just
thinking of
yours.
Picnic Basket. My bad. The heal 30s got mixed up with me.
So even though with 130 damage on this Gardevoir still, like there is a world where Fall wins the game next turn. Actually, Rafal, if he keeps Alakazam and finds a Gust, Rafal wins next turn.
Yeah. What if the Alakazam gets knocked out from the Screamtail, though?
Well, then that's sad. But he would just have to find Gust and then a Night Stretcher to still close out
Yeah.
the game. So we'll see what
So-
Rafal draws. And I believe Josh has not used either of his refinements yet, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he was just saving them to see what he draws off the Iono, but like... No, I think he did use them because he drew to Turo.
Actually, I stand corrected. Rafal doesn't need Alakazam. Rafal just needs a Gust.
Mhm.
Because if we find Boss's Orders or we find Countercatcher, Rafal wins the game here with the Gust on Guardy.
And then we go to game 3.
Exactly. And we see the Dracloak go down.
Okay, but it does... Yeah, because he just needs Gust.
Well, we have a Pokegear. We are shuffling the decks. I think Rafal's saying he had a boss at the bottom of the deck. All right.
Yeah, we have 2 prizes to 3 right now. We're going to see what happens.
And so I don't think Rafal has used his Countercatcher yet, correct?
I don't believe so. So, yeah, we're looking at Rafal having an out for Arven for Countercatcher, Boss off the Pokegear.
And I think that's what Rafal was checking is my Countercatcher in deck? So if I hit an Arven off of this Pokegear, do I just win and do we go to a game 3?
Yeah, game 3 would be pretty epic, but I mean, they don't have a lot of time left on the clock. Probably about, what, 10 minutes left?
We've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, yeah.
So big Pokegear here. Let's see if Rafal can pull it off.
I'm calling for the judge shuffle at that point. I just, man, I don't know. I wouldn't want it on my conscience.
We see the boss, and
boss.
Rafal takes game 2, going to game 3 in finals of this $1,000 Nerd Rage Cup. And holy, those have been some good games, Mo.
It is something. I mean, we're looking at like a game 3 with what, 3 or 4 minutes left after they finish shuffling. Like,
Yeah, we are going to have a heck of a quick game here. And honestly, who do you think this favors?
both decks need to evolve. Both decks need their TM evolution. I mean, you can.
Well, so actually, that's the tricky part. Both decks don't.
They just need a Crispin.
Exactly.
Or they just need a Rare Candy Guardy. But like, I would hate to be picking what I'm doing because I don't know if I want to go first or second.
Well, Josh is going to have to figure that out, but I don't actually know either. So the one advantage Josh has is he does play Rare Candy. So we would have an opportunity for him to get an early attack off, but that's not a guarantee. And yes, we have about 2 to 3 minutes remaining at this point. So we are cutting it real close on the end of this final. So listen, y'all came here to watch some good Pokemon. We are getting you as much content as humanly possible to watch today. So yes, it does take forever with this deck. Sometimes it just requires you to play a little faster. Sometimes people just kind of concede that it's going to be a best of one. But Rafal being able to take that game too is a huge deal. All right, and we see a Spiritomb start for Josh, and Josh forces Rafal to go first. And we have a Klefki start for Rafal, so still shutting down all of the Radiant Greninja and stuff like that, but otherwise not doing a ton.
Yeah, I think he's telling him, what are the odds you open a basic Pokemon?
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds you open an Arven? Probably pretty high you open an Arven. Not high you open a basic Pokemon. So let's go ahead and change that.
Agreed. And so now the question is, does Josh have Arvin to get an Evo TM on his end to actually start to set up and play the game? Because
eyeing it down, so
he is, so maybe he does have that Arvin. Oh man, so if Josh is able to take the first prize here, it could be very, very tough for Rafal, unless Rafal is able to get a quick Dragapult and set up for a multi-prize knockout in turns of time.
yeah, and we're counting down just the minutes. Like,
Yes.
we're at what? Seconds left?
Pretty close to it. I think we have about a minute left.
Yeah, we're gonna see this TM evolution. You're targeting 2 Curlias. I think it's pretty huge for Josh to be not be turn 0. He wants Rafal to be turn 0 because
Yes.
Rafal has a turn of setup and then a turn to play.
Well,
He
and
has to find Crispin.
we'll see what Rafal gets here. Because to be honest, an Arvin is probably better than Crispin here. Because there's not a guarantee Josh takes the first prize. But if Josh also does take a knockout, Josh is going to have to do so putting a decent bit of damage on the board. So in that, if Rafal can get Radiant Alakazam, a Dragapult down, they'll have a chance to take multi-prizes and just close out the game. And if you hear like, why are y'all stuttering? We are messaging Michael to make sure we know when time is called.
Exactly. Turn 0 really determines a lot in this matchup. And we're going to see what happens where, like, okay, is Rafal turn 0 or is Josh turn 0? And we still haven't gotten the message yet, so it could be any second now.
It could. And so we will see the evolution from Rafal now getting 2 Dracloak down. And we'll see if Josh will be able to pull off the attack here. We see Nestball going to be able to get an attacker.
And I imagine it's going to be the Scream Tail.
I would also agree. Because
gonna
that's
see
one he'll be able
Scream
to
Tail.
use with the least amount of damage possible and the most health remaining.
Well, if you do have the Spiritomb on bench, that means you're not taking 1 prize, but you're going to take...
And so that's the tricky part is Rafal has a guaranteed prize on the bench if Josh moves that Spirit to the bench and doesn't Turo it. And I got to imagine we aren't going to Turo it. Or maybe we are. Interesting.
He could also put just a Bravery Charm on it, but I don't think that's really good.
I don't know if it's
Oh,
good
10
either.
minutes left.
Oh, we got 10 minutes left.
Oh.
Oh, it must be 60 minutes. Never mind. We got time. We are fine. So we do have 10 minutes left, which actually is good. Because I'd rather this game come to like a real conclusion than it be like a quick hustle thing. All right, so Josh setting up, going for that Gardevoir EX, going for the Scream Tail. I know, I am also very glad we get a real game here. And then playing Iono, so Rafal gets a fresh hand. And we will see. That's a pretty good hand, Mo.
It definitely is. It has an energy discard. Ooh, a Buddy Puffin. That's a pretty good
That's
cool card.
really good for Josh. Being able to set up further, get more Ralts out. Well, 1 more Ralts out, but still good to have.
And given this, Spiritomb being on the bench is like fine, but also it just means that you have to have a Dragapult plus Crispin
Yes.
in order for that to actually be effective. Otherwise, if you don't have a way to evolve it, then what do you know? Screamtail taking some more prizes?
Right. Absolutely. And we will go into Screamtail. We'll attach via Gardevoir EX 3 energy, because that's the bare minimum needed to go to 60 damage. And we're going to knock out one of the Dracloak.
Yeah, if it was something like where you needed 8 damage counters on you, Joust would actually take the knockout.
It would.
Or if it was you taking a knockout on a Pokemon that was like 230 HP or whatever, Joust would take the knockout.
Absolutely.
So Joust, don't sleep on Joust.
And so we do see Rafal get the energy out with that Earthen Vessel. And I think trying to set up where he's able to get the Crispin, but thinning out cards still so that way Crispin's more likely to be found. And then if we do hit the Crispin, man, we can take a 2-prize turn here and knock out one of those Curlia, and that would be huge.
Yeah, we're gonna see if he draws into one of these combo pieces he needs.
We see
So
the
he
Crispin.
does have it. I think he's just digging for that Terra Ball, Terra Orb, or this Ultra Ball.
And I think that may have been the debate on Rafal's side is, do I play the Crispin and commit to it, or do I just try to see what I hit first to see if the Crispin's the best line?
He's also thinking maybe, do I shuffle my deck after that Iono? What was on the bottom of my deck? If a Dragapult was there, or an out Dragapult,
Yes.
you might as well thin out the 2 energies off the Earthen Vessel and 2 off the Crispin.
Absolutely. And so it looks like that's what Rafal does. We do have Wonder Cloak. We have a couple fire in hand.
This is
Do we
huge.
see the Dragapult?
That was a pretty quick look. Ooh, that was a Pokegear.
Interesting. So Rafal may have another Dracloak in hand.
Yeah, there's no way that he's playing the Pokegear without it. Rafal, a seasoned veteran of the game, playing back in like the Diamond, Pearl, or Heart Gold, Soul
Yes.
Silver, whatever. I think it was Heart Gold, Soul Silver. He actually started playing, back in the day when Jason K was actually at Chicago events.
Gosh, that was way back in the
Yeah,
day.
Jason
That was
K
before
just
my
for
time.
People who don't know who he is, 3-time world champion. So yeah, that's who Rafal lost to in his first ever top cut. And we are looking at this Dracloak. Okay.
Okay,
Card to the
crisis
bottom.
averted. We hit the Dragapult.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, we have ourselves a game. And we will go in. We do not have Radiant Alakazam, unfortunately, but still being able to take a knockout and take 2 prizes on that Spiritomb. Whew. Okay. Well,
It's pretty huge.
that is huge. And even though Josh has a draw available, that's not a full board anymore. And there's going to be a ton of damage placed on there if he's going to try to do anything. And so now the question is, will Josh have enough resources to take a knockout? And I don't know if he does. Oh, we see the Bravery Charm. We see the Secret Box. And maybe that's enough, but there's 4 in there right now. We would need 7. 7 energy. Or that's a lie. 5 energy.
5 in the dark would work.
Secret Box likely will do it. Because we have the Charm. It would just depend if a Drifloon is in deck. And I'm sure one is. But we will still need 1 more basic energy. And so now the tricky part for a fall is going to be, how do you respond to that? All right.
You just have to see if Josh gets there first.
You see,
Oh, this means that he's probably going to be able to reach for that knockout. And
I
if he hits that, I mean,
do
you've got to work some wonders to get a Dragapult up and running through that.
He does. Do we see a Drifloon in hand or in deck? Because that's the other question. Is there an out to actually get the guy that can take the knockout?
Yeah, now we're at about 5 minutes left.
All right. So we see the Earthen Vessel come down. We see the 2 Psychic Energy. And
So he's at 6 now.
So we have the Nest Ball. I didn't see the Drifloon in the deck, but I'm also kind of blind, so you never know. But regardless, is it just get the Drifloon, take the knockout here? Is there something else we're missing, Mo?
I think he has to go.
That is the Drifloon. We
Okay.
do have it.
The-
Stressed.
The Joust also. Looking at future turns, if
You're right.
Rafal doesn't really have to have a play after this, he can just go like attaching energy to the Dracloak and then Joust. We're seeing that.
Ooh.
Yeah, Josh is deciding between the 2.
So what do you think the play is here if it's not Drifloon?
I think it is Drifloon, but it's a difference in. Oh. Oh, maybe he's just gonna go attack with Guardy, Iono, and then heal. Move the 30 and then heal 30.
I could see that. I could see that being the line. Oh, and take out the Dracloak. Okay. That seems like a very reasonable decision. So taking out the Dracloak, leaving it for 1 Dragapult EX, and basically
Ooh.
saying,
I like that.
okay.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind that too. So Basically just saying that, hey, you have now one attacker, and then it is going to be very easy for me to undo everything with that attacker.
Yeah, he was. Okay, that's not a darkness energy in hand. If that was a dark energy in hand, then that would be really good. But since
Agreed.
he maybe prized dark energy because he was like teeter-tottering between the plays of Drifloom or not. So if he wanted to Drifloom, then he would have grabbed the psychic energies like he did. And if he wanted to go for the Monkey Dory attack with Guardy play, then he would have done grab darkness energy. And that way he
Agreed.
can attach it for turn to the Monkey Dory.
And so Rafal, in this list, Rafal only plays 3 Dreepy and 3 Cloak. And I think we've been having this discussion, but this is one of the matchups where I'm a little nervous about that because as you can see, we've already used both Night Stretcher at this point. So there is a chance that we're not able to get another Dragapult out. And in fact, I don't know if there is a way to get another Dragapult out right now.
Yeah, but Rafa's going to go for the Dragapult the active, do a lot of damage, and then move the damage to Kirlia.
Yes. And so we are going to be able to take a knockout there. We're going to reduce the draw for Josh. And then I think we're going to go for an Iono, unless you're seeing something else.
Well, he had the Arven for the Nest Ball.
Oh, never mind. We're not Ionoing. If we are Ionoing, things are in trouble. But yes. So now it's just going to... Oh, we do have Dracloak in hand. Okay. And I love that decision. What do you think, Mo?
Attach the Psychic. It's pretty good. It means that you can't get really trapped active. Nothing's trapped active that shouldn't be.
So the other reason I think it's so good is you're not going to be able to attack with Dragapult next turn. You don't play Rare Candies. It's going to have to be up through a Cloak. So if you are going to attack next turn, it's either going to be with Joust or it's going to be with Radiant Alakazam. And so with Radiant Alakazam, if Josh does grow a hand or fill his hand, he'll be able to move damage to the Drifloon and take a knockout at the same time and try to set himself up to a position where he's able to reach and take a big swing turn. All right, so we go into the Drifloon, and then we are going to Psychic Embrace a whole lot of energy.
Was the Arven... The Arven was played, though, right?
For...
Or was that Earthen Vessel off the Arven?
For Josh or for
Josh.
Rafal? I did not see, honestly. Oh, we'll just see the knockout. And I think they're both trying to hustle just to get through the game. And so you may be right, actually. The Joust could be the move here. And we see the Iono.
Yeah, we have Josh going down to 2 cards in hand with the Iono, and then Roth still has the 3. But if you can Joust and then not have a 2 prizer in play, that's pretty huge. But if Josh has a way to use this Scream Tail once this Drifloom's knocked out, then he can just knock out the Dreepy, and then he goes, well, you have nothing.
So that
if he's out of range of the Painful Spoons from Alakazam.
Yes. And that definitely could be the case. And we are going to be able to draw with Pheasantipity, I believe.
Nope.
Yes,
Klefki.
because it was still... Oh!
That means you also can't Monkey Dory.
That is true. So actually, Rafal may be in a very, very good position here. Because if he can get the Crispin and retreat into... Oh my goodness! Yeah.
Even Rafal can't take multi-prize turns right now. Unless...
So this is a big deal, though, because like you said, he's able to get the Scream Tail back. So we are going to be able to go in and attack with this Scream Tail and knock out that Cloak. And then things are really tough for Rafal because I'm not sure how he closes out this game.
Yeah, I mean...
So that's a lie.
I'm
I know
wondering-
how he closes out the game. He's going to have to move Pheasantipity the active and try to stick it.
He needs that Gust.
He does need the Gust desperately, especially if this Dracloak goes down. He's going to be very, very reliant on that. So we are going to retreat, go into the Scream Tail. Man, y'all watching, you are seeing a tight, tight close to this cup.
He has the Psychic Energy to prevent that sticking, unless it's a counter catcher plus Iono, which this game's gone on.
Oh, did he get 2 energy off the vessel?
He got 1.
Oh, you're right. Ooh, and so we do see the attachment to Fez, and I think that is the correct choice here. And how many Psychic Energy in the discard? Still 2. And we see the knockout on the Dracloak. And to be honest, guys, this may be checkmate for Rafal here.
I think this is sealed up now.
Because I don't know how Rafal's going to be able to kind of lock Josh here unless there's something I'm missing. And we are at time. So Rafal is turn 1 in time.
Yeah, we're like on the edge of our seats staying quiet and we're like, wait, we have to cast this.
So
But
we
One
have...
to two.
I know. So Gardevoir has 150 damage, so 180 damage remaining, or 160 damage remaining. The Pheasantipity is full health. The Monkey Dory has 90 health remaining. Josh has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, there's no counter catcher plus attach energy with Alakazam and take the knockout with hand kinesis because there's 1 card in hand. There's no way you can boss something and trap it active or counter catcher it. There's no way.
Yeah, this is a wild game. So it depends on how many energy is in Josh's discard, but I think there's at least 2 still. So he would be able to retreat out of the Gardevoir EX. And attaching that energy to Pheasantipity was such a good decision to just
Definitely.
stop that out.
It also makes you Iona proof. Like, you just can't lose your hand now because what hand? I have one
Right.
prize card I grabbed.
All right, so we see the Dragapult. And I think Fall's just trying to figure out what the... You know what? There is a line.
There's Turo in deck.
There is in deck, but how do you draw it?
But he's not... Like, if Gardevoir's put up and then... Like, if Gardevoir's put up, Iron Thorns is here, I mean, he just has to top deck it. Oh.
And
Or
that'll
have
do
the-
to
or have the
boss.
top deck
And
boss.
Josh Frink closes it out with a top deck boss's orders on Radiant Alakazam. Dude, that was a stressful last couple games, Mo.
And I told you so. I knew it from the start.
Mo did
I-
indeed tell
I
us.
read the script. Josh Frink flipped the script, and that is a W for Josh Frink. I love Rafal. Rafal is my teammate. I'm glad he got $200, but the fact that Gardevoir took back-to-back dubs this weekend,
It is
actually
impressive.
back-to-back-to-back because of the Perth regional,
To be fair, Perth is probably the most important one, but
not in Chicago.
that not Chicago. That is
Doesn't
true.
matter.
All right, well, we are kind of closing out here. Thank you all very much for spending your time with us today. I really appreciate you being here. Like we mentioned, we are Nerd Rage Gaming. We are a store in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, north of Chicago, and we have our Pokemon League every Thursday night, which we will be streaming, and our quarterly $1,000 cups, which you are watching here. So, Mo, thank you very much for being here with me today. Anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out Josh Frink, and shout out Henry Trout, shout out Aban, because they all worked on the Guardy deck together. Whoever else worked on it with them, shout out them because the Guardy deck is broken.
Absolutely. And I
Shout out Wow Bao.
Yeah, shout out
group
Wow
chat.
Bao, obviously. But also, I want to say thank you all for joining here and sticking here, especially if you joined when Azul joined the stream. Really appreciate you sticking around. And for all locals who join in and watch, we always appreciate having you here. So we will be back here in action Thursday night in our last round of preparation for Toronto Regionals. So please come out and join us here next time at Nerd Rage Gaming.
Bye.
Powerful, congrats!